Chapter 22. The only sound in the dorm room was the soft, deliberate rustle of archival paper. Sarah Vance sat at her desk, the green glass lamp casting a precise pool of light over a folio spread open before her. The lamplight gleamed on the polished oak, illuminating motes of dust that drifted like sediment in the still air. It was not a scrapbook of clippings, but a curated collection. A high-resolution print of Garrett Holt, S. Delta Requiem, was affixed with photo corners beside a typed transcript of his artist's statement from the Memphis exhibition. There were photographs of his installations, the careful composition of found objects, the deliberate tension in the copper-wire diorama. Neat, handwritten annotations filled the margins in her precise, angular script, themes of reclamation. The artifact of the body. Purgation as preservation. Execution competent. She didn't cry. Tears were for the loss of a tool, not a vision. What she felt was a cold, curatorial fury, a pressure behind her eyes that translated not into weeping, but into a hyper-focused stillness. Her jaw was set so tightly the muscles ached, a faint ridge visible along the line of her mandible. She smoothed a hand over the open folio page, her fingertips tracing the edge of Holt's photograph. The motion was possessive, then corrective, as she aligned the page perfectly with the edge of the desk. She repeated the gesture, pressing down until the paper lay flat, no air bubbles, no warping. The FBI's raid on the warehouse hadn't been an investigation. It had been an act of institutional vandalism. They had breached a private exhibition, a carefully constructed dialogue between artist and viewer, and declared it a crime scene. The tall agent, Katie Ford, had been the chief vandal. She hadn't seen the narrative, the philosophical argument laid bare in the arrangement of looted antiquities and Holt's central piece. She had seen only contraband and a potential murder weapon. She hadn't understood that Holt was contextualizing violence, giving it a frame and a meaning. She had destroyed the context to bag the evidence. She had ruined a production. Sarah picked up a printed surveillance still, captured from a local Memphis news report, of Agent Ford directing the removal of Holt's diorama. The print was slightly grainy, the inkjet paper cool and smooth under her thumb. She tilted it in the lamplight, studying the face, this destroyer of compositions. Ford's expression was all professional focus, a mask of procedural efficiency that erased any possibility of awe. You didn't just arrest a craftsman, she thought, her mind as calm and analytical as when she prepared a provenance report. You deaccessioned a piece of the exhibition. You broke the sequence. She placed the photograph down, aligning its corners with the lines of the wood grain. She used the edge of her fingernail to nudge it a millimeter to the left, then centered it again. But a disrupted exhibition can be reinstalled. A vision requires only a new instrument. The room around her was a study in disciplined curation. It was a single in the honors dorm of William Carey University, paid for by the Vance family legacy, a name that carried weight in Mississippi courtrooms and boardrooms, a fact that hung in the air like the smell of old money in a bank vault. Textbooks on art history, museum studies, and forensic anthropology shared shelf space with monographs on controversial conservators and radical archivists. Each spine was aligned flush with the edge of the shelf. A thin layer of dust coated the upper surfaces, a testament to objects that were referenced, not merely displayed. A mannequin stood in the corner, draped not in a classmate's discarded sweater, but in a paint-stained denim shirt Garrett had left behind after one of their late-night briefings on aesthetic execution. The shirt hung empty, one cuff turned back precisely 3 inches, a relic of a useful instrument now sequestered. The air smelled of old paper, printer ink, and the faint, sweet chemical scent of the fixative she used on her own charcoal sketches. Beneath it was the underlying dorm smell of industrial cleaner and drywall, a smell she had long ago learned to ignore. The initial, emotional plans, legal appeals, public campaigns, now felt amateurish, the frantic responses of a producer whose lead actor had been arrested, not a strategic director. She had spent the afternoon pacing the 12-foot length of her room, those ideas buzzing uselessly, before being dismissed one by one. Her footsteps had been a soft, rhythmic shush on the low-pile carpet. The institution had sequestered the primary instrument. It would seek to discredit the work's intent, to reclassify the oeuvre as the product of a single madman. They would try to break the narrative. The narrative needed reinforcement. A new, unattributed piece, executed in the same school of thought, would prove the vision's vitality existed independent of the individual craftsman. It would challenge their institutional categorization. It would be a statement of continued authorship. The concept had crystallized during her 3 a.m. walk across the silent campus 2 nights prior. The air had been cool and damp, the quad deserted, the only light spilling from the security lamps in rhythmic pools that turned the manicured grass into islands of sickly yellow. Her footsteps on the brick walkway were the only sound, a steady, solitary tap. It wasn't born of panic, but of directorial extrapolation, a logical next step unfolding in her mind as methodically as a proof. The chill had seeped through her thin sweater, a physical sensation that sharpened her thoughts. Holt's work was about corrective restoration, removing the corrosive elements, the forgeries of character, to reveal a starker truth. In her work, the FBI believed the collection was complete, the catalog closed. What if a new work appeared? One they couldn't provenance to him. It would destabilize their entire thesis. It would be a peer-reviewed rebuttal published in Blood and Bone. It would be an act of profound curatorship. And it required a specific reagent. She reached for her phone, a matte black device without a case. The surface was cool, slightly textured. Scrolling past muted family group chats and seminar reminders, she found a number labeled H. Chem Supply. She desaved it months ago, a relic of a less focused period of research. A Stephen Hayes. He'd been a source, then a specimen of a type. The memory surfaced, crisp and distasteful. A cramped off-campus apartment reeking of weed and stale pizza, a transactional exchange during finals week. He'd sold her Adderall, his fingers brushing hers as he took the cash, his touch lingering just a beat too long. A week later, she'd tried to engage him on Barth's theories of material authenticity versus sentimental value, the same concepts she would later, more successfully, impart to Holt. Hayes had listened for 30 seconds, leaning against his cluttered doorframe, then smirked, his eyes glazing over with contempt. "You're a creepy little rich girl," he'd said, pocketing her cash for a second batch. "Stick to your daddy's world. This stuff is just to get through a test, not start a fucking book club." Now, he was an artifact of utility. She typed, her fingers steady, each tap deliberate. "Stephen. It's Sarah Vance. I have a conservation project. Need a specific organic solvent, high purity, no procurement trail. Can you source? Serious budget. A discreet meet." She placed the phone face up on the desk and waited, her gaze fixed on the dark screen. She did not fidget. She laced her fingers together, the knuckles white for a moment before she consciously relaxed them. She breathed in through her nose, held it for a count of 4, exhaled slowly through pursed lips. The discipline of breath control, learned in a long-ago acting class her mother had insisted upon, was now a tool for metabolic regulation. She watched the screen, her reflection a pale, featureless ghost in the black glass. The reply came 20 minutes later, as the first gray light touched her window, turning the glass opaque with the promise of dawn. Advance. Damn. What kind of solvent? Tetrahydrofuran. Or cyclohexane. For cleaning a degraded composite artifact. Can you? A longer pause. She imagined him on the other end, in some messy room, the glow of the screen on his face. Calculating risk against reward, his greed warring with a vestigial sense of caution. She could almost hear the shrug in his eventual reply. Maybe. Not cheap. Where? She named a place, the old levee road off Parish Line Road, where the pavement crumbled into gravel, and the view was just the endless, black expanse of the cypress swamp. It was 10 miles from campus, a place for fishermen at dawn and teenagers drinking cheap beer at night. At midnight, it would belong to no one. It was a negative space, perfect for an insertion. She had scouted it weeks ago for a different purpose that had since been rendered obsolete. Midnight, she sent. Crash. Come alone. This is a private acquisition. His final reply was a single letter, arriving after a full 5 minutes, the delay a cheap power play. K. The night was a specimen jar, humid and sealed. The air over the swamp was thick enough to feel on the skin, a damp cloth pressed against the face, carrying the cloying scent of blooming water hyacinth and the deeper, essential decay of peat and stagnant water. Cicadas sought a relentless, oscillating chorus from the darkness, a sound that seemed to vibrate in the teeth. Crickets chirped in counterpoint. Somewhere in the black water, a fish broke the surface with a soft plop. Sarah stood beside her parked car, a sensible silver hybrid that was itself an artifact of her other life, the acceptable daughter. Its interior was spotless, not a receipt or coffee cup out of place. The dashboard glowed with a soft, greenish light. She wore dark jeans, a black long-sleeved technical shirt that wicked moisture, and practical lace-up boots with composite toes. Every item was chosen for function, not fashion. She had changed in her room, folding her daytime clothes, khakis, a cotton blouse, and placing them in her laundry hamper with the same care she gave everything. In the right pocket of her jeans was a roll of $200 bills, bound with a rubber band. In the waistband at the small of her back, wrapped in a square of lint-free microfiber cloth, was a boning knife she'd requisitioned from the university's culinary arts lab under the pretext of a sculpture project. Its blade was narrow, flexible, and extremely sharp. Tucked beside it was a small, preloaded syringe of succinylcholine she had synthesized herself in a campus lab during an independent study in forensic toxicology. The paralytic was clean, fast, and left no defensive wounds. She had practiced the injection on oranges, then on a raw chicken breast, until the motion, grip, jab, depress, was a single fluid gesture. The syringe felt cool through the cloth, a known weight. She was calm. Her heartbeat was a steady, metronomic thump in her ears, a baseline she monitored. The furious indignation of the afternoon had been catalogued, analyzed, and filed away in a mental drawer labeled motivational data. Its energy was now directed, converted into potential energy like a drawn bowstring. This wasn't revenge for a lost instrument, it was restoration. A reinstatement of the disrupted narrative. A proof of concept. Hayes was a loose thread. He knew she had purchased chemicals from him before. He knew, vaguely, of her connection to Holt, having seen them talking once on campus near the art building, Holt leaning in, listening intently. He was a liability who could expose her supply chain, for the preservation agents Holt had used. His crude, transactional mind made him a threat to the entire architecture of the project. He was a security flaw that required patching. The analysis was clinical, and the conclusion was inevitable. Headlights pierced the darkness, two wobbling orbs that bounced wildly as a pickup truck navigated the rutted gravel road. It pulled up 20 yards away, its engine rumbling unevenly before cutting off. The sudden silence was filled again by the insects, louder now without the engine noise. Stephen Hayes climbed out alone. He was lanky, moving with the loose-limbed arrogance of a man who believed all things were commodities, and none held inherent meaning. He shoved the truck door, closed with a metallic bang that echoed briefly across the water. "Vance," he called, squinting into the gloom between them. His voice was too loud for the space, a violation of the swamp's quiet. "That you? Hell of a spot for a chemistry lesson. You get lost on the way to the library." She walked toward him, her pace measured, her boots crunching softly on the gravel. A curator approaching a new acquisition for verification. "I require a controlled environment. Do you have it?" He held up a small, brushed metal canister. "A cyclohexane. Nasty stuff." "What are you cleaning, a mummy?" He grinned, the expression a white slash visible in the faint starlight. "Still playing artsy games. I figured you'd be lawyering up or something after your boyfriend got famous." "It's for a conservation effort," she said, stopping a few feet away, just outside his immediate reach. She pulled the roll of cash from her pocket, the rubber band snapping softly with a dry sound. 500. As agreed. He took the money, his fingers brushing hers, a deliberate, lingering touch. He thumbed through the bills quickly, the sound crisp in the night, the paper whispering. He held them up to the faint light, checking the denominations, before stuffing the wad into the front pocket of his jeans. He held out the canister. As she reached for it, he didn't let go immediately, his grip testing hers. "And so, how's the creepy rich girl life? You finally get over that weirdo artist you were obsessed with? The one they just busted for all that shit in Memphis." Her hand tightened on the cool metal of the canister. She did not pull. She met his gaze, her eyes flat and unblinking. "You heard about the raid." "Everyone's heard. Feds tore up some black market gallery. And your boy was in the middle of it," he snorted, finally releasing the solvent. He wiped his hand on his jeans. "Told you he was trouble. Guess you like your art with a side of felony." "What was it, stolen paintings?" "Oh, vague shit." Sarah placed the canister carefully on the ground by her feet, positioning it so it wouldn't roll. The gravel was uneven, pebbles shifting under the weight. As she straightened slowly. "Aesthetic vision often conflicts with institutional policy, Stephen. The exhibition was conducted. The FBI treated it as a crime scene. They destroyed the context to inventory the pieces. A woman named Ford led it. She's a Philistine with a badge." She said the name with a flat, diagnostic tone, as if stating a fact from a lab report. "She sees catalog numbers, not composition." "Yeah, well, she put him in a box. Now he's the exhibit." Stephen shook his head, a lazy, dismissive motion. He turned back toward his truck, taking a step, the gravel grinding under his heel. "All right. Pleasure doing business. Try not to dissolve your precious artifact. Or yourself." The analysis was complete. The acquisition was verified. Now, the deaccessioning of a redundant, corrosive element. Her left hand drifted casually to the small of her back, her fingers finding the microfiber bundle. She peeled back the cloth, her touch finding the cool plastic of the syringe barrel. Her thumb found the cap, flicked it off. It fell into the gravel with a sound like a pebble. "Stephen," she said, her voice unchanged, flat, diagnostic. He half-turned, his body angled away, impatient to be gone. What? Price was right, don't tell me you're haggling now. I need to confirm the purity. One more thing. He sighed, a theatrical sound of exasperation, and turned fully, his posture slack, hands on his hips. What? It's lab grade. I'm not a fucking chemist, I'm a supplier. It's what you asked for. She closed the distance in 2 quick, silent steps, the syringe now palmed in her left hand, hidden in the shadow of her fingers. A spot test. As he opened his mouth to protest, his brow furrowed in annoyance, her right hand shot out, gripping a fistful of his shirt front to steady him. The fabric was cheap cotton, thin. Her left drove the needle into the side of his neck, just below the jawline, aiming for the carotid triangle. Her thumb depressed the plunger in one smooth, practiced motion. She felt the slight pop as it pierced the skin, then the give of the plunger, the liquid evacuating into him. His eyes flew wide with shock, then confusion. He swatted at her hand, a clumsy, reflexive slap that connected weakly with her wrist, but the motion was already sluggish, the neural commands short-circuiting. "The hell," he slurred, the word collapsing into a wet gurgle at the back of his throat. The drug worked with terrifying speed. His knees buckled, his body going rigid, his back arching slightly. She guided his fall, lowering him to the gravel as his muscles seized into total paralysis. He was conscious, his eyes rolling, trying to focus on her face looming above him, but his diaphragm was locking. He couldn't draw breaths. He couldn't scream. A faint, wheezing whistle escaped his lips, then silence. His chest hitched once, twice, a spasmodic jerk, then was still. His eyes remained open, fixed on a point in the starry sky, already glazing, reflecting nothing. She watched, clinical, as the life left him. It took less than 90 seconds. She counted them in her head, her own breathing even and quiet. It was efficient. It was necessary. He was a security risk, a potential leak in her supply chain. His death was a pragmatic severance, not a philosophical statement. She felt nothing but a mild professional satisfaction at the technique's efficacy, the rapid onset, the clean paralysis, and a sharper annoyance at the logistical inconvenience now at her feet. The body was an object now, a problem of mass and material. When he was still, she knelt, the gravel biting into her knees through the denim. There was no time for the elaborate, symbolic posing of Holt's work. That had been his signature, his limited, craftsman's flourish. She was the architect. This was maintenance. But it still needed to point back to the corpus, to muddy the waters for the FBI, to be a splinter of doubt driven into their tidy narrative. A quick, crude reference would suffice. She worked with haste, her movements economical but precise, annoyed at the crudeness but accepting it as a necessary compromise. Using the boning knife, she made a single, deep incision along the left lateral torso, just below the rib cage. The blade parted fabric and skin with a soft, grating sound, different from cutting the chicken. There was more resistance, a tugging density. It was sloppy, a rushed facsimile of Holt's precise, almost surgical extractions. The edges of the wound gaped unevenly, a ragged line in the dim light. The messiness was a product of haste and inferior subject matter, not inexperience. She viewed it with distaste, a blemish on the record, an error in the catalog, but the primary objective was achieved. Hayes was silenced, and the act would be attributed to Holt's ongoing spree, proving the FBI wrong about the case being closed. She wiped the blade clean on a patch of dew-damp grass at the road's edge, leaving a dark streak on the blades, then wiped it again on the microfiber cloth. She stood, her knees popping softly. She secreted the knife and the empty syringe back into their cloth wrap and into her waistband. The cool plastic pressed against her skin. She looked down at the hastily staged body, a dark shape on the pale gravel. The wound was a black mouth in the gloom. A cold clarity settled over her, a crystalline focus that sharpened the night sounds. The cicadas' scream, the distant groan of a frog, the rustle of something in the reeds. It sharpened the smells, the iron tang of blood now mixing with the swamp decay, the gasoline scent from his truck. Holt had been a talented craftsman, a brush in her hand, but he was replaceable. The vision was hers. She had conceived the project, recruited Holt for his specific skills in preservation and his malleable philosophical despair, and directed the operations from acquisition to exhibition. The philosophy was the constant. The institution believed it had contained the entire collection. But the curator was still working. The gallery was merely between shows. She picked up the canister of solvent, its weight satisfying, substantial in her hand. She walked back to her car, opened the passenger door, and placed it carefully on the floor mat, wedging it upright against the seat so it wouldn't tip. She closed the door with a soft, solid thunk. She did not look back as she slid into the driver's seat, the interior light blinking on then off. She started the engine, the sound absurdly normal, a gentle hum in the primordial dark. The headlights swept across the levee, for a moment illuminating the still form on the ground, the pale face, the dark stain on the shirt, then swung away as she turned the car. The tires crunched, finding purchase. She drove back toward the distant, fuzzy halo of city lights, leaving the heavy silence of the levee behind, a silence that now held a new, terrible installation in its permanent collection. In her side mirror, the darkness swallowed everything. Her collection. Chapter 23. The air in Jackson Medgar Wiley Evers International was a stale, recycled chill that smelled of disinfectant and fried chicken from a nearby kiosk. Katie Ford stood at the gate, her boarding pass a crisp rectangle between her fingers. The vinyl seat of the chair she'd just vacated was still warm. Through the wall of windows, the tarmac shimmered under a hard Mississippi sun, heat waves making the distant hangars waver. Her flight to D.C. was a metal bird on the asphalt, a United Express jet with ground crew in orange vests loading the last bags into its belly. It promised the quiet of her Arlington apartment, a shower without the lingering scent of swamp decay, and a silence where the name Garrett Holt would slowly fade to a case file number. She could almost feel the weight lifting, the specific tension of the delta, the oppressive humidity, the watchful silence of the landscape, beginning to recede. Her phone buzzed in her jacket pocket. She pulled it out. Oh, a text. Marnie's name appeared. Back from the dig. Found a perfect river stone for your collection. It's waiting on your desk. Don't work too hard. A faint, real smile touched her lips. She could picture it, a smooth, dark stone, heavy for its size, pulled from the Potomac bank. The simple, solid kindness of it, a token from a friend who knew her, who remembered her small rituals, pushed back the constant low hum of Eli's absence for a moment. It was an anchor, a point of calm in the still water of her routine. She typed a quick reply. Thanks. See you soon. She hit send just as the gate agent's voice crackled over the speaker, announcing pre-boarding for first class and military. Her phone vibrated again, not with a text but with a call. The screen lit up with Nina Shaw's name. Katie's thumb hovered over the answer icon. A check-in, maybe. A final procedural note about evidence transfer before she left their jurisdiction. She swiped to accept and raised the phone to her ear. "I'm at the gate," she said, turning slightly away from the gathering queue. "Don't tell me you forgot your charger in the rental." There was a beat of silence on the line, filled only with a low, static hum of a poor connection. Then Nina's voice, stripped of its usual dry composure, tight as a wire. "Don't get on the plane." The words were a physical blow to the sternum. Katie's breath hitched. Her free hand came up instinctively, pressing against the center of her chest. The fluorescent lights of the gate area seemed to brighten, bleaching the color from the patterned carpet, the upholstered chairs, the faces of the waiting passengers. The mundane sounds, the rumble of a suitcase, a child's complaint, the distant boarding announcement, receded into a muffled tunnel. "What?" "We've got another body. Mitchell just called it in." Katie's gaze fixed on the plane. A fuel truck was pulling away. "Holt is in a cell. He has been for 18 hours. "I know where he is," Nina said, the frustration bleeding through, sharp and metallic. "This isn't in a park or a private gallery. It's at the old Delta Fairgrounds. Off Parish Road 9, east of Jericho Falls. Mitchell's holding the scene. I'm 15 minutes out from the airport. I'll pick you up at arrivals curbside." Moved. The call died. Katie stood frozen, the boarding pass crumpling in her fist, the stiff paper digging into her palm. The seed of doubt, the one she'd tried to bury under the mountain of evidence against Holt, split open and put down roots deep in her gut. It wasn't surprise. It was a grim, cold recognition, like finding a familiar crack in a wall you just paid to have repaired. The masterpiece wasn't finished. The thought of Eli, of another missing person file that never got solved, another family trapped in the limbo of not knowing, flashed behind her eyes, a personal ghost haunting a professional failure. She turned her back on the gate, on the plane, on the brief warmth of Marnie's text. The motion felt deliberate, almost heavy, as if she were pushing against a current. She stepped out of the line of passengers and shouldered her way into the river of travelers flowing the wrong way, back toward the terminal's heart. A man in a business suit glanced at her, annoyed, as she cut across his path. The sound of her own footsteps on the linoleum was oddly loud. Nina's government sedan was a dark slash at the curb, engine idling, a faint plume of exhaust visible in the humid air. Katie threw her duffel bag into the back seat, where it landed atop a crumpled evidence bag and a road atlas. She slid into the passenger seat, the leather hot from the sun. The car smelled of stale coffee, gun oil, and the faint, clean scent of Nina's soap. Nina didn't speak, didn't look at her. She just checked the mirror, signaled, and pulled into the airport traffic, her jaw a hard line, the muscle ticking once beneath her ear. They left the airport sprawl behind, the rental car lots, the long-term parking garages, the chain hotels, turning onto Highway 49, then cutting east on smaller, unmarked roads. The landscape flattened into the endless cotton and soybean fields of the Delta, the earth dark and cracked between rows of green. Stands of pine broke the horizon, and the occasional crumbling shack or rusted irrigation pump slid past the windows. The sky was a vast, cloudless bowl of pale blue, indifferent. No radio played. The only sounds were the hum of the tires on asphalt and the rush of air through the vents. "Tell me," Katie said, her voice flat, breaking the tense silence after 10 miles. Nina's hands flexed on the wheel. White male. Late 20s. Found before dawn by a couple of kids looking for a place to drink. Strung up on the Ferris wheel at the old fairgrounds. Fully clothed. Mitchell's prelim says ligature strangulation, with a post-mortem incision over the heart. No removal. A copycat, Katie said, the theory forming even as she rejected it. She stared at the heat shimmer rising from the road ahead. Press got enough details. Some local freak saw the news, got inspired. No, Nina cut her off sharp. The display is wrong. It's a parody. Mitchell says he's dressed in a cheap, shiny suit, like a carnival barker. Tied to the wheel's gondola with the same type of blue nylon cord we found in Holt's studio. But the staging is cruder quicker. The paralytic was used. Mitchell said the body was rigid in a specific way, but the chemical preservation was incomplete, sloppy. The pose is less precise. This is someone doing the same work but under pressure. Or without the same reverence. Or someone continuing his work, Katie said quietly, the words hanging in the air-conditioned chill. Her mind raced, not to her own family history, but to the case summary she mentally reviewed like a slideshow. Holt's M.O. was precise, ritualistic, targeting specific individuals in the antiquities world who had wronged him, using chemical preservation and classical posing as a form of artistic revenge, a perverse restoration. This new victim, a small-time hustler with no apparent link to that rarefied world, and this garish, public display, broke the established victimology and the killer's artistic signature. It was a deviation, but one that used Holt's tools, his knowledge. An apprentice. The partner. Nina's knuckles were white on the steering wheel, the tendons standing out in her hands. The tension ran up her forearms, tightening the shoulders of her blazer. That's the thought that's keeping me from a decent night's sleep. They turned onto Parish Road 9, a cracked and patched ribbon of asphalt bisecting fallow fields where weeds grew tall and yellow. The sedan bounced in a pothole, suspension groaning. Ahead, a skeletal silhouette rose against the bleached sky. The Ferris wheel of the Delta Fairgrounds, a relic of rust and peeling paint, its spokes like the ribs of a dead animal, half consumed by a creeping wave of kudzu. Sheriff Mitchell's cruiser, its light bar dark, and 2 county forensics vans were parked haphazardly near a collapsed ticket booth, whose plywood had rotted into lace. Nina killed the engine. The sudden silence was profound, broken only by the buzz of insects and the distant cry of a crow. The air outside the car, when Katie opened her door, was thick and still, heavy with the smell of hot metal, dried mud, the sweet-rot scent of kudzu blooms, and underneath it all, the faint, coppery tang of old grease from long-shuttered concession stands. Sheriff Mitchell met them, pushing off the fender of his cruiser. His uniform shirt was darkened with sweat under the arms and across his back. His hat shaded his eyes, but the deep lines of exhaustion around his mouth were clear. He held a paper cup of coffee that looked cold and untouched. "Agents," he said, his voice gravelly from too little sleep and too many cigarettes. "Welcome back to the party. Didn't think I'd be seeing you again so soon." "What do we know, Dale?" Nina asked, shutting her car door with a solid thunk. Her eyes were already scanning past him, taking in the perimeter, the vans, the wheel. "A Stephen Hayes. A 28. Small-time hustler. Pills, a little weed, maybe moving some stolen tools. Had a record for possession and petty theft. No connection to the art scene, far as we can tell in the first hour. Lives lived with his half-sister in a trailer park off 61. Kids found him around 4 a.m. called it in from a payphone at a gas station 3 miles down the road, scared shitless. Took us a bit to calm him down enough to get coherent directions. He led them away from the cars, his boots crunching on the gravel and broken glass that littered the entrance. They moved through the corpse of the fairgrounds. Weeds pushed through the cracked concrete of the midway, splitting it into geometric islands. The husk of a bumper car ride sat decaying in a pit of stagnant water. The painted smiles on the cars faded to ghostly grimaces. A faded sign for the zipper hung by one chain, creaking in the slight breeze. And at the center, the Ferris wheel loomed, its gondolas hanging like rusted tears on a metal face. Hayes was in the lowest gondola on the wheel's south side, the one that would have rested on the platform for loading. From a distance, he could have been a discarded mannequin, a piece of abandoned junk left by the last carnies. Up close, the horror crystallized. He was propped upright, tied at the chest and waist to the metal frame with coarse, blue nylon cord. The knots were complex, a series of hitches that looked both functional and deliberate. He wore a garish, powder blue suit, too large for him, the polyester fabric gleaming dully in the sun. The sleeves covered his hands, the pants pooled over scuffed dress shoes. His head lolled to the side at an unnatural angle, his face mottled and dark from the ligature, still visible as a deep, bruised line in his neck. His eyes were half open, clouded. A dark, almost black stain spread over the left side of the suit jacket, soaking the cheap material. A single, ragged incision, post-mortem by the look of the lack of spatter and the coagulation, split the fabric over his heart. It was a violent slash, not the precise, surgical cut Holt used to remove his symbolic tokens. Katie circled the base of the wheel slowly, her eyes tracking from the body down to the ground beneath the gondola. The packed dirt showed only the scuffs of the first responders. Her mind clicked through the discrepancies like a lock tumbling. Holt's victims were posed with a terrible, aesthetic care. Naked, displayed like naturalist specimens or tragic saints, their forms celebrated and violated in the same breath. This was a grotesque cartoon. The suit. The public carnivalesque setting. The hesitation in the cut. It was messaging, but of a different, angrier kind. "He's not an artist," Katie said, more to herself than the others, her voice low. "What's that?" Mitchell asked, turning from a quiet conversation with one of his deputies. Katie looked up at the body. Holt saw his kills as part of his art. Transgressive but curated. Every element was chosen, the location, the pose, the chemical treatment. It was about permanence, creating a legacy. This is theatrical. But in a cheap way. It's loud. It's a hate letter to Holt's work. Or a bad tribute by someone who doesn't understand the source material. Nina was staring up at the body, her profile sharp against the bright sky. She hadn't moved from her spot a few yards away. The cut was the target, mimicking Holt's signature act. But they didn't take anything. Why? A lack of skill. A lack of time. Or was the act of marking it, claiming it enough? Maybe they just wanted him to look like the others, Mitchell offered, skepticism heavy in his tone. He took a sip of the cold coffee and grimaced. "We've had the details on the news for days. Some rival dealer, maybe. Wants to make it look like the serial killer got him. Solves a problem and ties up our case with a neat bow. I've seen it before. Hell, I've probably closed cases like that before, when the pieces fit just a little too easy." "You're wrong," Nina said, not unkindly, but with an absolute certainty that brooked no argument. She pointed a finger, not at the body, but at the knots securing it. See how the cord is lashed? The same series of double hitches and a slipped finishing, not we saw on the trees by the swamp where we found the moss woman. The same knot from the close-up photos of the rigging in Holt's studio. This isn't a copycat working from a news report. This is someone who knew his methods intimately, who had access to his materials or his notes. Maybe someone he taught. The implication hung in the thick, still air, more oppressive than the heat. An accomplice. The partner. The architect Holt had hinted at but never named. Someone who hadn't been in the warehouse, who was still out here working. Katie's phone buzzed in her pocket. The vibration felt alarmingly loud. She pulled it out. A text notification glowed on the screen. From an unknown number, a 662 area code. Her blood went cold, a sudden ice water rush that had nothing to do with the temperature. She tapped the screen to open it. It was a photo. A close-up, slightly blurred, as if taken quickly or through a barrier. It showed a section of a painting. She recognized Holt's style immediately. The feverish, impasto brushstrokes, the delta landscape twisted into a scream of color, the palette of mud green, bruise purple, and blood rust. But this was a new one, not in the inventory from his studio. It depicted a Ferris wheel against a greenish twilight sky, a tiny, suited figure in the lowest gondola. The painting was unfinished. The figure was sketchy, the wheel's details blurred at the edges, as if the artist had lost interest or been interrupted. The text below the image read, "He left the frame empty. I'm just filling it in." A wave of nausea, hot and sour, rose in her throat. She turned the phone and showed the screen to Nina. Nina took the phone, her expression carefully neutral as she studied the image. But Katie saw the moment the recognition hit, a slight tightening around Nina's eyes, a minute flaring of her nostrils. The color seemed to drain from her face, leaving her skin pale and waxy under the Mississippi sun. She handed the phone back, her movements precise. "Mitchell," Nina said, her voice low and urgent, cutting through the sheriff's contemplation of the knot theory. "We need Hayes's phone records, financials, known associates. Pull everything from the last 6 months. Especially any links to Garrett Holt, no matter how tangential. Did Hayes ever work as a laborer? The driver. Did he have a cousin who cleaned houses? Of anything. And we need to talk to his sister. Now. Not later today. Now." Mitchell looked from Nina's set face to Katie's, which she knew mirrored the same cold dread. "You really think this is connected?" "To Holt. He's locked up tight." "I think," Katie said, staring at the photo on her phone, then up at the real dead man posed on the wheel, the two images superimposing in her mind with terrible clarity, "that we arrested the craftsman. The one with the brushes and the chemicals. But we missed the curator. The one who chooses the canvas." The sun climbed higher, baking the derelict fairgrounds, making the rusted metal of the rides too hot to touch. The sense of closure she'd felt at the airport, watching her plane being prepared, was a distant, foolish memory, like something from another life. Home wasn't a plane ride away. It was buried here in the Delta dirt, under the shadow of a rusting wheel and the gaze of a killer who was still watching, still working, and who now had her number. The case was a door she'd thought she'd closed and locked. Now it was blown wide open, and a cold wind was blowing through, carrying the scent of kudzu and something far worse. Chapter 24. The air inside the restoration studio was a dry, mineral-scented quiet, broken only by the soft hiss of a ventilation hood and the faint, almost subliminal hum of climate control. Katie Ford pushed through the heavy glass door, the pneumatic seal giving a soft, exhausted sigh. The light was diffuse and utterly clinical, falling without shadow from banks of LEDs onto long steel tables, where objects in various states of repair lay under the precise glow of adjustable lamps. A young man in a dove-gray lab coat and a magnifying headset was bent over a fractured ceramic vessel, his hands held in perfect stillness above it, a micro-syringe poised between his fingers like a surgeon's scalpel. Mr. Armas?" Nina Shaw asked, her voice low but clear in the hushed, reverent space. The man didn't startle. He looked up with a slow, deliberate motion, pushing the headset to his forehead. He had the careful, patient eyes of someone who spent hours on minute details, the kind of gaze that could trace the path of a single hairline crack through centuries of glaze. "Yes," he said. "You're the agents, it wasn't a question." He had been waiting. Agents Shaw and Ford. Nina placed her credentials on the clean steel table, well away from his work, the leather wallet making a soft tap on the metal. "We're sorry about your cousin." Armas's gaze dropped back to the ceramic shard for a long moment, as if seeking an answer in its crackle glaze. His thumb moved, a bare millimeter, to stroke the edge of the fragment, not the broken side, but the intact, curved lip. It was a touch of familiarity, of grief. "Lewis," he said, the name a solid thing in the quiet. "He was a good driver." "The best." He set the syringe down in its designated cradle on the work tray with deliberate care, aligning it parallel to the table's edge. He didn't talk much about the work. Discretion was the job. It was the first rule. "We understand he worked as a courier," Katie said, stepping closer but keeping a respectful distance from the fragile artifacts. She could smell the sharp, clean scent of acetone and the earthier note of a conservation-grade adhesive. Specialized transport. High-value items. For the last 5 years, Armas confirmed, removing his headset entirely and placing it beside the syringe. It revealed a tired, intelligent face, lines of concentration etched at the corners of his eyes. Before that, he drove armored cash trucks for Brinks. He liked the rules. The procedure. The manifest, the seals, the two-key system. This work, it has rules too, but they are quieter. They are about trust and silence. He turned his hands over, examining them as if they were tools he was responsible for. He transported pieces for several galleries and private clients in the region. The Morton Group, Chastain Fine Arts, a few discreet individuals in the Garden District. He never asked what was in the crates. His job was the condition report upon receipt and upon delivery. Temperature, humidity, shock. Nothing was ever damaged. Not on his watch. He said it with a quiet, fierce pride that was already curdling into loss. "Did he mention any unusual runs recently?" Nina asked, leaning slightly against a table leg, making herself part of the environment rather than an intrusion. "Any clients who made him nervous? Anyone who pressed him on the rules?" Armas considered this, his eyes scanning his orderly workspace as if it were a calendar, each project a bookmark in time. His fingers found a soft cloth and began, absently, to clean a smudge of dust from the steel. 3 weeks ago," he said, the memory settling. "He came here after a run. He was agitated. Not scared, but professionally annoyed. He said a client had changed the terms at the last minute. A handoff at a neutral location instead of a proper door-to-door delivery. He didn't like deviations. He said it compromised the chain of custody." Armas looked up, his eyes meeting Katie's. For him, that was a sacred thing. The chain was everything. It was the proof that history was handled correctly. Katie leaned a hip against an empty table, feeling the cool metal through her slacks. Do you know which client? He didn't say names. Client confidentiality was another rule. But he complained about the location. He said, meeting at a fairgrounds like we're trading baseball cards, not history. It was beneath the work. That's what stuck with him. The indignity of it, Armaz's mouth tightened. He was a serious man. He took the work seriously. Nina and Katie exchanged a glance. The fairgrounds. The new crime scene. The words hung in the sterile air, a bridge between this clean room and the rusting Ferris wheel. Did he keep records? A personal log, maybe something separate from the company paperwork? Katie pressed gently. Armaz gave a slow, sad shake of his head. His memory was his log. For the companies, yes, he filed the paperwork, the digital signatures. For himself, he said some things were better kept in here. He tapped his temple with 2 fingers. He believed if you wrote it down, it could be found. In his old job, that was a security risk. The habit stuck. He paused, his gaze drifting to the locked cabinet at the rear of the studio, a tall, gray metal unit. But he turned and walked to it, his steps soft on the epoxy floor. Using a small key from a ring on his belt, he slotted it into the lock. The click was loud in the silence. He opened the door, revealing shelves of supplies, boxes of gloves, bottles of solvent, rolls of acid-free tissue. From a top shelf, behind a box of microbrushes, he retrieved a small, zippered leather folio, the color of old saddle. He handled it with the same care he gave the ceramic, cradling it in both hands as he brought it back. This was in his locker at the depot. His personal effects. They released them to me. He held it out to Katie, not to Nina. A transfer of trust, or perhaps a burden. Katie took it. The leather was worn smooth at the corners, but was of fine, supple quality, the kind meant to last decades. It had weight. She unzipped it slowly. Inside were the mundane artifacts of a professional life. A commercial driver's license in a clear plastic sleeve, looking newer than the folio, certifications for hazardous materials and secure transport, a laminated card with emergency contact numbers, Armaz's name and the studio's address. Tucked behind this sleeve, not filed with it, was a single slip of heavy, cream-colored paper. It was not a formal document. It was a handwritten note, folded once. She lifted it out, careful to touch only the edges. Nina moved to stand at her shoulder, her presence a solid warmth. Katie unfolded the paper. The handwriting was an elegant, practiced cursive, the ink a deep blue-black, likely from a fountain pen. The lines were straight and confident, the flourishes on the capitals deliberate. Zbel. Final confirmation. The Bellini fragment requires your specific care. The principal is adamant on the location for the exchange, the old Jericho Falls Fairgrounds, the music pavilion. Midnight. He will inspect there. Payment upon his satisfaction. Do not be late. G. Katie read it twice, feeling the cold click of comprehension in her chest. The paper felt expensive, a slight texture under her thumb. The principal, Nina said, her voice close to Katie's ear. Meaning the buyer. Or the seller. The one with the money and the demand. And G, Katie said, looking up at Armaz. Did Louis ever mention anyone with that initial? A gallery contact, a middleman, a fixer. Armas frowned, his eyes losing focus as he looked inward. He walked back to his worktable, his hand automatically reaching for the ceramic shard, his thumb finding its curve again. The tactile memory seemed to guide his thoughts. There was a man, Lewis called him the ghost, not because he was unseen, but because he was always between things. Between the dig and the museum. Between the collector and the auction house. He smoothed the way. Made the impossible logistics possible. Armas's frown deepened. I believe his name was Garrett. Garrett something. Lewis said he was unusual. Cultured, but in a way that felt old. He said the man spoke about objects as if they were sleeping, and his job was to wake them up for the right people. To find them the proper home. Katie felt the pieces click, cold and hard and final. Garrett. Not a patron or a copycat. The middleman himself. Hold. The ghost. A man who woke things up. Did Lewis say what this ghost was arranging lately? Specifically, in the weeks before he died. No. Only that the last few jobs felt different. He said, the ghost is dreaming bigger lately. More theatrical. Armas took a slow, controlled breath, but a fine tremor had appeared in the hand resting on the table. His composure was beginning to fracture at the edges, the professional veneer cracking to show the raw grief beneath. He was a courier. He believed he was moving history, safely, from one responsible party to another. He thought he was part of a preservation chain. His voice dropped to a whisper. He didn't know he was delivering to the show. To the stage. Nina's voice was gentle but firm, a lifeline back to the procedure. And Mr. Armas, this note and the folio. We need to take them as evidence. They're crucial. Of course, Armas nodded, a short, sharp movement. He didn't look at the folio again. His hands returned fully to the ceramic shard on the table, his fingers tracing its lines, a need to anchor himself in a break that could be restored, glued, made whole again. You think this ghost killed him? The question was flat, drained of hope. Katie carefully, using the edges of the paper, slid the note into a clear evidence sleeve she pulled from her jacket pocket. She sealed it, the sound of the adhesive strip loud. We think your cousin was meeting someone connected to a man we have in custody, she said, choosing her words with care. A man who stages scenes. Who creates installations. The fairgrounds wasn't a deviation for him. It was the stage. The chosen venue. She looked at Armas, holding his gaze, making him hear it. Your cousin wasn't just a courier that night. He was meant to be a witness. You're a prop. The color drained from Armas's face, not all at once, but in a slow, waxy retreat, leaving his skin pale and tight across his cheekbones. His lips parted slightly, a silent intake of breath that didn't seem to reach his lungs. He understood the language of composition, of placement, of curation. The horror of it translated perfectly, viciously, into the grammar of his own world. His eyes dropped to the shard in his hands, then to the reconstructed vessels on shelves around the room, objects made whole, given back their purpose. The idea of a human being used as a prop, as an element in a sinister design, was a profanity in this temple of repair. A prop, he echoed, the word vile and heavy in the clean, scholarly air. His hand closed gently around the ceramic, a protective, futile gesture. The interview was over. The silence that followed was thick, filled with the things they couldn't fix. Nina gave a slight nod to Katie, and they moved toward the door. As they reached it, Armas spoke again, his voice rough. He called me the night before. He said, Miguel, this one feels like a finale. I told him he was being dramatic. That it was just another job. He didn't look up from his work table. I told him to stop worrying and get some sleep. Katie paused, her hand on the cool metal of the door push bar. There was nothing to say to that. She pushed and the door sighed open. Outside, the late afternoon sun was a dull bronze coin behind a veil of river haze, the light thick and languid. They walked in silence to their unmarked sedan, parked in the alley behind the row of discreet art service businesses. The alley was a world apart from the restored facades of the French Quarter, a few blocks over. Here, the backs of buildings were plain cinderblock or sealed loading docks painted a uniform gray. Dumpsters were labeled not for trash but for specific waste. Acid-free packing materials only, broken glass ceramic. The quiet was the quiet of money and secrecy, a hushed, efficient desolation that smelled of diesel exhaust and faintly of the river. It was a different flavor of emptiness than the boarded-up storefronts of Jericho Falls, but desolation all the same. Katie slid into the passenger seat, the weight of the leather folio solid on her lap. She placed the evidence-sleeved note on top of it. The elegant cursive seemed to pulse through the plastic. He wasn't lured with a promise of a big score or black market glory, she said, her voice tight. He was conducting business. A final confirmation for a valued client. A change in terms he didn't like, but a job he felt obligated to complete. Holt was the intermediary. The ghost. Nina started the engine, a low growl in the quiet alley. The air conditioner blasted out stale, cool air that smelled of old coffee and cleaner. Holt was the G, Nina agreed, putting the car in drive and easing forward, her eyes scanning the narrow passage. The ghost, he wasn't just creating his own art in a vacuum. He was brokering pieces, facilitating the whole dirty trade, placing himself at the absolute center of the network. The connector. Luis Armas was a logistical loose end. A professional who could describe him, the meeting, the principal, a man with a flawless memory for detail. She turned onto the quiet, brick-paved street, the galleries now appearing, their windows dark and reflective. This wasn't a copycat. This was Holt tying off a thread. A necessary bit of housekeeping to protect his operation. Or directing from his cell, Katie finished, the implication settling in her stomach like a lump of cold lead. She stared at the note. The principal, the buyer at the fairgrounds. That's who we need. Holt sets the meeting, gets his reliable courier there, and the principal, what? Gets a private viewing. Gets to participate in the acquisition. Her finger tapped the plastic over the last line. Payment upon his satisfaction. Satisfaction with what? The fragment. Or the performance. Nina's knuckles were white on the steering wheel, the tendons standing out. Garrett Holt is in a cage. But the network is. He had a client list, a roster of buyers for his own work and for the illicit pieces he brokered. We assumed they were just collectors. Consumers, she glanced at Katie, her expression grim. Someone on that list doesn't just want to own the art. They want the experience. The curation of the crime itself. The thrill of being the principal in the field. The principal at the fairgrounds, Katie said, the profile taking shape, dark and hungry. A patron becoming a participant. Moving from the audience onto the stage. It's a thread, Nina conceded, her voice low. But it's a live wire, Katie. And it's your task. Cross-reference every name from Holt's client list, his brokerage contacts, his known associates, with anyone who had the means, the access, and the psychological obsession to move from collector to collaborator. Look for the bridge. The person who wouldn't just buy a painting, but would want to be there when it was unveiled. "And you?" Katie asked, finally looking away from the note to Nina's profile. "I'm going back to the county lockup in Jericho Falls. I want another conversation with Mr. Holt." Nina's expression was carved from stone, her eyes fixed on the road ahead. He wanted an audience for his work. He craved appreciation. "I need to know if he sold tickets. And if he did, who has the front row seat?" The sedan moved through the gathering dusk, past the sleek, silent galleries with their hidden alarms, past the fortified warehouses with their blank, windowless faces. Katie stared at the note in its plastic tomb, the elegant script holding the last, professional instructions for a man who believed he was safeguarding history, not walking into its dark, hungry theater. The killer they had in custody was a meticulous artist and a cunning broker. This new death was not a work of passion, but a piece of business, coldly executed to protect the larger, ongoing enterprise. It was, in its own horrific way, a professional courtesy between a broker and his client, the removal of a potential problem. Someone else was still holding the ledger. And they were turning the page. Chapter 25. The interrogation room in the Jericho Falls County lockup smelled of industrial cleaner and something else, something organic and sharp that Nina Shaw couldn't quite place. It wasn't the suspect. It was the walls themselves, the porous concrete holding decades of sweat, fear, and cheap soap. The air was cold, a mechanical chill from an overworked AC unit that rattled in the ceiling vent, but the light was a sickly, buzzing yellow from twin fluorescent tubes. One of them flickered at a slow, arrhythmic pulse, making the shadows in the corners of the small, windowless room seem to breathe. Garrett Holt wasn't sitting at the metal table bolted to the floor. He was standing beside the far wall, his back to her, one hand moving in slow, deliberate arcs. His orange county-issue jumpsuit was too large, the fabric pooling at his wrists and ankles. A uniformed deputy, a young man named Peters who thought he was being kind to a misunderstood artist, had given him a contraband charcoal pencil. It had been smuggled in by a guard who'd been fired an hour ago, after Mitchell found a $20 bill in his locker, and a sketch of a rose on a napkin in Holt's cell. The transaction, Nina had learned, was brief. Peters sliding the pencil through the meal slot with a muttered, "For your statement," and Holt's long, pale fingers closing around it without a word of thanks. Holt had used the pencil and something else, a rusty brown that could have been his own blood scabbed and mixed with water, or ink from a pen cartridge he'd dismantled, to transform the pale, pockmarked concrete into a sprawling, intricate diagram. It was a catalog, a registry. Delicate lines sketched shelves that stretched into impossible perspective, each holding a meticulously rendered object. A Grecian urn with a hairline crack, a tribal mask with empty eye sockets, a fossilized leaf, a human heart preserved in glass. In the center, a figure with careful, elongated hands gently placed a final item, a single, staring eye with lashes like rays of sun, onto an empty plinth. The whole composition was framed by ornate, Baroque scrollwork that resembled an old museum's accession ledger, complete with phantom catalog numbers and Latin phrases. "They told me you stopped talking," Nina said, leaning her shoulder against the cold metal doorframe. She didn't enter. The space felt charged, like the air before a delta storm, thick and waiting for a strike. Holt's hand paused, the nub of charcoal hovering an inch from the wall. He didn't turn. His head was tilted, studying a line as if judging its purity. "The speech is transient. Cataloging is a higher form of communication. I am compiling the permanent record. The noise of questions is irrelevant to the fact of the archive. His voice was softer than she'd remembered from his arrest in the warehouse chaos, drained of its earlier feverish pitch. It was the calm, measured tone of an archivist in a silent hall, a man who believed he was doing holy work. The lack of affect was more unsettling than any rage. Nina let her eyes travel over the mural. The detail was obsessive. She could see the cross hatching on the urn, the grain of the wood on the mask. "We found another one," she said, keeping her own voice flat, a neutral report. "Last night, a man named Louis Armas left in the Jericho Falls Fairgrounds Pavilion. His throat was cut. The work was rushed. Sloppy. Not like yours." Now Holt turned. The movement was slow, a pivot on the balls of his feet. The chains on his ankles clinked softly. His eyes, sunken in the harsh fluorescent light, didn't go to her first. They went to the wall, to the shelves of his curated objects. He scanned them, his gaze lingering on each rendered artifact as if taking inventory. Then his pale blue eyes shifted to Nina. A faint, critical frown touched his thin lips, the expression of a scholar finding an error in a trusted text. "An accession without provenance," he said quietly, each word precise. "A donation with no donor form, no history, no context. It's clutter. It's contamination of the collection. Not preservation." The response was all wrong. There was no confusion, no feigned ignorance, no bluster of innocence. There was only the cold, professional disdain of a curator discovering a cheap forgery had been slipped into the vault. "So it's not yours," Nina stated, making it a fact, not a question. He let out a sigh, a whisper of air that smelled of stale bread and prison toothpaste. "I am a preservationist, Agent Shaw. I identify what is culturally significant, and I save it from decay, from the dust of neglect. I stabilize the context. What is preserved in a slashed throat? What context is stabilized in a pool of blood on a concrete floor?" He shook his head, a small, dismissive motion, and turned back to his mural. His fingers reached out to trace a sketched shelf, a lover's caress. "It's vandalism. It's the defacement of a carefully arranged exhibit. It introduces chaos into a system of order." "Maybe you weren't working alone," Nina pressed, taking a single step into the room. The temperature seemed to drop another degree. "Maybe there was someone else. An architect. The director. Someone who provided the vision, and you provided the hand." Holt's shoulders stiffened almost imperceptibly beneath the loose orange fabric. He let out a dry, papery laugh that held no humor. He touched the wall again, his fingertip black with charcoal. "You think I would cede the vision to another? Curation is a solitary sacrament. The vision must be singular, the hand steady, the eye uncompromising. This," he gestured vaguely with the charcoal nub, as if to the world beyond the jail's thick walls. "This new thing you describe is an object thrown into the gallery by a tourist. It doesn't belong in my catalog. It wouldn't pass the most basic review." Nina watched him. The arrogance was absolute, a towering edifice of self-belief, but it wasn't a cover. His micro-expressions, the slight flaring of his nostrils at the word director, the way his eyes returned to his own artwork as a source of truth, told her he genuinely didn't know. The cold stone of frustration that settled in her gut was familiar, its edges worn smooth by time. It was the same heavy, sick weight, she'd carried for 7 years after the gavel fell on Michael Ridley. The memory didn't come as a thought, but as a sensory flashback, vivid and punishing. She was in a different interrogation room, in Baltimore, the air thick with the smell of burnt coffee and desperation. Michael Ridley, a quiet schoolteacher with ink-stained fingers, sat across from her, his eyes wide and pleading behind wire-rimmed glasses. "I didn't do this," he kept saying, his voice cracking. "The pattern, you're seeing a pattern that isn't there." She had laid out the evidence photos of the 3 strangled women, the geographic cluster, the timeline. She had built a narrative of a repressed man exploding in violence. The fibers matched, the timeline fit. His alibi was weak. She saw the design so clearly, the escalating rage, the cooling-off periods. She had presented the pattern to the prosecutors, to the jury. She had called it truth. The system had agreed with her. And for 7 years, Ridley sat in a cell, another item catalogued and filed away in the state's collection of the condemned, until a DNA hit on a parolee in Nevada proved the fibers were cross-contamination from the evidence locker. The pattern had been a phantom, a shape she'd imposed. She had stood in the warden's office the day he was released, watching Ridley shuffle out, a man permanently bent by the weight of her certainty. He didn't look at her. He just looked at the ground, as if searching for a pattern in the linoleum he could trust. The terror that licked up her spine now was the old fear, resurrected and sharpened. The fear of doing it again. Of seeing a design, Holt's design, so clearly it blinded her to the stray mark that didn't fit. Holt's serene certainty was a mirror, and the reflection was her own past failure staring back, gaunt and accusatory. The old fear mutated, took on a new, sharper shape in the cold room. What if they had the craftsman, but not the architect? What if they were convicting the instrument, and missing the hand that guided it? It was the same catastrophic error, dressed in new, macabre clothes. But a deeper, more personal dread coiled beneath it, a snake in her belly. The antiquities underworld they were pulling at, the thorns, the looted artifacts, the blind auctions, the whispered provenance. It was the same shadowy network Marcus Fell had moved in like a shark in dark water. Pulling this thread could unravel everything. It could expose the rot she'd helped cover up after the Evers disaster, the back-channel deals and buried reports she'd authorized in the name of containing a scandal that would have shattered the Bureau's credibility. Fell was gone, but his contacts, his protectors, the men in quiet rooms who traded favors and secrets, they were still out there. They would be watching a case like this, watching her. The thought was a cold hand around her throat. She felt her breath shorten, her larynx tighten. She forced a slow inhale through her nose, the smell of cleaner and concrete filling her lungs. "Who would want to add to your collection, Garrett?" she asked, her voice tighter, thinner than she intended. It betrayed the pressure. "Who understood your work enough to mimic it? Or to direct it?" For the first time, a flicker of something raw crossed his face. Not fear, but a profound, visceral irritation, as if she'd scratched a chalkboard. Mimicry is for parrots. Direction implies a vision preceding the act. My work is the vision. It emerges from the material, from the historical moment. It is not a performance for a director. He spat the word like a piece of rotten fruit. It exists to be studied, to be understood in its proper context, not orchestrated for an audience. He turned his back on her completely, a blunt dismissal. He raised the nub of charcoal, extending a shelf line with a surgeon's precision. The conversation was over. He had retreated into the sanctuary of his catalog. Nina pushed off the doorframe, the metal cool through her jacket sleeve. She turned and left, the heavy door swinging shut behind her with a solid thunk, followed by the electronic buzz of the lock engaging. The sound was final, like a verdict being recorded. In the hallway, the world rushed back in. The smell of stale coffee and body odor from the bullpen, the scuff marks on the buffed linoleum floor, the distant, tinny chatter of dispatch radios. Sheriff Dale Mitchell was waiting, his broad back against the opposite wall, his arms crossed over his chest. His face was etched with the long fatigue of a man running a department on a shoestring. "Anything?" he asked, his voice a low rumble. "He doesn't know," Nina said, starting a brisk walk toward the bullpen. The words tasted bitter, like an old plea she'd sworn she'd never make again. "Or he's a better actor than his exhibits suggest." His reaction to the Arma's murder was professional contempt. "Either way, we're chasing a ghost." She paused mid-stride, her shoes squeaking on the floor. A new thought crystallized, cold and hard. Holt's philosophy, his entire meticulous framework of preservation and curation, had appeared fully formed in his interviews, in his artwork. But his known background was in fine arts, in restoration workshops. The chemical sophistication of the formaldehyde-based preservatives, the surgical precision of the posing, it exceeded his documented training. And that rigid, aesthetic worldview, the language of sacraments and archives, it felt borrowed, implanted, like a graft on a different tree. Someone had given him the language, the mission, the righteous purpose. They had the instrument, finely crafted, but who had tuned it. "How's Ford doing?" she asked, resuming her walk. Mitchell fell into step beside her, his boots heavy on the floor. "Overwhelmed. My deputy is posted outside the studio door, but she's alone in there with it." He searched for the word, his jaw working. "It's a lot. More than a lot." Katie Ford stood in the center of Garrett Holt's studio, and the world had shrunk to a cacophony of paper and paint and profound, unsettling silence. The condemned warehouse space on the rusting edge of Jericho Falls was less a room and more a physical manifestation of a mind, unraveling in slow, deliberate motion. Canvases, some towering over 6 feet, were stacked 3 deep against every corrugated metal wall, their surfaces a riot of tormented figures and delta grotesquerie. Sharecroppers with faces like eroded clay, floodwaters full of staring fish, trees twisted into agonized shapes. Sketches on cheap newsprint were pinned in overlapping, sedimentary layers, yellowing and curling at the edges like dead leaves. The floor was a treacherous sea of art books splayed open to plates of Renaissance nudes and pre-Columbian artifacts, empty pigment tubes curled like dead insects, and fast food wrappers fossilized in grease. A single bare bulb hung from a frayed cord in the ceiling, casting long, dancing shadows that made the painted figures seem to shift and sway. The air was thick with the astringent bite of turpentine, the damp wool smell of mildew rising from the concrete, and a sweet, cloying undertone of rotting fruit from a forgotten grocery bag in the corner. Katie could feel the grit of dried paint and plastered dust under her fingertips every time she touched something. Her task was monumentally, laughably impossible. To find a connection, a name, a scribbled phone number, a clue to a mastermind in this curated chaos. She felt like an archaeologist trying to decipher a civilization from its midden heap. She picked up a sketchbook at random, its cover stained with coffee rings. The pages were filled not with figure studies, but with obsessive, technical drawings of artifacts. A broken pottery shard with precise measurements noted, a tarnished silver spoon with its hallmarks magnified, a desiccated beetle pinned from multiple angles. In the margins, in a tight, frantic script that pressed hard into the paper, were notes: "Preservation is the only true morality. All else is entropy. They see junk, they see clutter. They are blind to the history in their hands." Lauren understood the texture of loss. She held it in her palms. Lauren Simmons. Victim number 2. His secret lover, the authenticator who had believed in him. Her face appeared in a dozen paintings around the room, sometimes as a classical portrait subject bathed in soft light, sometimes as a faded daguerreotype ghost held in a specimen case labeled fragile. Katie moved carefully through the debris to a large canvas leaning against an old, cold radiator. It depicted a woman behind a glass museum case, her back to the viewer, arranging small, typed labels for objects that were visibly decaying: a bird with molting feathers, a flower turning to dust. The gallery nameplate was clearly legible: Henley Fine Arts. Mavis Henley. Victim number 3. The gallery owner who had canceled his show. He had painted his obsessions, his grievances, his targets, long before he'd killed them, memorializing them in his private pantheon. The studio wasn't just a workplace, it was a catalog of his intentions. But where was the entry for Louis Armas? Where was the angry, sloppy addition, the rushed sketch, or the painting thick with impulsive brushstrokes? There was only order, a terrible, meticulous order. She heard a heavy sigh from the doorway. Sheriff Mitchell had returned, leaning against the jamb, his hat in his hands. He looked every bit as defeated as she felt. "My one free deputy just got called to a tractor trailer, jackknifed on the 61. 3 cars involved. I'm your guard now, Agent Ford. County budget doesn't run to overtime for art appreciation." He said it without malice, a simple statement of a broken system. Katie nodded, wiping a thick layer of dust from her hands onto the thighs of her jeans. It left gray streaks on the denim. "We need to digitize all of this. Photograph every piece, scan every note, index every book he's dog-eared. We need a team of analysts to cross-reference names, places, symbols. And I need a new roof on the substation and a second patrol car that doesn't overheat when the AC is on," Mitchell said, not unkindly. He looked around the overwhelming space, his eyes weary. "You've got me, and you've got the 2 deputies I can rotate in for 4-hour shifts. The FBI's resources are elsewhere," he let the word hang. Elsewhere. The unspoken hierarchy of violence, where a series of art-world murders in the impoverished Mississippi Delta ranked below gang shootings in Chicago or terrorism threats on the coasts. The silence that followed was thick, with the dust motes dancing in the bulb's harsh light. The static crackle of the sheriff's shoulder radio split the silence, loud and jarring. A dispatcher's voice, tinny and distant, said, "Base to Sheriff Mitchell." There was a pause, then another voice, deeper and unmistakable, came through the interference. "For Sheriff Mitchell or Agent Shaw. We have a patch-through from FBI Washington, Director Vance's office. Do you copy?" Mitchell's eyes met Katie's, a flicker of apprehension in them. He unhooked the radio from his epaulette, the plastic crackling in his grip. He keyed the mic. "Mitchell here. Go ahead, Director." The voice that filled the cluttered, dusty studio was Vance's, but stripped of its usual oak-paneled office acoustics, rendered flat and public by the compression of radio waves. "Sheriff, is Agent Shaw with you?" Nina's voice came from behind Mitchell in the warehouse's vast main space, slightly breathless as if she'd been hurrying. She must have just arrived from the jail. She stepped into the pool of light from the studio door. "Shaw here, Director." "Status update," Vance's voice commanded. "And I need a candid one. The Holt arrest is getting traction on the news wires. Is it solid? Is he our man for all of it?" Nina took the radio from Mitchell. Her knuckles were white around the black plastic casing. She lifted it to her mouth. The arrest for the first 3 homicides is solid as granite, sir. Physical trophies in his possession, clear motive rooted in professional rejection, confirmed opportunity, the whole 9. But we have a confirmed 4th homicide last night. Luis Armas. It's a pattern break in methodology and victimology. Holt has no knowledge of it and displays genuine disdain for it. We are operating on the assumption of a separate unsub, possibly connected, possibly exploiting the situation. We are currently processing a massive volume of the suspect's personal effects for leads. She delivered it cleanly, the perfect bureaucratic summary. There was a long pause filled with empty, hissing static. Katie could picture Vance in his DC office, the flags behind his desk, his fingers steepled as he weighed political capital against investigative reality. The pressure from Mississippi senators wanting a closed case against the messy truth of an ongoing threat. Understood, Vance's voice finally returned, clipped. Double time the analysis. I'm authorizing a 2-agent review team from the Baton Rouge field office to assist with evidence logging and photography. They'll be there by 1800 hours. Thank you, sir, Nina said, her voice tight with controlled relief. One more thing, Shaw. The director's tone shifted, a fraction cooler, a note of warning entering the flat transmission. Keep me personally apprised of any external contacts regarding this case. Any inquiries from other agencies, any interest from journalists or from historical parties. Is that clear? Katie saw Nina's spine stiffen, her shoulders squaring as if bracing for a blow. Historical parties, sir? Nina asked, her eyes fixed on a point on the dusty floor. You know exactly what I mean. People with long memories and old files. Vance out. The radio went dead with a final squelch. The silence in the studio was heavier, more profound than before. The deputy by the main warehouse door shuffled his feet, looking confused. Mitchell's brow was furrowed deeply, his gaze shifting from the radio to Nina's carefully composed face. Katie's mind raced, the phrase echoing. Historical parties. It wasn't bureaucratic jargon. It was a code, a warning flare. Nina handed the radio back to the sheriff, her face a careful, neutral mask, but a tiny muscle twitched near her jawline. The cavalry's coming from Baton Rouge, she said, her voice devoid of all inflection, a recording. She turned to Katie, her professional mask snapping fully into place. What have you found? Nothing on Armas yet, Katie said, watching her partner's eyes for any crack. It's all about the first 3. Their faces, their professions, their perceived betrayals. It's a catalog of them. A shrine. Nina nodded, her eyes scanning the overwhelming room without really seeing it. They were distant, focused on some internal horizon. Keep looking. The answer to the new one is here. It has to be. The statement felt less like conviction and more like a prayer. She turned abruptly and walked out into the warehouse's vast, echoing main space, a cavernous area filled with rusting machinery skeletons. She pulled her cell phone from her pocket as she went. Katie gave it a 30-second count, listening to Nina's footsteps fade. Then she followed, picking her way through the studio debris and out into the cooler, darker expanse of the main warehouse floor. She found Nina standing by a grime-caked window, a sliver of late afternoon sun cutting through the dirt and painting a dull gold bar on the concrete floor. The phone was to her ear, but Nina wasn't speaking. She was just listening, her head bowed slightly. After a long moment, she lowered it, staring at the dark screen as if it held a verdict. What did Vance mean? Katie asked, her voice low, almost lost in the vast space. Historical parties. Nina didn't jump. She'd known Katie was there. She continued to look out the window, her profile tense, the line of her neck rigid. The antiquities trade we're digging into, it's not just backroom thieves and wealthy collectors. It's a network. A protected one. It has tendrils into museums, universities, government agencies. It has connections too, she hesitated, and the name was a ghost between them, palpable in the dusty air. To Marcus Fell's old world. The people who moved information and artifacts in the shadows, who turned provenance into a fiction for the highest bidder. Cases that touch that world, that threaten to expose its plumbing, draw attention from people who keep score. People who track institutional failures, who collect vulnerabilities for leverage. What kind of people? Katie pressed, taking a step closer. Get the director of the FBI to issue a warning over an open radio channel. That wasn't just for you. That was for the sheriff's frequency. That was a performance. Nina finally looked at her. The trepidation Katie had glimpsed in the bullpen, in the hallway outside Holt's cell, was back, fully formed and unconcealed. It was the look of someone walking a cliff edge in the dark, knowing the ground had given way beneath her before. The kind with long memories, old money, and friends in places that don't have official letterhead. The kind with a vested interest in certain stories staying buried. Her voice dropped, almost to a whisper, forcing Katie to lean in. If we pull this thread, Katie, if we follow where Holt, Chemicals and Thorne's money and Armaz's delivery route really lied, it doesn't just lead to a killer. It leads straight back to the Evers disaster. To the deals that were cut, the evidence that was misplaced, the decisions I made to contain a scandal that would have shattered the Bureau. Fell's network, his protectors, they would love nothing more than to see that unravel. To see the official narrative crack. To see me unravel with it. She pocketed her phone, the movement abrupt, decisive. Forget it. It's noise. Background radiation. We have a killer to find, one who's probably looking at Holt's picture on the news right now and feeling excluded from the exhibit. That's a dangerous feeling. She turned and walked back toward the lit doorway of the studio, her stride assuming its usual confident rhythm, all business, the moment of vulnerability sealed shut. But Katie stood by the grimy window, the humid afternoon light painting her face in stripes of gold and gray. The case had just fractured, splitting along a fault line she hadn't known was there. They weren't just hunting a killer anymore. They were waiting for a shadow from Nina's past to fall across the investigation, a shadow with connections and agendas of its own. And Nina Shaw, for the first time since Katie had known her, looked like she was afraid, not of the dark they were chasing, but of the blinding, revealing light it would take to see it clearly. Chapter 26. The air in the Jericho Falls County Sheriff's Department was a stale soup of burnt coffee, sweat, and old paper. Katie stood by the window in Sheriff Mitchell's cramped office, watching a thunderhead bruise the sky over the delta. The case files on the desk behind her felt less like a puzzle and more like an accusation. The office was a small, square room that smelled of pine-scented disinfectant and the sheriff's aftershave. A dusty air conditioner rattled in the window frame, fighting a losing battle against the humidity. On the wall, a framed photo showed a younger Mitchell with a group of deputies in front of a now-demolished courthouse. A ceramic mug from his daughter, painted with lopsided hearts, held a collection of chewed pencils. Katie's own reflection was a pale ghost in the darkening window glass, superimposed over the gathering storm. Mitchell had been called away to a fender bender on the highway, his chair left pushed back from the desk. A deputy, a young man with a nervous Adam's apple and a too-tight collar, appeared in the doorway. Video call for you, Agent Ford, he said, his voice respectful but edged with curiosity. He carried a heavy, government-issue laptop, its black casing scuffed at the corners. Director Vance. He says now. He set it carefully on the cleared corner of Mitchell's desk, plugging the power cord into a surge protector already crowded with other plugs. Thank you, Katie said, her voice neutral. The deputy lingered for a second, as if hoping for some hint of the drama unfolding, then nodded and retreated, pulling the door mostly closed behind him. The click of the latch was loud in the quiet room. Katie sat in Mitchell's worn leather chair, the seat still warm from his body. She opened the laptop, the screen glowing to life. She logged in through the secure portal, her fingers moving automatically. The connection stabilized, and the screen resolved into the familiar, severe lines of Director Vance's office in D.C. The view was from his secondary camera, angled to show the bookshelves and the window. The Washington Monument was a pale needle in the gray distance behind him. He was not at his desk. He stood by the window, his back to the camera, a silhouette against the overcast sky. He stood perfectly still for a long 5 count before turning. His face was not angry. It was cold, carved from bureaucratic marble, every line of his suit sharp and deliberate. Ford, his voice came through the laptop's small speakers, tinny but clear. Sir, she kept her posture straight, her hands folded on the desk in front of the keyboard. I've just finished a very unpleasant call with the governor's office in Jackson, Vance began, dispensing with any greeting. He didn't sit. He remained standing, a figure of judgment. The Clarion Ledger is running a front-page story tomorrow about the FBI's Delta debacle. They have details about the arrest of Julian Thorne, his subsequent release, and the 4th victim. They're calling it a witch hunt that distracted from the real killer. They have a quote from Thorne's lead attorney about prosecutorial overreach and federal agents playing dress-up as detectives. Katie felt a flush of heat climb her neck. Sir, the lead on Thorne was solid based on the financial links and the connection to the Antiquities Network. His alibi was a surprise, but the process of eliminating him was necessary. It tightened the field. I am not interested in a defense, Agent Ford. His voice was flat, a guillotine blade falling. It wasn't raised, its lack of inflection was more terrifying than a shout. I am informing you of a political reality. This investigation is generating heat that threatens to scorch every agency involved. The local press is one thing. The Times and the Post have stringers calling the Public Affairs Office. The national wires are picking it up. It's a narrative of federal incompetence in the Deep South, and it's gaining traction. It plays into a very old, very tired story about carpetbaggers with badges. Katie's fingers tightened on the edge of the desk. The wood was smooth, worn shiny by the pressure of other hands during other, smaller crises. She could see a faint ring from a coffee cup that had sat there for years. She forced her breath to stay even, in through the nose, out through the mouth. I understand the perception issue, sir. But the evidence trail... The evidence trail, Vance interrupted, his eyes fixed on a point just above the camera, as if reading from a prompter only he could see, has led to a dead man in a shipping crate, a widow in a swamp, a courier in a pavilion, and a wealthy man walking out of this sheriff's department with a smirk and a lawsuit. The trail is a circle, Agent Ford. And we are the ones looking foolish for following it. He finally moved, taking 2 precise steps closer to his desk, though he still did not sit. He leaned forward, his face filling the screen. The lines around his mouth were deep grooves. Your mandate is now this, he continued, each word a stone dropped into still water. You have 72 hours. 3 days from this moment. Produce a named, viable suspect with corroborating evidence that will hold up under immediate media and judicial scrutiny, or you and Agent Shaw are to disengage entirely. You will return to Quantico. A fresh team, a low-profile, experienced team from Violent Criminal Apprehension, will be reassigned to assess the situation after the media cycle has moved on. They will start from zero, without the baggage of your previous engagements here. 72 hours. The number didn't just hang in the humid office air. It slammed into her sternum, driving the breath from her lungs. It was a death sentence for the investigation, a timer on the next victim's life. She could feel her pulse in her temples, a quick light tapping. Sir, pulling us out now could cost lives. The killer's pattern is accelerating. The shift from elaborate preservation to a simple throat cutting shows an adaptation, a new phase. If we leave, there will be another victim, and the VICAP team will be starting from miles behind. Then I suggest you use the time effectively, Vance said, his tone leaving no room for appeal, no crack for argument to wedge into. The priority is containment of the situation and of the damage to this bureau's credibility. Do you understand the order, Agent Ford? Not the spirit, not the intent. The explicit order. As she understood. The victims, Lauren Simmons, Eleanor Moss, Louis Armas, the unknown woman in the crate, had become liabilities in a political calculation. Their deaths were now data points in a cost-benefit analysis of bad press. The vice around her ribs wasn't metaphorical. She could feel the muscles between her shoulder blades knotting, a physical constriction that made her want to arch her back. She kept her face still, a mask of professional acceptance. Understood, sir. Good. Keep Shaw apprised. I expect a progress update in 24 hours. Vance out. The screen went black, reflecting her own face back at her, pale, sharp-featured, a stranger wearing the weight of the deadline in the purple shadows under her eyes. The reflection showed the slight tremble in her lower lip before she pressed them together hard. 3 days. To find a ghost who had already outmaneuvered them, who had used Holt as a brush and then discarded him. The pressure was a physical vice. She stood up too quickly, the chair rolling back and hitting the wall with a thud. She needed air that wasn't recycled through the station's struggling vents, air that didn't taste of desperation and failure. She grabbed her jacket from the back of the chair, the material feeling cheap and insubstantial in her hand, and walked out. She passed the bullpen, where Nina was deep in conversation with Dr. LeBlanc, their heads bent over a tablet showing a microscopic cross-section of something Katie didn't want to identify. Nina glanced up, caught Katie's eye, and read everything in her face in a half-second. Her own expression tightened, a silent question. Katie gave a minute, grim shake of her head, later, and kept walking. She felt the curious glances of the deputies like physical touches, the young one who'd brought the laptop, an older woman at the dispatch console, a pair of them leaning over a map. She was the federal agent who had brought the storm, and now they were all waiting to see if she would sink or swim. She pushed through the heavy glass front door and into the thick, late afternoon heat. The air outside was no fresher, just heavier, saturated with the smell of hot asphalt and distant rain. She got into her rental car, a bland sedan that smelled of citrus cleaner and old cigarettes. She started the engine but didn't have a destination. She just drove, turning away from the town square, away from the station, letting the flat delta landscape blur past her windows. Endless fields, some fallow and choked with weeds, others a vibrant, almost painful green. Tin-roofed shacks sat back from the road, surrounded by skeletal cars on blocks. A lone hawk circled on a thermal. The sky to the west was the color of a fresh bruise, purpling and green at the edges. She ended up at the edge of town, where the paved road gave way to gravel, and parked near the sagging chain-link fence surrounding the old Delta Fairgrounds. The fence was 8 feet tall, topped with rusty barbed wire, but decades of neglect had pulled it away from its posts in places. The place was a ghost of itself, the grandstand sagging like a tired mouth, the Ferris wheel a rusted skeleton against the purple sky, its gondolas hanging at drunken angles. Kudzu had performed a silent, green avalanche, swallowing ticket booths and game stalls whole, leaving only vague, lumpy shapes beneath. She killed the engine. The silence was immediate and profound, broken only by the ticking of the cooling metal. She got out, the gravel crunching loudly under her shoes. She walked to a spot where the fence had been peeled back, creating a gap just wide enough for a person to slip through. The metal links were cold and gritty with rust. She turned sideways, sucking in her breath, and edged through. A snag on her jacket made her pause, and she had to carefully work the fabric free from a twisted wire, feeling a small tear give way. Then she was through, standing on the cracked asphalt of the service road inside. The silence here was deeper, absorbing. It was the silence of abandonment, broken only by the whisper of wind through the tall, dry grass that grew through every fissure and the intermittent creak of decaying wood. A protest from the Ferris wheel as a gust caught it, the groan of a loose piece of siding on the grandstand. The air smelled of wet rust, rotting wood, and the ozone promise of the approaching storm. She walked slowly down the cracked midway, her footsteps echoing slightly. She passed the silent ring-toss stalls, their countertops warped and splintered, the faded milk bottles still lined up. She passed the boarded-up funhouse, its entrance a dark mouth sealed with plywood, a mural of a laughing clown on the side wall blistered and peeling, one eye dribbling paint like a tear. This was where joy had come to die, season after season, until it just stopped coming at all. A perfect monument to failure. To promises that couldn't be kept. Vance's words echoed in the hollow space. 72 hours. The case was a knot she couldn't untangle, a snarl of threads, art, obsession, money, death. Garrett Holt was in a cell, a broken artist muttering about permanence, but the killing had continued, cleaner and more brutal. The accomplice, the puppeteer, the phantom who had controlled him, who had maybe even made him, was still out there, moving in the shadows. And they had nothing. No name, no face. Just a psychological theory about shared obsession that felt flimsy and academic against the clock's relentless, metallic tick. Her father's face surfaced in her mind, not as a photograph, but as a memory of sensation. The cold, scratched plexiglass of the visitation room divider against her palm, the smell of industrial cleaner and fierce sweat that never fully left that building. Carl Evers, who had believed the truth would matter eventually, right up until it didn't. Who had left behind a battered address book, a wedding ring gone too big for her mother's thinned finger, and a case file on her brother Eli that was itself a monument to dead ends, a collection of whereabouts unknown and contact attempted, no response. How could she hope to unravel that old, cold mystery when she couldn't solve the one screaming in the present? She was chasing echoes in both directions, running down corridors of time, and catching nothing but the sound of her own breath, her own heartbeat, growing more frantic. Her phone vibrated in her pocket, a jarring buzz against her thigh. A local number she didn't recognize, with a 662 area code. She let it go to voicemail, watching a piece of newspaper skitter across the cracked concrete like a tumbleweed. A moment later, the phone buzzed again with the notification. She lifted it, the screen bright in the gathering gloom. She pressed play and held it to her ear. Hi, Katie, it's Marnie from the Property Management Office in Arlington. The voice was cheerful, professionally friendly. Just calling about the leak under the kitchen sink you reported before you left. The super says he fixed it last week, but we're getting a complaint from the tenant below about a new stain on their ceiling. Could you give us a call back to authorize entry for a plumber? Hopefully, it's just a loose washer. Thanks so much, talk soon. The message ended. The beep sounded absurdly loud. The mundane, distant problem of a dripping pipe in an apartment she barely lived in, a space that contained a bed, a few changes of clothes, and the sealed box of her father's effects, felt like it was from another universe. It underscored the utter dislocation of this moment, standing in a derelict fairground in Mississippi, responsible for catching a sophisticated killer before a political timer ran out, while a pleasant stranger in Virginia worried about water damage and loose washers. A hollow, humorless laugh escaped her throat, the sound swallowed by the vast, empty space around her. A profound exhaustion settled into her bones, a leaden fatigue that started in her lower back and seeped into her limbs. It was the fatigue of certainty, the cold, sinking certainty that she was not equal to this. She had wanted this job, had fought for it, to prove she could understand the darkness that had taken her father, that had swallowed her brother. To master it. Instead, it was proving she could be overwhelmed by it, just as he had been. She had been so sure of Holt. That certainty had been a beacon, and it had blinded her to the other shape moving in the dark, and a man named Louis Armas had died for it. His blood was a stain on her hands, as real and damning as the one spreading on her tenant's ceiling 2 states away. She leaned back against the faded mural of the laughing clown on the funhouse wall, the blistered paint rough against her shoulder blades. She closed her eyes. The darkness behind her lids was not empty. The images came unbidden, projected on the screen of her mind in high-definition horror. Lauren Simmons's staged body in the gallery of kudzu, posed with such terrible care. Eleanor Moss's blind, trusting face as she led a monster into her home for a consultation. The crude, angry slash that had ended Louis Armas's life in the fairgrounds pavilion, a violation of the killer's own aesthetic that screamed of panic or contempt. And now, somewhere in the spreading dusk, the accomplice was waiting, recalibrating their operation, coldly assessing potential new instruments to replace the one now behind bars. She was about to push off the wall, to turn and walk back to the car in defeat, her shoulders slumped under the weight of it all, when a flick of color caught her eye. It was a small thing, a speck of incongruous vibrancy against the monochrome decay. Snagged on a twisted, broken link of the chain-link fence, near the entrance to the old rifle range, was a playing card. The fence here bordered a ditch choked with brown weeds and discarded bottles. The card was damp from the humid air, its corners softened and weathered, but the pattern on its back was clear even from a few feet away. An intricate, dark design of swirling vines and ghostly faces. She walked over, her shoes crushing the brittle stems of dead weeds. It was the Queen of Hearts. Not just any card, it was from a specific, vintage deck called Delta Nocturne, a regional oddity illustrated with antebellum ghosts and swamp wraiths, a popular souvenir in the 1970s. Her father had had a deck just like it. She'd found a single card, the Jack of Spades, in his storage unit, tucked between the pages of a journal like a morbid bookmark. He'd used them for solitaire during long night shifts. Her breath caught. This wasn't random litter. Not out here. She carefully pried the card free from the metal tooth that held it, using her fingernail to avoid adding her own prints. The cardstock was thicker than modern plastic-coated cards. On its face, the Queen stared out with mournful, illustrated eyes, a misty plantation home in the background. But it was the back that held her attention. Amid the intricate, dark design of the printing, was a tiny, fresh spatter of paint. A vibrant, unnatural crimson, like arterial blood but brighter. It had a slight gloss, a thickness. Oil-based. A recent. It hadn't been bleached by the sun or washed pale by rain. This wasn't trash. This was a clue. A careless, beautiful mistake. Dropped by someone who had been here, who had maybe watched this place, this melancholy ruin, as a potential site for their next exhibit. The accomplice was an artist, or saw the world through an artist's eyes. They would be drawn to symbolism, to stages, to the poetry of decay. A decaying fairground, a temple of forgotten joy, was a perfect stage. The Queen of Hearts, a symbol of love, of emotion, perhaps of a specific woman. The target. The weight in her chest didn't vanish, but it shifted, crystallizing from a diffuse, suffocating cloud into a hard, sharp point of focus. The self-pity, the doubt, the echoing fear of her father's legacy, they were luxuries she could no longer afford. The clock was ticking, but it was ticking for the killer too. They had left a trail. A paint-splattered card. A fanatical devotion to a perverted aesthetic. A need to complete Holt's work, to perfect it, to put on a show that would not be interrupted this time. She had resources. She had Nina Shaw, whose calm intelligence had stared down monsters and kept standing. She had a profile, thin but growing sharper. She had 3 days. And she had a Queen of Hearts, plucked from a rusted fence in the gathering gloom, a tiny flag planted in the territory of the hunt. Katie Ford slipped the card into a small evidence bag from her jacket pocket, her movements precise, deliberate. She sealed the bag, noting the time and location on the label with a pen from her pocket. The disconnected voicemail about the leak, the political storm brewing in Jackson and D.C., the ghost of her father in this landscape, they all receded, fading into the background hum of the case. There was only the problem. The puzzle. The person who had stood right here, who had directed a killer's hand, who had looked at this ruin and seen a canvas, and who had to be stopped. She turned her back on the laughing clown, its peeled grin now seeming less mocking and more like a challenge. She walked with a renewed, grim purpose back toward the break in the fence, her steps firmer on the cracked asphalt. The name of their unsub was in the evidence. In the patterns of paint and purchase. In the obsession with permanence and display. She was going to find it. She had 72 hours. It would have to be enough. Chapter 27. The air in the county medical examiner's office was a layered assault. The chemical tang of formalin, the underlying sweetness of decay, and the perpetual, damp chill that seeped into bones. It was a cold that lived in the stainless steel, in the tile floors, and it found its way through the soles of Katie's shoes. She stood beside the row of tables, her hands shoved deep into the pockets of her blazer, trying to warm her fingers. 4 sheet-draped forms lay in a silent row under the harsh, buzzing fluorescent lights that drained all color to a sickly blue-white. Dr. LeBlanc, a man whose Cajun lilt seemed out of place amid the sterility, gestured with a penlight he'd been tapping against his palm. The click-click-click stopped. You asked for a side-by-side share. Here's your gallery. His voice was somber, the usual musicality flattened by the room's purpose. Nina Shaw stood on the other side of the central table, her arms crossed tightly over her chest. The faint smell of bourbon and bar smoke that might have lingered on her jacket from the night before was utterly annihilated here. The celebration felt like a memory from another lifetime, and Nina's slight, almost imperceptible shake of her head as she scanned the sheets seemed to physically cast it off. Director Vance's looming scrutiny was a pressure they carried in their shoulders, a tangible weight that made the room feel even smaller. Walk us through it, doctor, Nina said, her voice calm and clear in the tomb-like quiet, cutting through the low hum of refrigeration units and the distant gurgle of a drain. LeBlanc gave a single, slow nod. He moved to the first table with a ritualistic slowness. Victim 1, Eleanor Moss. His fingers, clad in fresh nitrile gloves, grasped the edge of the stark white sheet. The fabric made a soft, whispering sound as he drew it down, revealing not the full body, but the torso and limbs, stopping just above the pelvic bone. The preserved skin had a waxy, yellowish pallor, like old candle tallow, and gleamed dully under the light. The posing is the first signature. She was arranged in a reclining position, one arm draped over her forehead, the other flung out, fingers curled. He used the penlight to trace the line of the body, a beam of white highlighting the frozen curve of the spine. It's a direct reference to the dying Gaul, a Hellenistic sculpture of a defeated warrior. The anguish is theatrical, meant to be viewed from one side. See the twist of the neck, the tension in the raised knee. It's a performance of agony. Katie leaned in, her eyes following the light. The chemical smell was stronger here, a pungent, eye-watering vapor rising from the cold skin. She could see the subtle distortion LeBlanc had mentioned months ago, a slight puckering around the injection sites on the inner thigh. LeBlanc moved to the second table, his shoes squeaking softly on the wet floor. Victim 2, Lauren Simmons. The sheet rustled again, a sound that seemed obscenely loud. This body was seated upright, propped by some invisible support, head bowed as if in prayer. One hand rested in its lap, the other lay palm up on the thigh. The pose shifts. She's the penitent Magdalene by Donatello. A figure in contemplation, consumed by grief or remorse. The killer is moving through art history, selecting poses that comment on the victim's perceived role in his narrative. Here, the penitent. The one who must atone. The narrative being their professional sin, Nina stated, not asking. Oui. Their work in the trade, their authentication, their brokering, to him it was a sacrilege. This is the punishment that fits the crime. LeBlanc's penlight hovered over the woman's peacefully composed face. And note the improvement. Less tissue distortion. A smoother preservation. He was getting better. The third table. LeBlanc's demeanor grew even more grave. Victim 3, Mavis Henley. This is the most complex. He pulled the sheet back further, revealing a body frozen in a dynamic, tortured spiral. Muscles were carved in rigid relief, the mouth open in a silent scream, arms raised and twisted as if fending off an invisible attack. It's the Laocoon and his sons, a figure locked in a futile struggle against divine serpents. The tension in the musculature is meticulously replicated, even in death. Every tendon in the neck is standing. The abdominal muscles are clenched in a rigor that is not natural rigor mortis. It was achieved through positioning and chemical fixation. He sighed, a heavy exhale. The skill here is significant. The polymer base is stable. The pose is incredibly difficult to achieve post-mortem. It requires strength, yes, but also a sculptor's understanding of anatomy under tension. Katie felt a chill that had nothing to do with the room's temperature. The theatricality was overwhelming. This wasn't just murder. It was a statement, a brutal piece of theater staged for an audience of one, the killer himself. Finally, LeBlanc stopped at the fourth table. The shape under the sheet was smaller, more compact. Victim 4, Hayes, he didn't touch the sheet. Instead, he used the penlight to point at a series of 8x10 photographs, clipped to a board at the foot of the table. They showed the body as found, slumped against the fairground pavilion column, the dawn light gray and flat on the scene. Now, this is where the comparison gets instructive. The pose here is superficially similar to Simmons, a seated, contemplative stance, an echo of Rodin's Thinker, but the execution is fundamentally different. It's not about artistic reference. It's about precision. Katie moved around the table to stand closer to the photos. The glossy paper reflected the overhead lights. She leaned in, her eyes tracing the lines of the body, the set of the shoulders, the angle of the head. "How so?" she asked, her voice low. "Walk us through the differences. Don't just tell us. Show us." LeBlanc glanced at her, then nodded, understanding the request. He pointed to the photo of Eleanor Moss. "Look at the left hand. The fingers are curled dramatically, but the joints are slightly hyperextended. It's forceful." Someone grabbed that hand and bent it into place, holding it until the chemicals set. He shifted the light to Lauren Simmons. "Better." The hand is relaxed, natural. But the head tilt is maintained by a block of foam wedged under the jaw, visible here in the crime scene shot. "The prop. A tool." He then illuminated Mavis Henley's photo, the figure in its agonized spiral. Here, the force is immense. To get the torso to twist like this, to hold the arms aloft, it would require straps, braces, possibly a full armature inside the clothing. It's stagecraft. It's about the final, dramatic image. Finally, the beam settled on Hayes. Now this, LeBlanc's voice became analytical, detached. "The pose is simple. Seated, legs apart, elbows on knees, chin resting on clasped hands. But look at the symmetry. The perfect 90-degree angle at the elbows. The precise parallel of the forearms. The chin rests exactly on the knuckles, not the fingers. The head is not tilted by a wedge. The neck muscles themselves are fixed in a position of slight, natural flexion. This wasn't forced. It was arranged with an understanding of leverage and post-mortem physics. The earlier victims show a performer's hand, someone playing a role, concerned with the emotional impact of the final tableau. This shows a director's eye. A more controlled, more intellectual hand. The difference is in the intent behind the manipulation. Katie's gaze flicked from one photo to the next, her mind working. She could see it now, the distinction LeBlanc was drawing. Moss was a dramatic death scene. Hayes was a technical diagram. The chemical treatment tells the same story, LeBlanc continued, shifting to another set of close-up photos pinned beside the others. Cross-sections of tissue, microscopic analyses. With the first three, we see a clear progression in skill. Moss's preservation was basic, a formalin phenol solution. It caused tissue distortion, some cellular collapse. Here in the dermal layer, he tapped a blurry photo. Simmons's was more refined, a buffered glutaraldehyde mix. Better penetration, less distortion, but it leaves the skin brittle. Henley's was near professional grade, a custom polymer base I've only seen in high-end museum conservation labs. Flexible, stable, incredibly lifelike in its suppleness. The killer was learning, improving with each victim. Building a better product. He pointed back to a spectral image of Hayes's tissue sample. This is not a progression. It's a different league. The formula used on Hayes is a refined, hyper-efficient variant of that polymer base. Perfect superficial fixation, zero distortion, near total cellular penetration. The quality is superior. It's not a copy. It's the work of a more skilled practitioner. The methodology is different too. The earlier victims show increasingly refined surface preservation and posing technique, a progression from competent to near masterful. Hayes shows a different methodology entirely, one that is clinically superior, with perfect chemical penetration achieved through a superior injection protocol and flawless positioning, achieved through superior understanding of leverage and anatomy. The difference is not between a killer and a copycat. It is between a performer and a director. The pieces, cold and logical, began to click into place for Katie. She felt it in her gut first, a tightening, then a slow, spreading certainty in her mind. She stared at Hayes's photo, then at Henley's twisted form, then back. Her eyes went distant, seeing not the images but the pattern behind them. She gave a slow, single nod, her finger tapping a silent rhythm on the cold steel table edge. "He didn't do this one," she said, her voice low but firm in the silent room. Nana, who had been watching Katie's face, uncrossed her arms. "Explain." "Garrett Holt is the performer," Katie said, looking up, her gaze sharpening as she connected the threads aloud. "The one who learned, who showed off, who needed the theatrical flair. The posing progression, the evolving technique, the dying Gaul, the penitent Magdalene, the Laocoon, that's the craftsman's journey. It's passionate. It's brutal artistry. He's proving himself to himself or to someone else. The person we have not caught is the one who taught him. Hayes is their work." She gestured to the fourth table with her chin. "This has none of that passion. It's cold execution. It's a correction. Or a demonstration of mastery. And you see, this is how it should be done." Nina's eyes narrowed, absorbing the distinction. She stepped closer to the photos, her own analytical mind fitting the new framework to the facts. The performer and the director. Holt executes the vision, but someone else conceived it. Provided the method, the chemicals, the targets. Someone with more knowledge, better technique, and a different motive. Hayes was killed by the originator. "Exactly," Katie said, the theory solidifying with each word. "The difference isn't in the idea of preservation and posing, it's in the craftsmanship and the emotional temperature." Holt's work screams. This, she jabbed a finger at the Hayes photo, is silent. It's efficient. The person we're still looking for is more skilled than the person we have. And they just re-entered the game. LeBlanc nodded slowly, a look of grim fascination on his face. "Ça c'est intéressant et ça tient la route." The physical mechanics support it. Posing the first three, especially Henley, required considerable strength, a certain forceful manipulation. Hayes's positioning could be achieved with far less brute force, but a far superior understanding of leverage, of tension points, of how to fix a joint in place with minimal external support. A more precise, more educated hand. A surgeon's hand, not a sculptor's. The director, Katie stated, the word hanging in the chemical air. Holt had a teacher. An originator. Someone who provided the vision, the method, maybe even the chemicals. And she killed Hayes. To tie up a loose end. To send a message. To reclaim the narrative after Holt's messy arrest. Or all three, Nina said. She was already turning away from the tables, the clinical atmosphere of the morgue giving way to the urgent, practical energy of the hunt. Hayes was an abuser. A user. If our originator is a woman he hurt, it's a perfect storm. Personal revenge framed as a perfected masterpiece, using the skills she taught her protégé. She looked at Katie, a new intensity in her eyes. We've been looking for a partner, an accomplice. We should have been looking for the architect. The shift in perspective was dizzying. Katie's mind raced ahead. We need Hayes's phone records, his known associates, his recent movements, she said, pulling out her own phone, its warm plastic a shock against her cold hand. His sister, Chen, said he was always tangled up with someone. We find the woman in his recent orbit who also has a connection to Garrett Holt. An art curator, a collector, a conservator, someone with the knowledge to be the director. Someone with access to those chemicals. It's a thin thread, Nina cautioned, but her tone was focused, not dismissive as she headed for the door. It was a tactical assessment, not a rejection. It's the only one that explains the leap in skill, Katie countered, following her, Dr. LeBlanc's quiet presence receding behind them. Holt's killings were a curated exhibition, a student's portfolio. This was a master's signature. A personal. A clean. Its director's violence. Not the tool, but the vision. The vision just got a lot colder. Behind them, LeBlanc began the solemn work of recovering the bodies, the sheets whispering back into place. He called out softly as they reached the door. You give me a name, I'll tell you if the hands fit the work. The hands always tell the story. Back in the borrowed bullpen at the sheriff's department, the humid southern night pressed against the windows like a living thing. The air conditioning fought a losing battle, emitting a strained rattle. The case files and photos were spread across two pushed-together desks, a landscape of violence under the greenish glow of a banker's lamp. Katie called Chen. The phone rang 5 times before it was answered, the woman's voice thick with sleep and residual grief. Who's this? Chen mumbled, suspicion overriding grogginess. Agent Ford. We spoke at the fairgrounds. A long, weary sigh crackled down the line. It's the middle of the night. I know. I'm sorry. It's urgent. Hayes's girlfriends. Recently. Who was he seeing? Who was he fighting with? Girlfriends, Chen snorted, the sound ugly and tired. He was seeing anyone. He used people. Last one I knew about was that stripper from Vicksburg, Tanya. Got arrested for possession. Before that, she trailed off, and Katie could almost see her rubbing her eyes. There was a quiet one. Mousy. Didn't last long. Worked at the copy shop in Greenville, I think. Becca, maybe. Sarah. He'd come by my place for money sometimes, said she was obsessed with him. Pathetic. I told him to leave her alone, she wasn't right in the head. Sarah, Katie pressed, her pen poised over a fresh page in her notebook. Nina had stopped her own pacing and was watching, motionless. The last name. Vance, maybe. Something like that. Yeah, Sarah Vance. She came to my door once, maybe 6 months back, crying, looking for him. Had this weird, empty look in her eyes like the lights were on, but nobody was home. I felt sorry for her for a minute, until Hayes showed up and laughed her off. Said she was a stage 5 clinger. Into all that creepy art stuff too. Had drawings all over her apartment of some painter guy. Used it to try and seem deep, he said. Katie's blood went cold, a sudden sharp drop in her core temperature. Her grip tightened on the phone. What painter? How should I know? Some guy with a bird name. Hawk. Falcon Holt. That was it. Garrett Holt. She had a whole shrine, Hayes said. Pictures, newspaper clippings. Used to laugh about it, said she was his #1 fan. Chen's voice dropped, a note of something like shame entering it. He thought it was funny. Katie locked eyes with Nina across the desk. Nina's expression had hardened into focused stone. Katie mouthed the name, Sarah Vance. Nina's eyebrows lifted a fraction, then she gave a sharp, definitive nod. Do you have an address, Chen? Is anything at all? He tossed her mail once, bragging about how she kept writing him. It was the Magnolia Court Apartments. The dump. Number 12, I think. On the east side of Greenville, off of Old 82, Chen's voice grew strained. Look, is that all? I got work in the mornings. I can't keep doing this. That's all. Thank you. The line went dead before Katie finished the sentence. She put the phone down slowly, the plastic click echoing in the quiet room. Sarah Vance. Magnolia Court, Apartment 12. Connected to Garrett Holt. And a victim of Hayes. Nina was already in motion, a study in controlled urgency. She grabbed her sidearm from the top desk drawer, ejected the magazine with a practiced slap of her palm, checked the load of 9mm rounds, and slammed it back home with a decisive click. She worked the slide, chambering a round, the sound metallic and final. The architect cleaning up loose ends, she said, her voice flat. Or reclaiming her vision from the messy performer. She holstered the weapon and snatched her jacket from the back of the chair. If she's the originator, Holt's arrest won't stop her. It might even be part of her plan. A failed instrument to be discarded and a new narrative to write. The two agents moved as one, a synchronized turn toward the door. Katie grabbed her own go bag, the weight of it familiar and grounding. They left the stuffy, paper-strewn office without a backward glance, the banker's lamp casting a lone pool of light on the abandoned photos. The case had just fractured, revealing a new, more controlled and intelligent shadow behind the one they'd already caught. The hunt was no longer for a single, passionate craftsman, but for the director of his violence. And directors, Katie knew with a cold certainty, as she followed Nina into the dark, humid night, could always find new players for their productions. The performance wasn't over. The director had just taken the stage. Chapter 28. The black water of the bayou was still, a perfect mirror for the gray dawn sky, broken only by the slow, circular drift of a water strider. Sarah Vance knelt in the cold mud at the base of a lightning-struck cypress, the place Garrett Holt had called their cathedral. The air tasted of peat and rot, a sacred perfume. In her hands was a small, heavy canvas satchel, its fabric stained with dark, irregular patches. Watching Garrett work had been a form of study. She remembered standing in the shadowed corner of his rented garage 2 years ago, her notebook open, her pen moving silently. He'd been preparing a fox, his hands steady as he injected the formalin-based cocktail into the major muscle groups. She asked, her voice soft, "Does the needle placement affect the rigidity of the final pose?" He'd glanced up, surprised she'd noticed, and explained about tendon tension and skeletal articulation. She'd written it down. Doing it herself on Hayes had been a calibration. A necessary one. The theory was sound, but the practice required adjustment. She dug with her bare hands, the cool, thick mud oozing between her fingers under her nails. It made a soft, sucking sound with each handful she lifted. This wasn't about hiding evidence. The local cops would never look here, and the FBI had their trophy. This was a recalibration, the ritual disposal of a compromised instrument's tools. From the satchel, she removed the items one by one. laying them in the shallow, rectangular hole as if on an examination table. First, the glass vial, emptied of the paralytic she'd synthesized from online chemistry tutorials and stolen veterinary supplies. She held it up to the weak light. A few crystalline droplets still clung to the inside. Imperfect purification. Next, a set of 5 fine-gauge stainless steel suturing needles, their points still sharp, their eyes threaded with remnants of wax thread. A roll of monofilament fishing line, a few crimson strands stubbornly clinging to its surface. She unspooled a 6-inch length, testing its tensile strength between her hands before letting it coil into the pit. Then, the cheap synthetic paintbrush, its bristles stiff and clumped with a milky residue. The commercial-grade polyurethane resin she'd used as a final sealant, not the custom botanical mix she'd specified for Holt. It had bubbled slightly on Hayes's skin around the incision sites, leaving a faint, pebbled texture. A contractor's error. One she would not repeat. She placed each item with deliberate care, a director striking a flawed prop from the stage. They were relics of a necessary but imperfect performance, executed under duress by a captured asset. The act had been rushed, a contingency measure after Holt's arrest forced her hand. The consequence, however, had been pure. The message was sent. She covered the hole, pushing the mud back with the sides of her hands, patting it down until the surface was smooth and featureless. The bayou accepted her offering without judgment. From the muck beside her, she scooped a handful of wet, iron-rich clay, its cool way to comfort. Turning to the cypress's gnarled knee, she used her index finger to carefully smear 2 capital letters into the rough bark, SV. The clay filled the grooves, a stark red-brown against the gray. Not a craftsman's mark, but a curator's seal. Of a claim. The apartment in Greenville was a hollow shell now, picked clean by the FBI's evidence technicians. Dee watched from a rented car, parked down the block as they carried out cardboard boxes. They'd taken his brushes, his canvases, the half-finished portrait of her that made her look like a vengeful river spirit, a prop she'd allowed, a piece of theater to bind him. They'd taken the workshop of a craftsman. Coming here, to the source of the vision, was the only way to reconnect with the work's foundational power. It was still here, thrumming in the hum of cicadas, in the distant, prehistoric cry of a heron, in the way the mist curled over the black water like a shroud. It had always been hers. She had merely allowed Holt to believe he was its sole conduit. His emotional need for ownership had been his ultimate flaw. She needed to be near the consequence of her directive. She needed to measure the fear she'd orchestrated, to feel its vibration in the world. By late afternoon, she was at the last chance, a juke joint 10 miles from where Hayes's body had been found. It was the kind of place he'd frequented, and now it held a grim, buzzing wake. The building was a long, low shack of weathered pine, with a rusted tin roof and a flickering Coors sign in one window. The air inside was thick with cigarette smoke and the greasy smell of fried catfish, undercut by the wail of a slide guitar from a crackling Wurlitzer jukebox. She sat at the end of the bar, on a stool with cracked red vinyl, a glass of sweet tea untouched before her, and listened. The bartender, a large man with a faded tattoo on his forearm, had glanced at her once, registered her plain face and faded denim jacket, and dismissed her. She was invisible here. Just another mousy girl passing through. Perfect. Heard they found him hangin', like a side of beef in that old pavilion. A man in stained overalls muttered to his companion, his voice low but carrying in a lull between songs. He shook his head, his knuckles white around his beer bottle. Serves him right, peddlin' that poison to kids, the other replied, a younger man with a nervous tick in his cheek. but his eyes were wide with unease, darting toward the door. "Ain't about the dope," a woman at a nearby table said, stubbing out her cigarette with sharp finality. Her voice was low and carried a blade's edge. "It's about that artist fella they locked up. I hold. This is his kind of ugly. His signature." Sarah let the words wash over her, a cool, analytical stream. They were talking about her work, executed first through Holt's hands and now her own, and they had no idea the architect was sitting 3 feet away, listening to every odd, terrified whisper. The confirmation was satisfying. It was data. She had written a story in consequence, and now the whole county was reading it. She had maintained the vision's integrity, while her primary instrument sat in a cell, compromised by his own sentimentality. She took a small, deliberate sip of the too-sweet tea, the cold liquid a contrast to the warmth of the room. A faint, private smile touched her lips, gone before anyone could see. Her gaze drifted across the room, assessing, cataloging the human material. An old man slept in a corner booth. A couple argued in hissed whispers near the pool table. Then she heard the loud, grating voice rise above the jukebox's next song, a mournful blues number about a lost love. "Backwater trash is what it is," the man declared. He was in his late 40s, wearing a cheap, shiny sports coat over a polo shirt, a traveling salesman type. He had a road map spread on the table next to his pitcher of beer, tracing a route with a thick finger. All this fuss over some lunatic who paints with mud and blood. My kid could do better. They ought to bulldoze that whole swamp and put in a damn Walmart. Be done with it. The words registered with clinical clarity. A cold, precise contempt crystallized in her mind, settling behind her eyes. Backwater trash. He was dismissing the masterpiece. He was spitting on the altar of a genius she had cultivated, a genius that was, in its purest form, her own. The man laughed, a harsh, braying sound that cut through the music, and pointed to something on his map. "And see? Nothing out there but mosquitoes and crazy people." His friend, a man in a similar jacket, nodded along, indifferent, more interested in his beer. The assessment unspooled in her mind, logical and inevitable as a chemical reaction. Not the rushed, reactive correction of Hayes's death, that had been a strategic necessity, a patch to cover a security breach. This would be different. This would be deliberate. An artistic statement of reclamation. She would silence this bleeding, ignorant critic. She would integrate him into the narrative, a footnote of contempt erased by superior vision. She knew the compounds now. She understood the precise tension of the monofilament, needed to hold a jaw closed in a silent scream. She could pose him not as a crude warning, but as an ironic commentary. The critic silenced. It would be cleaner. More precise. A return to the original aesthetic parameters, unimpeded by an intermediary's failing nerve. She had always been the quiet one, the director in the wings. In high school, drawn to the rough boys, the angry men smoking behind the gym, seeing in their chaos a raw, pliable material she could shape. She'd buy the bottle for the alcoholic, find the dealer for the addict, whisper the justification for the stolen car. They have insurance, they'll never miss it. Their chaos was her clay, their sins her medium. She had directed the consequences before, from a distance, feeling the ripple of events she'd set in motion like a physicist observing a successful experiment. Recruiting Holt had been her masterpiece of indirect action. She'd found him at a gallery talk, seething with impotent rage at the collectors who chatted over the art. She'd approached him afterward, spoken of stewardship versus possession, of art as a living truth that needed protectors, not owners. She'd given him a philosophy, a purpose. She'd directed his initial targets, the authenticator who'd dismissed his work, the gallery owner who'd laughed at his prices. She had ended loose ends when necessary, always through intermediaries, always with a buffer of plausible deniability. Hayes was just the latest, and the first she'd handled personally out of urgent necessity. Directing Hayes's end had simply confirmed the efficiency of a more direct method. She didn't need to work through an intermediary's trembling hands. She could be the sculptor herself. She could execute the vision directly, with a clarity Holt had lost in his final, emotional months. The salesman, Miller, according the embroidered logo on his computer bag, finished his beer and stood, gathering his map with a rustle. He said something to his friend about a motel and a long drive tomorrow to some dealership in Tupelo. Sarah watched him leave, noting the slight stumble in his step from the beer, the weary, slumped set of his shoulders. He pushed through the screen door, letting it slap shut behind him. Her decision was calm, crystalline. It wasn't about random thrill. It was about curation. The exhibition was not over. Holt was in a cell, his utility ended, his final piece. The rushed, reactive killing of the courier, a regressive failure born of his own panic and emotional interference. But she was free. She could continue the series. She could correct its course. She could achieve the purity the vision demanded, unfiltered. She left a $1 bill on the sticky bar for the tea she never drank and slid off the stool. She stepped out into the purple twilight. The humid air clung to her skin like a second shirt. Crickets had begun their evening chorus. Down the road, past a shuttered gas station, she could see the flickering, faulty neon of the White Knight Motel, the W and the T dark so it read High Enai Motel. Miller's sedan, a generic blue Ford, was already turning into its cracked asphalt lot. A serene certainty settled over her, a quiet hum in her veins. The operational void left by Holt's capture was gone, filled by a new and direct methodology. She didn't need to rely on a proxy to interpret her vision through another's clumsy hands. She was going to build the future of the work herself. She would not make the same compromises. She would not use cheap resin. She would source the proper materials, take the time to mix the sealant correctly, ensure the pose was anatomically flawless and symbolically perfect. She needed to continue. The work demanded it. And this time it would be flawless. She walked toward the motel, not hurrying, her hands in her jacket pockets. She noted the layout, the office at the far end with a light on, a dozen doors facing the lot, Miller's car parked in front of room 7. She noted the lack of security cameras, the overgrown shrubs at the edge of the property, the deep shadows between the streetlights. Data. Parameters for the next performance. She crossed the highway and melted into the tree line opposite the motel, becoming just another part of the gathering darkness. Watching, planning, her mind already composing the silent, elegant rebuttal to the critic's ignorant review. Chapter 29. The air in the Jericho Falls County Sheriff's Department bullpen was a stagnant soup of competing smells. Beneath the top notes of stale coffee and the dusty, acidic scent of old paper, Katie Ford caught the lingering ghost of sweat, the sharp tang of industrial floor wax, and the faint, metallic ozone from the aging computer tower humming under Mitchell's desk. The fluorescent lights overhead buzzed with a persistent, low-grade complaint, casting a sickly greenish pallor over everything. She had spread the contents of Hayes's evidence bag across a scarred wooden desk, its surface gouged and stained, sticky in patches where old soda had congealed. A cheap, faux leather wallet, a half-empty pack of gum, a set of 3 keys on a plain steel ring, and a handful of loose change that gleamed dully under the unforgiving light. Beside her, Nina Shaw scrolled through the digital dump from the victim's phone, her jaw tight. Her right foot tapped a rapid, staccato rhythm against the leg of her chair, and every few seconds she let out a short, sharp sigh through her nose. The click of her mouse was aggressive, definitive. "Focus on the art world," she said, not looking up from her screen. Her voice was flat, a blade honed by frustration. His contact list is a parade of dead ends and low-level hustlers. But there's a pattern here. He cycled through them fast. Burned bridges like it was a hobby. Katie picked up the wallets. The black material was worn shiny at the corners, the grain softened by years of handling. It felt flimsy, insubstantial. She thumbed it open, the cheap stitching straining. Inside, the plastic sleeves were clouded. She slid out a Louisiana driver's license for Terrence Hayes, the photo showing a man with narrow, watchful eyes. A few faded receipts, crumpled and soft, rustled as she extracted them. A gas station in Vicksburg, a diner in Greenville. Then her fingers brushed against a thicker cardstock. She pulled out a matchbook. It was from a place called the Grotto. The cover was a deep, matte black with a smudged, embossed design of a classical urn, the details raised under her thumb. She ran her fingertip over it, feeling the contours. A private club in Memphis she'd heard of in passing, a name that floated in the periphery of moneyed discretion. She set it aside on the desk, the black a stark void against the battered oak. "I've got a Lacey," Katie said, her eyes scanning a printed call log. The paper was warm from the printer, the ink slightly smeared. Texts from last week are all about meeting up, but the tone turned sour. She calls him a leech and tells him to lose her number. She looked up at Nina. The language is venomous. Nina finally glanced away from her screen, her eyes tired but sharp. "Ex-girlfriend, probably," she murmured, rubbing at the bridge of her nose. "Put her on the list. Anyone who felt strongly enough to tell him off is worth a conversation. Anger leaves a residue." Katie made a note on her legal pad, the pen scratching loudly in the quiet room. She went back to sifting through the log. Most of the exchanges were bleakly transactional: meet at the usual spot, bring the package, how much for the lithograph, the grim shorthand of a small-time courier's life, a man who existed in the margins of other people's transactions. Then her eyes caught on a cluster of messages, from a number saved simply as Medici. Her breath hitched. She leaned closer, tracking the timeline. The messages started polite, almost flirtatious, months ago. Then they grew terse, then demanding. The last message from that number, sent 3 days before Hayes's body was found at the fairgrounds, read, "You think you can just ghost me? I know where you sleep." The words sat on the page, simple and ugly. Not a business threat. Something intimate and vicious. "Nina," Katie said, her voice low but cutting through the hum of the electronics. Nina was already pushing back from her terminal, the chair wheels squeaking on the linoleum. She came around the desk, her movements efficient, and leaned over Katie's shoulder. Katie felt the warmth of her presence, caught a hint of her shampoo, something clean like mint. Nina read the message, her lips pressing into a thin, bloodless line. She didn't speak for a 3 count, her eyes scanning up through the previous texts. "That's not a business dispute," she said finally, her voice a quiet rasp. "That's personal." "Who's Medici?" "No idea. Not in his contacts otherwise." "Just this number," Katie tapped the printout. "The contact list has a M. Varga but no Medici." Could be the same person. Or a separate identity. Sheriff Dale Mitchell walked over, the soles of his boots making a soft, gritty sound on the floor. He carried a steaming mug of coffee that smelled bitter, overbrewed. He'd been reviewing witness statements at a nearby desk, his reading glasses perched on the end of his nose. He set the mug down with a soft clack. "Find something?" he asked, his gaze moving from Katie's face to the papers in her hands. Katie picked up the matchbook, holding it between her thumb and forefinger. This was in his pocket. The grotto. No, it. Mitchell took it, his calloused fingers brushing hers. He turned it over, studying the embossed urn. He snorted, a dry, humorless sound. I know of it. High-dollar private club in Memphis. The kind of place where the whiskey costs more than my mortgage, and the conversations are about things most folks can't afford. He flipped it open. The matches inside were pristine, white-tipped. Membership by invitation only. Not a place our Mr. Hayes would be a member. But he could have been a guest. Or he could have lifted it from a table. He closed it with a snap. Then he frowned, his bushy eyebrows drawing together. Medici, you said. That's the contact name for the number that threatened him, Katie confirmed, watching his face. A slow recognition dawned on Mitchell's face. His eyes, a faded blue, lost their focus for a second, looking inward at some memory. He set his coffee down carefully, as if it were fragile. Like the art patrons. The Florentine family? Nina asked, skepticism sharpening her tone. She crossed her arms, her blazer pulling taut across her shoulders. Not the ones from the history books, Mitchell said, already turning and walking back to his own terminal. The old office chair groaned as he sank into it. His fingers hovered over the keyboard for a moment, then began to fly, the clacking loud in the hushed room. A local nickname. There's a woman who works the high-end art scene around here. Memphis, sometimes Little Rock, even dips down into New Orleans. Real name something plain, but everyone in certain circles calls her Medici. Earned the name about 5-6 years back. He paused, squinting at his screen as he typed. Had a very public, very nasty falling out with a gallery owner boyfriend. Smashed a pre-Columbian pot, worth 6 figures over his head, in the middle of a charity auction. Claimed he was selling fakes, but the story that stuck was she went at him for cheating. Cops were called. Charges were filed, then dropped. He refused to press. Has a reputation for being volatile. Especially with men she thinks have crossed her. A temper that's part of her legend. Katie moved to stand behind him, looking over his shoulder at the glowing monitor. Nina remained by the desk, a still, watchful presence. The screen flickered, pulling up a database. Mitchell's typing was sure practiced. Here we go, he muttered. Maria Medici Varga. Age 38. Arrest record for assault, criminal mischief. No convictions. Last known address, a condo in the Overton Square area, but that was 2 years ago. He leaned closer, the light from the screen etching the lines of his face in blue and shadow. There's a note here from a Memphis PD detective. Supplemental from 18 months ago, he read aloud, his voice a low rumble. Subject was seen arguing violently with a small-time courier, an occasional art handler, named Terrence Hayes at the grotto. Management intervened. Subject stated Hayes had stolen from her. Hayes denied. No property was reported stolen to MPD. Subject advised to seek civil remedy. Mitchell looked back at Katie. That's our victim. They had an on-again, off-again thing, from the sound of it. Mostly off again. He'd show up, sweet-talk her, get access to something or someone, and disappear. She never filed formal charges, but the arguments were public enough to get noticed. The detective called it a toxic orbit. Katie held up the matchbook. And the grotto is her usual spot. It's one of them, Mitchell nodded, swiveling in his chair to face them. She tends bar there some nights for the high-roller clientele. Other nights, she's a patron. Either way, she's a fixture in that scene. Knows everyone. Sees everything. And has a fuse shorter than a birthday candle. Nina was already pulling on her blazer, the motion crisp and final. A woman with a documented violent history, publicly entangled with the victim, who felt scorned enough to threaten him days before his death. She buttoned the blazer, her fingers precise. That's more than a coincidence. It's a direct line. A personal motive in a case that's been all about impersonal, artistic ritual. You think she's good for it? Mitchell asked, grabbing his wide-brimmed hat from a rack by the door. He settled it on his head, the gesture automatic. I think she knows something, Katie said, standing. Her knees popped from sitting too long. The pieces were aligning with a grim, practical logic that felt more solid than the abstract horror of Holt's curated tableaus. The fourth murder had been different, rushed, necessary, visceral. It didn't fit the cold, artistic curation of Garrett Holt's kills. This was a crime of passion, or vengeance, or panicked cleanup. A crime someone with a nickname like Medici and a history of smashing priceless artifacts in a rage might commit. The threat in the text isn't a figure of speech. I know where you sleep, that's specific. That's actionable. It implies proximity, knowledge, and intent. Her last known address is old, Mitchell said, rising to his feet. But if she's still working, the grotto is our best bet. It's early, but the day manager might know her schedule. Or where she's laying her head now. Let's go, Nina said. Her tone was a door sliding shut, leaving no room for discussion. She gathered her notebook and pen, tucking them into her inner pockets. We'll talk to the manager. If she's there, we bring her in for a conversation. If not, we find her. Today. Mitchell hesitated for a fraction of a second, his hand on the doorknob. The unspoken question of his inclusion hung in the humid air between them. This was a federal investigation spiraling into a different city, his jurisdiction thinning with every mile. Nina solved it for him with a glance that was neither warm nor cold, purely tactical. You drive, Sheriff, she said, slipping her phone into her pocket. You know the way, and you know the players. We'll follow in our car. Your presence might smooth the initial approach. It wasn't an invitation to the interview itself, but it was an acknowledgement of his utility, his local knowledge as a kind of currency. Mitchell gave a tight, professional nod, his face unreadable under the brim of his hat. I'll pull my cruiser around front. Give me 2 minutes. As he left, the heavy door sighing shut behind him, Nina turned to Katie. The buzzing fluorescence highlighted the fine-tension lines around her mouth. A copycat inspired by Holt's work is one thing, she said quietly, her voice barely above a whisper. A disturbed individual trying to replicate an aesthetic. We could profile that. We could anticipate it. She paused, her dark eyes holding Katie's. But a separate killer, motivated by a purely personal grudge, using the chaos and the signature as a convenient cover? She shook her head once. That's a different kind of dangerous. It's messy. It's unpredictable. Their next move isn't about completing a collection. It's about anger or fear or silencing a problem. There's no pattern to follow, just human emotion at its worst. Katie looked at the matchbook still lying on the desk, the classical urn seeming to gleam faintly in the cheap light. A tangible clue, not mined from a database or a psychological profile, but from a dead man's pocket, pointed to by a local sheriff's memory of gossip and old police reports. It felt solid. Real. A thread she could pull. Then let's go be predictable, she said, picking up her own jacket. The material was light, but it felt like donning armor. Let's go ask her why she threatened him and where she was 2 nights ago. Let's see if her anger has an alibi. The drive to Memphis was a quiet one, the landscape shifting gradually outside the car windows. The flat, endless delta, with its fallow fields and lonely stands of trees, gave way to the first hints of suburban sprawl, then to the denser, older infrastructure of the city itself. The air conditioning in the sedan fought a losing battle against the late afternoon sun. Katie drove, her hands steady at 10 and 2, while Nina stared out the passenger window, her profile pensive. They followed the taillights of Mitchell's cruiser, a familiar beacon. The congestion increased as they neared the city center, the traffic becoming a slow, pulsing river. Mitchell took an exit, navigating a series of turns into a renovated warehouse district. The buildings here were old brick and heavy timber, now housing design firms, boutique hotels, and restaurants with minimalist signage. The grotto was nestled among them, its facade all understated menace, matte black steel panels and large sheets of frosted glass that revealed nothing of the interior. A single, discreet brass plaque beside a recessed door bore the club's name in elegant, unadorned script. There were no windows, no menu, no indication of what lay within. Mitchell parked his cruiser discreetly down the street, half hidden behind a delivery van. Katie pulled in behind him, cutting the engine. The sudden silence was filled with the distant hum of city traffic. The 3 of them met on the sidewalk, the heat here a drier, grittier thing than the wet blanket of the Delta. Dust motes danced in the slanted sunlight. A man in a perfectly tailored charcoal suit stood just inside the glass door. He saw them approach, the sheriff's uniform first, then the 2 women in professional, purposeful clothing, and opened the door before they reached it. His expression was one of polite, practiced concern, his eyes taking quick inventory. "Afternoon, Sheriff," the man said, his voice a smooth, cultured baritone. He held the door open, not inviting them in but not blocking it either. "Can I help you?" His gaze flicked to Nina and Katie, assessing. "Afternoon," Mitchell replied, his own tone shifting, adopting a formal cadence that matched the environment. He removed his hat, tucking it under his arm. "We're looking for Maria Varga. She around today?" The man's expression didn't change, but a new wariness entered his eyes. He was in his 40s, with hair gone elegantly silver at the temples. "A Ms. Varga. I'm afraid she isn't scheduled to work today. Is there something I can assist with?" "I'm the day manager." "FBI," Nina said, stepping forward and showing her badge. She held it steady, letting him look. "She's a person of interest in an investigation." "When was the last time you saw her?" The manager's composure tightened almost imperceptibly, a slight stiffening of his shoulders, a minute narrowing of his eyes. "Who's asking is no longer relevant, I see." He paused, considering his words with the care of a sommelier choosing a bottle. "Last I saw her was Monday evening. She was here, not working. Having a drink at the bar by herself. She received a text, looked quite upset, and left in a hurry. She practically threw cash on the counter. I haven't heard from her since." He offered a slight, professional shrug. She was scheduled for a shift last night. She didn't show, didn't call. Which is unlike her. She is temperamental, but she is reliable regarding her shifts. Did she say who the text was from? Mitchell asked, his voice calm, conversational. She did not. But she muttered something as she passed me on her way out. The manager's lips thinned. Something about that weedy little thief. She has strong feelings. She is an excellent judge of authenticity in objects, and unfortunately, she applies the same ruthless standard to people. It sometimes leads to strong reactions. Weedy little thief. The description fit Terrence Hayes, the low-level courier who dabbled in theft and deception, perfectly. Katie felt a current of cold certainty run through her, tightening her stomach. She exchanged a glance with Nina, who gave an almost imperceptible nod. You know where she's living now? Nina pressed, her gaze locked on the manager. The address we have is 2 years old. The last I had on file was an apartment in the South Main Arts District, he said, his hands clasped loosely in front of him. The building is called the Cotton Exchange. She spoke of wanting a quieter life, away from the vultures, as she called some of our clientele. He left the sentence unfinished, the implication clear. The scene, the drama, the money, it had pulled her back in. People like Varga were moths to that particular flame. The South Main Arts District was a world away from a county trailer park or a derelict fairground. It was an attempt at a different kind of life, surrounded by galleries, money, and a curated version of culture. We'll need the exact address, Katie said, pulling out her notebook. The manager didn't need to look it up. 302 South Main, apartment 3C. He plucked a crisp, cream-colored business card from his inner pocket and wrote the address and apartment number on the back in precise, slanted handwriting. He handed it to Mitchell. I trust this will be handled with discretion. Ms. Varga, for all her fire, is a valued part of this establishment's character. Thank you, the sheriff said, taking the card and slipping it into his own shirt pocket. His tone made it clear the conversation about discretion was over. If she shows up, don't tell her we were here. Don't tip her off. Just give me a call directly at this number. He handed over one of his own cards, plain and utilitarian. Of course, the manager took the card, his face settling back into the mask of neutral courtesy. He watched them turn and walk back to the sidewalk, his figure framed in the doorway until the frosted glass door side shut, sealing the club's secrets back inside. Back on the sidewalk, the city heat wrapped around them. South Main is 10 minutes from here, traffic permitting, Mitchell said, checking his watch. You want to go now? Or call it in, have local PD do a knock. Nina looked at Katie, a silent question. Katie thought of the text. I know where you sleep. If Varga had acted on that threat, she might be in that apartment right now, surrounded by the artifacts of the life she was trying to build. Or she might be fleeing. But the manager said she hadn't packed. The toothbrush was still there. Now, Katie said. Before she hears we're asking and decides, a disappearing act is the better part of valor. Nina nodded. Now, let's go. The Cotton Exchange was a 4-story historic brick building, its facade cleaned and repointed, large industrial windows now holding double-paned glass. They found the building manager in a small, modern office just off the lobby, a young man with a tablet who looked up with polite curiosity that quickly morphed into wary compliance when Mitchell showed his badge. Yes, Maria Varga rented Unit 3C. Month-to-month lease. Paid on time, always in cashier's check. A quiet tenant. He hadn't seen her in 2 days, but that wasn't unusual. She kept odd hours. With a master key and the manager's nervous permission, he insisted on coming with them, a thin buffer of civilian oversight. They took the elevator up. The elevator was small, mirrored, and silent. It opened onto a third-floor hallway of polished concrete, exposed brick, and muted track lighting. Apartment 3C was at the end of the hall, a single, heavy-looking door painted a dark slate gray. Mitchell knocked firmly, the sound echoing in the minimalist space. Maria Varga. Sheriff's Department. Open up, please. A silence. They waited. Katie could hear the faint thrum of music from another apartment, a bass line vibrating through the floor. Mitchell knocked again, louder, the heel of his fist making the door rattle in its frame. Ms. Varga, we need to speak with you. It's important. Nothing. Not a shuffle, not a breath. Mitchell looked at Nina, his eyebrows raised in question. The building manager shifted his weight from foot to foot, his tablet held to his chest like a shield. Nina gave a single, sharp nod, her face set. Mitchell took the master key, a large, old-fashioned brass thing, and inserted it. The lock turned with a solid clunk. He pushed the door open, standing to the side out of habit. Sheriff's Department, he called into the space. Is anyone home? No answer. He went in first, one hand resting near his sidearm. Katie followed, with Nina close behind. The building manager hovered in the doorway. The apartment was a study in curated austerity. The air was cool, smelling of lemongrass cleaner, and underneath, the faint, sharp scent of turpentine and linseed oil. A sleek, low-platform bed in the center of the main space was neatly made with black linens, not a crease out of place. A kitchenette with stainless steel appliances gleamed, spotless and utterly unused looking. A large, low-backed modern sofa in charcoal gray faced an empty, white-painted wall where a television might logically go. There were no books, no magazines, no personal photographs. It was the apartment of someone who had carefully edited their life down to a few essential, severe lines. Then Katie's eyes were drawn to the wall above the bed. On it hung a single piece of art, a stark contrast to the room's minimalism. It was a small canvas, maybe 18 by 24 inches, in a simple black frame. The painting was dark, frenzied, a chaotic swirl of deep blues, blacks, and muddy browns. It depicted a twisted, skeletal tree emerging from a pool of black water, its branches like clutching, agonized hands reaching for a sliver of sickly yellow moon. In the bottom right corner, a jagged, familiar signature was just visible. G. I hold. Katie's breath caught. She walked closer, stopping at the foot of the bed. The painting was a vortex of despair, utterly at odds with the calm, controlled room. Well, Nina said softly, coming to stand beside her, her voice barely disturbing the quiet. That's an interesting choice of decor. A statement piece. Hayes moved in Holt circles, dealt in artifacts, Katie murmured, her eyes tracing the violent brushstrokes. Maybe he paid her in art instead of cash for some favor. Or maybe it was a gift. A token from one volatile personality to another. Mitchell was checking the bathroom. The door was open. Empty, he called out, his voice echoing off the tile. Toothbrush is here, though. Electric charging. Skincare products on the counter. Expensive stuff, he reappeared, wiping his hands on his pants. Medicine cabinet has prescriptions in her name. Nothing unusual. Nina moved to a double closet and slid one door open. It was full of clothes, neatly arranged. She used a pen from her pocket to push hangers aside. Sleek black dresses, tailored trousers, silk blouses in dark colors, the uniform of someone who navigated high-end spaces. She didn't pack a bag, Nina observed. No empty hangers, no gaps on the shoe rack. She closed the door. She's not on the run. She's just not here. Katie's gaze swept the room again, the detective part of her brain cataloging the dissonance. The pristine, almost hostile cleanliness. The utter lack of personal ephemera. And then this one screaming, violent artifact from the heart of their nightmare, given pride of place. A woman with a violent past, publicly entangled with the copycat victim, connected tangentially to the original killer's world through this very object. A woman who had threatened Hayes and then vanished after receiving a text that enraged her. The building manager cleared his throat from the doorway. Is everything all right? Is Ms. Varga in some kind of trouble? We just need to talk to her, Mitchell said, his tone placating but firm. We'll be going now. Thank you for your cooperation. He herded the man gently back into the hall. Nina turned to Katie in the empty, silent loft. The Holt painting seemed to pulse on the wall between them. She's our best lead, Katie said, the conviction solidifying in her chest into something hard and certain. Whether she killed him or not, she knows something. She was in contact with him days before he died. She was angry enough to threaten him. She owns a piece of the killer's soul hanging on her wall. She met Nina's gaze. She's in this somehow. We need to find her. Today. Before she becomes the next victim, or before she decides to disappear for real. Nina gave a slow nod, her eyes dark and unreadable. She took one last look around the sterile apartment, her gaze lingering on the chaotic tree in its black frame. Then we find her, she said quietly. We pull every thread. We talk to every ex, every coworker, every bartender at the grotto. We flood her known haunts. A woman with a nickname like Medici doesn't just fade into the wallpaper. The hunt for Maria Medici Varga had just become the only thing that mattered. The quiet of the loft was broken by the sound of the door closing behind them, leaving the painting to watch over the empty, curated space. In Chapter 30, the neon sign for the Paradise Palms RV park buzzed and flickered, a sickly pink glow cutting through the Mississippi dusk. It wasn't a park so much as a gravel lot carved out of the pine scrub off Parish Road 14, home to a handful of trailers in various states of decay. Katie Ford killed the engine of the unmarked sedan, the sudden silence filled by the hum of cicadas, and the distant, tinny thump of a radio from somewhere deeper in the lot. The air coming through the vents had been cool. Now the delta humidity seeped in, carrying the smell of hot gravel, diesel, and the sweet-rot scent of garbage from an overflowing bin near the entrance. Charming, Nina Shaw said, her gaze sweeping over the scene. She let the word hang, her eyes tracking the slow drip of rust-colored water from the air conditioner unit of a nearby mobile home. Our girls come down in the world. Or this is where she prefers to land. According to the file, Jolene Dowsett had last been processed for aggravated assault 2 years prior, listing a P.O. box in Vicksburg. It was a bartender at a juke joint near Greenville who'd pointed them here, saying a woman matching Dowsett's description. Striking, hard-faced, driving a beat-up Ford Ranger. Sometimes crashed in a trailer at the back of the lot owned by a friend who worked on the oil rigs. The tip had come with a weary shrug. The bartender's eyes were old in a young face, used to being a source of information for cops and wanting the transaction over. The drive out had been a silent, tense transition from the fading grid of Jericho, falls into a deeper rural isolation. The pines had closed in, the pavement had narrowed, and the few houses they passed sat far back from the road behind curtains of kudzu. Katie had watched the landscape blur, thinking of the Holt artifact they'd found in Hayes's apartment, a small, carved fetish. It felt like a breadcrumb, one that led not to a person, but to an aesthetic. A signature. Dowsett, with her violent history, felt like a different kind of animal altogether. "Let's see if she's home," Katie said, her voice pulling them both back to the present. They got out, the humid air clinging to them like a damp sheet. The gravel crunched loudly under their shoes, a sound that seemed to announce their presence to every shadowed window. They walked past a trailer with a broken step held up by cinder blocks, another with a sun-bleached Confederate flag hung in the window as a curtain. From one, the faint, acrid smell of meth cooking leaked out, a chemical ghost in the evening. A dog barked 3 lots over, the sound sharp and repetitive. At the very back, separated from the others by a pile of rusting car parts, an engine block, a door panel blooming with orange corrosion, sat a long, silver airstream. Its curved surface was dented and streaked with grime, but it still held a ghost of its former streamlined elegance. Light bled from around the edges of a pulled blind in the small, oval window of the door. Katie knocked on the aluminum door, the sound hollow and sharp, like hitting an empty oil drum. A moment of silence, then the muffled sound of movement inside, a footstep, the creak of a floorboard. A voice, sharp and wary, sliced through the metal. "Who is it?" "A Ms. Dowsett. The FBI. We need to speak with you." Katie kept her tone flat, authoritative. "About what?" The voice was closer now, right on the other side of the door. "About Stephen Hayes. We understand you knew him." Another pause, longer this time. Katie could almost hear the calculation. Then the solid clunk of a heavy lock being thrown, followed by the higher-pitched slide of a chain. The door swung inward, but only a foot blocked by that chain. Jeline Dowsett peered out through the gap. The file photo didn't do her justice. In person, her beauty was a weapon. High cheekbones that looked sharp enough to cut, fierce blue eyes that held no warmth, a mouth set in a permanent, challenging line. She wore a faded Ramones t-shirt and cut-off jeans frayed at the thighs. Her feet were bare, the nails painted a chipped black. "A Hayes. That little weasel," she said, her voice a low rasp. "What's he done now?" "He's dead, Ms. Dowsett," Nina said, stepping into the woman's line of sight. Her voice was calm and level, a counterpoint to Katie's directness. "Murdered last night." Dowsett's expression didn't crumple into shock or grief. It hardened, the skin tightening across her cheekbones, her eyes narrowing to slits. The blue in them seemed to frost over. "No loss," she said, the words clipped. "But it wasn't me. I haven't seen Steve in over a year. Closer to 2. "We'd still like to talk," Katie said, her own gaze steady on Dowsett's face. "It would be better inside." It wasn't a request. It was a statement of the inevitable, and they all knew it. Dowsett stared at them, her eyes flicking from Katie's face to Nina's, assessing threat, authority, nuisance. Her jaw worked slightly, a muscle twitching near her temple. After a long 5 seconds, she let out a sigh of theatrical exasperation, a puff of air that smelled of mint gum and cigarettes. "Fine. But wipe your feet. Place is a mess." She unhooked the chain with a quick, practiced motion. The inside of the trailer was a claustrophobic capsule of a life in transit. It was maybe 8 feet wide. Clothes, denim, leather, lace were piled on a fold-out dinette booth. Empty beer cans and white styrofoam takeout containers littered the small counter, along with a jar of instant coffee and a plastic jug of water. The air was thick, trapped, smelling of stale smoke, cheap vanilla perfume, and the underlying damp musk of mildew. A small TV, mounted in the corner, played a reality show on mute, figures gesticulating silently in garish lighting. The whole space felt slightly sticky to the touch, the humidity having seeped into every surface. Dowsett didn't offer them a seat. She retreated to lean against the narrow strip of counter by the sink, crossing her arms over her chest. The pose was defensive, but her chin was lifted, challenging. "And so talk." Katie took a step further in, her shoulder brushing against a cabinet door. Her eyes catalogued the space, moving from the clutter on the dinette to the closed door she assumed led to a bedroom. Nina remained planted just inside the door, not blocking it entirely, but controlling it. Her presence made the cramped space feel even tighter. "Your relationship with Hayes was volatile," Nina began, her voice still that even, probing instrument. "Police reports indicate several domestic disturbances. He filed a restraining order." "Which I never violated," Dowsett shot back immediately, as if she'd had to say it many times before. "Steve was a user. A manipulative little parasite. He liked to pretend he was a big-time dealer, but he was just a middleman for pills to college kids and truckers." She uncrossed her arms long enough to make a dismissive flicking motion with her fingers. "He got off on having a girlfriend who scared people. Made him feel connected to something gritty. Then he'd get drunk or high and decide he was the one who should be doing the scaring." She shrugged a bony shoulder. "I disabused him of that notion. He didn't like it." "You put him in the hospital," Katie said, turning from her survey of the room to lock eyes with Dowsett. She recalled the report: a fractured orbital bone, 2 broken ribs. "With a tire iron. He put himself there by swinging a bottle at my head." "A full one." Dowsett's gaze didn't waver. "I just ended the argument. Permanently. And after that." "You just went your separate ways?" Nina asked. "What, you think we stayed pen pals?" "He got the message. I got a record. We were done." Katie's attention drifted from Dowsett's defiant face. The trailer was a study in transience, but one corner, near the foot of what might be a fold-down bed, seemed to serve as a more deliberate makeshift storage area. A guitar case with a broken latch lay on its side. A stack of old Penthouse magazines was neatly squared, a contrast to the surrounding chaos. And leaning against the wall, half covered by a greasy, olive-drab moving blanket, was a large, rectangular object, about the size of a small coffee table. Katie took a casual step toward it, trying to make her movements seem like idle curiosity. "You move around a lot, Ms. Dowsett. When the mood strikes. Or when the work dries up. Or when people get annoying." Her eyes tracked Katie's progress. "What kind of work are you in now?" "Bartending. Waitressing. Whatever pays cash and doesn't ask for a resume." A note of weary bitterness crept into her voice. "You gonna tell me that's a crime too?" Katie didn't answer. She was close enough now to see the shape under the blanket wasn't soft like a canvas. It had a hard, unyielding edge. The blanket itself was coarse under her fingertips, slick in places with old grease. She could smell its dusty, mechanical odor over the trailer's perfume. Without asking, without looking back at Dowsett, she hooked a finger into the rough fabric and pulled it aside, letting it slide to the floor with a soft whump. Beneath it wasn't a painting. It was a framed artifact, a heavy piece of antiquity. It was a carved stone relief about 2 feet by 3, the pale limestone stained with age and something darker, earth or something else, in the deep-cut grooves. The scene was chaotic, violent. A grotesque, almost human figure seemed to be emerging from, or being consumed by, a thick, stylized morass of swirling lines that might have been roots or tentacles or veins. The craftsmanship was crude but frenzied, powerful in its ugly anguish. It was the kind of piece that felt old not in a museum sense, but in a primal, disturbing way. Mounted on the frame's lower edge was a small, discreet brass plaque, polished to a dull shine against the rough stone. Katie leaned closer, her breath catching in her throat. The engraved script was clean, professional. From the curated collection of G. I hold. Katie's pulse quickened, a sudden hard drumbeat in her ears. Her mouth went dry. She looked from the relief to Dowsett, her own face a careful mask. Where did you get this? Dowsett followed her gaze. A flicker of something, annoyance, impatience crossed her face. Her lips pressed into a thinner line. That old thing. Won it in a poker game a few months back. In Biloxi. Some arty-farty guy lost his shirt and used it to cover his bet. She waved a hand at it. Bugly as sin. I was going to toss it, but it's heavy. A pain in the ass to move. Do you know the collector? Garrett Holt, Katie pressed, taking a half step to the side to get a better view of Dowsett's whole body, not just her face. I never heard of him. Like I said, I won it. The guy at the table said it was from some local nutjob's hoard. Means nothing to me. She shifted her weight, her bare foot scraping on the linoleum. You gonna tell me collecting ugly rocks is a federal offense now? Nina had moved now, coming to stand beside Katie, her eyes fixed on Dowsett. The calm in her voice was now a focused, gentle pressure. The poker game. You remember the man's name? A description. Christ, no. Dowsett rolled her eyes, a gesture that seemed too practiced, too theatrical for the tension in the room. It was a poker game in a back room off a casino. You don't exchange life stories. You watch hands, you count tells. He was white, late 40s maybe. Wore a stupid hat. That's it. It's quite a coincidence, Katie said, her voice low, letting the words hang in the stale air. We're investigating a series of murders connected to this collector. To artifacts like this. And here you are, connected to one of the victims, with a piece from his curated collection in your possession. She let the implication settle. Stephen Hayes also had a piece. A smaller one. Dowsett's posture changed. The defiant lean against the counter was gone. She straightened up, her shoulders squaring. She was coiled now, her weight subtly shifting to the balls of her feet. Her arms uncrossed and hung loosely at her sides, her fingers flexing once, twice. Coincidences happen, she said, but her voice had lost its bored rasp. It was tighter, higher. Or maybe you're just looking to pin something on the easy target. The ex-stripper with a record. Saves you doing any real work. Her eyes darted to the door, then back to Nina, calculating the distance, the obstacle. We're just following the evidence, Nina said. Her tone was still calm, but Katie heard the subtle shift in it, the professional assessment clicking into place. Nina's eyes were scanning the trailer again, not the clutter but the sightlines, the potential weapons. A heavy glass ashtray on the dinette, a small fire extinguisher mounted by the door, the way the dinette drawer faced Dowsett. The evidence, Dowsett snorted, a harsh, humorless sound. A chunk of rock I told you I won, and a dead ex I hated. That's your case. That's what you're gonna take to a jury. It's a connection we can't ignore, Katie said, taking a firm step forward, closing the space between them. The trailer felt like it was shrinking, the walls pressing in. We're going to need you to come with us to the sheriff's office for further questioning. Now. Dowsett's eyes darted past Katie, down the narrow hallway that led to the trailer's bedroom. It was a fleeting glance, less than a second, but loaded with a sudden, electric calculation. Of escape. The weapon. I'm not going anywhere, she said, her voice dropping to a near whisper that was more threatening than a shout. I answered your questions. Get a warrant if you want more. Get out of my house. Ms. Dowsett, Nina said, taking a deliberate, smooth step forward. Her right hand moved subtly toward the small of her back where her cuffs were clipped. Her left hand came up, palm out, a placating but firm gesture. Don't make this difficult. You're not under arrest yet. This is for questioning. It's in your interest to cooperate. Yet, Dowsett spat, the word like a drop of acid. Her own right hand twitched, then moved, not toward the hallway, but toward the drawer of the dinette table beside her. It was a small, natural-looking movement, as if she were just bracing herself. But in the confined, silent space, where every breath was audible, it was as loud as a shout. Don't, Nina commanded, her voice cracking through the trailer like a whip. It was no longer calm. It was pure, unambiguous authority. Dowsett froze for a fraction of a second, her fingers inches from the drawer pull. Her head turned slowly, and her eyes met Nina's. In them, Katie saw not fear, but a furious, reckless resolve. The cornered animal look, yes, but mixed with a blazing, indignant pride. It's just my damn cigarettes, Dowsett hissed through clenched teeth. Step away from the table. Now, Nina said. She had her hand on the grip of her sidearm, though she hadn't cleared it from the holster. Her posture was a textbook-ready stance, balanced, poised. The standoff stretched, thick enough to taste. The only sounds were the muffled thump of the distant radio and the frantic, silent drama playing out on the TV screen, a cheap parody of the real one unfolding in the trailer. Katie could feel her own heartbeat in her throat. She was closer to Dowsett than Nina was. Her mind raced through options, angles. With a sudden sound of disgust, a guttural Dowsett yanked the drawer open. Nina moved. It wasn't a blind tackle, but a swift, controlled lunge, her body low and driving forward. She caught Dowsett's wrist as it emerged from the drawer, not holding a pack of cigarettes, but a small, black-handled folding knife, the blade already snapped open and gleaming dully in the trailer's light. Nina twisted, using Dowsett's own momentum and the confined space to spin her around, slamming her face down against the formica surface of the dinette table. Empty cans and a plastic lighter clattered and skittered across the floor. I was just gonna cut a thread, Dowsett yelled, her voice muffled against the table. She bucked and struggled, but Nina had her arm secured in an expert hold, her knee pressed into the back of Dowsett's thigh for leverage. Katie, cuffs, Nina said, her breath only slightly elevated, a testament to her control. Katie snapped the handcuffs on Dowsett's wrists, the cold metal clicking tight. The knife lay on the linoleum where Nina had kicked it, a sad, cheap thing next to a crushed beer can. You have the right to remain silent, Nina began, reciting the Miranda rights into Dowsett's ear as she hauled her upright. Dowsett's body was rigid, resisting every inch of movement. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. This is bullshit, Dowsett screamed, Her face flushed a deep, mottled red with rage. She didn't cry. She fought, throwing her weight backward against Nina as they maneuvered toward the narrow door. Her bare feet scrambled for purchase on the smooth floor. "You're framing me." "That rock means nothing." "I didn't touch that little creep." "You know I did." They shuffled out into the cooling night air, the transition from the trailer's stifling interior feeling like stepping into a cold bath. The buzzing neon of the paradise palms cast their struggling, elongated shadows across the gravel, painting a grotesque puppet show. From a nearby trailer, a curtain twitched, a pale face appearing and then vanishing, falling back into place. No one came out. No one called out. Katie helped Nina guide the still protesting, writhing Dowsett toward the car. The woman's strength was surprising, fueled by pure adrenaline and fury. As Nina folded her into the back seat of the sedan, securing the seatbelt around her cuffed form, Katie looked back at the silver Airstream. Its door hung open, a rectangle of sickly yellow light spilling out onto the gravel, illuminating the discarded moving blanket just inside. The stone relief was still in there, that crude, dark figure lurking in the corner. Dowsett's story was tissue-thin, her possession of the Holt artifact glaring under the circumstances. The arrest was logical, necessary procedure after she'd reached for a weapon. It was the move the manual dictated. But as she slid into the passenger seat, the scent of mildew, perfume, and desperation still clinging to her clothes and hair, Katie felt a cold knot of doubt tighten in her gut. Dowsett's fury in the trailer had the raw, unvarnished ring of the cornered and the unjustly accused. It was the rage of someone who believed, truly, that the system was screwing her over again. It lacked the cold, calculated cunning of the killer they were hunting, the one who curated scenes, who thought in terms of artifacts and permanence. Dowsett was a violent woman, yes. A piece of the puzzle, perhaps, a pawn, a connection, a source. But as Nina started the car, and the headlights cut through the pink neon haze, Katie couldn't shake the feeling that they had just forced a piece into a space where it didn't quite fit. The edges were jagged. The picture it was forming felt rushed, and in her bones, Katie felt a deep professional dread that it was wrong. Chapter 31. The holding cell block in the Jericho Falls County Sheriff's Department was a tomb of concrete and steel, perpetually chilled by overworked air conditioning that couldn't mask the underlying smells. The scent of industrial lemon cleaner fought a losing battle against the older, deeper odors of stale sweat, despair, and the faint, metallic tang of blood that had seeped into the grout a decade ago and never left. Echoes lived here, the distant clang of a door, the murmur of a radio, the scrape of a chair, all amplified by the hard surfaces. Maria Varga sat on the metal bench bolted to the wall, her posture a studied mix of defiance and exhaustion. The initial performative tears were gone. Now she just looked profoundly irritated, as if detained for a parking ticket. She examined her hands, picking meticulously at a chip in her burgundy nail polish. The overhead fluorescent light buzzed, casting a sickly pallor on her sharp features. Through the bars, Katie watched her, holding 2 paper cups of lukewarm station coffee that smelled of burnt beans and chemical creamer. Nina leaned against the cinderblock wall opposite the cell, arms crossed over her chest. Her eyes were fixed on Varga, reading her like a ledger. "History of volatile business dealings," Nina said, her voice low and flat in the quiet corridor. "A documented taste for ruthless leverage. And a Holt original, a significant one, hanging in her gallery office. Gift, my ass." "The painting's the key," Katie said quietly, her own breath visible for a second in the chill. "But the story feels off. Too neat. Too convenient." Convenient is exactly how people like her get caught, Nina replied, pushing off the wall. She turned her head toward Katie, her expression unreadable. Go on. See if she'll talk to someone closer to her age. Just remember, her entire profession is pretending to be someone she's not. The tears, the anger, the wounded pride, it's all product. Look for the seam where the performance ends. Katie nodded, the key cold and heavy in her hand. She slid it into the cell door lock. The metallic clunk and subsequent screech of the hinges echoed sharply in the narrow corridor, a sound that made Varga flinch minutely before she mastered herself. Katie stepped inside, the space feeling suddenly smaller, the air closer. She set one cup on the bench beside Varga, not within easy reach, but close enough to be a gesture. Brought you coffee, Katie said, her tone neutral. Black. That's how you took it last time you were processed here, according to the intake report from your fraud inquiry 2 years back. A faint smirk touched Varga's lips, not reaching her eyes. She slowly reached for the cup, her movements deliberate. Aren't you the thoughtful Fed? Cross-referencing my caffeine preferences. What do you want? To understand. You told the deputy the painting was a gift. From who? I told him. An anonymous donor. It showed up at the gallery one morning, delivered by a bonded courier. A note of admiration for my curatorial eye. She took a small sip of the coffee, and her face contorted in genuine distaste. She set the cup down on the bench with a soft tap. This is terrible. I don't interrogate benefactors. In my world, discretion is the currency. Where were you last night, between midnight and 3 a.m.? Varga sighed, a theatrical exhalation of boredom. In my apartment. Reviewing Sotheby's and Christie's preview catalogs on my tablet. Alone, she shrugged, the fabric of her silk blouse rustling. Not much of an alibi, I know. Check the device activity logs. Check the building's security camera logs. It'll all show I was there. It'll show your tablet was active and your heat signature was in the apartment, Katie corrected gently, watching her eyes. It doesn't definitively prove you were the one holding the device or that you never left. Varga let out a short, humorless laugh that bounced off the cell walls. She leaned forward, elbows on her knees, and looked up at Katie. You think I drove out to some derelict roadside motel in the middle of the night to slash a 2-bit, small-time hustler like Terrence Hayes? Please. He was a pathetic little leech. The barnacle. Cutting him out of my ledgers was the best thing I ever did. Why would I drag him back into my life, even to kill him? He wasn't worth the gasoline. A revenge. A control. He betrayed you. He was working for the FBI. He was a bug, she said, her voice dropping to a contemptuous whisper. She pinched her thumb and forefinger together in the air. I stepped on him and moved on. I don't waste energy on bugs. I don't curate them. I exterminate them quietly and forget their names. Her gaze traveled slowly up and down Katie's frame, assessing the off-the-rack slacks and practical shoes. You're looking for someone with a passion for it. That's not me. My passions are expensive. They hang on walls or sit on pedestals, and they don't leave biological stains on cheap motel carpets. Katie studied her. The performance was polished, the defensiveness expertly calibrated. But underneath the veneer of arrogant disdain, Katie sensed a different, wearier emotion. A genuine, profound irritation at the inconvenience, at being associated with something so crude. She was hiding something, that was certain, but maybe it wasn't murder. Maybe it was a different kind of transaction, one she couldn't explain without exposing other, lucrative sins. The painting, Maria. It's by Garrett Holt. He's in custody downstairs. For the art world murders. The ones all over the news. Varga's perfectly shaped eyebrows lifted. It was a small movement, but it wasn't practiced. A flicker of genuine surprise widened her eyes for a half-second before her cynical mask snapped back into place. The crazy painter guy. The one who was turning people into statues. That's who did that piece? She shook her head, a slow, dismissive motion. Figures. Artists. All ego and no spine. They build these fragile worlds and then blame everyone else when they crack. No spine. The phrase stuck in the thick, cold air of the cell. It was a specific, cutting assessment. Katie finished her own terrible coffee, the bitter taste coating her tongue as the idea began to form, jagged and uncomfortable. She placed her empty cup on the floor by the door. Wait here. She stepped out, the metallic clang of the door latching behind her sounding final. Nina was already moving, falling into step beside her as they walked a few paces down the hall, out of earshot. She's lying about the painting's origin, but not about Hayes, Katie said, keeping her voice low. Her disgust for him is real. It's visceral. The killing was messy, personal, angry. She's cold, but she's tidy. Her crimes are financial, they're about control on paper. This was hands-on butchery. It doesn't fit her profile. So where's the link to Holt? Nina asked, her brow furrowed. The painting is a direct physical link. It's in her space. Maybe the link isn't her, Katie said, turning to face Nina fully. The hum of the fluorescence seemed to grow louder. What if we've been looking at this wrong from the start? What if the accomplice isn't a partner, but a puppeteer? Nina's eyes narrowed. Explain. Varga just called Holt all ego and no spine. She sees a weak, fragile man. But what if our accomplice sees a useful one? Not an equal, not a lover, but an instrument. Someone who saw a fragile, rejected artist brimming with rage and decided to direct it. Channel it. Dr. LeBlanc said the chemical preservation work on the first 3 victims was sophisticated, but the method used on Hayes was even more advanced, more refined. That's not Holt learning on the job. That's someone else's expertise being applied. And the targets Alastair Thorne, Eleanor Moss, Lauren Simmons. They fit Holt's personal vendetta against the art establishment, yes. But step back. They also form a perfect, strategic triangle to expose and destabilize the whole high-end antiquities black market. That's a bigger, cleaner, more logical operation than one man's wounded pride. He was the brush. Someone else was the hand holding it. Katie watched as the idea landed. Nina's crossed arms loosened. She looked past Katie, her gaze turning inward, processing. A slow, dawning understanding changed her face, the slight parting of her lips, the thoughtful nod she gave to herself. Her eyes tracked back to the cell door as she pieced it together. A director, she said softly. Not a fan. Oh, a strategist. A curator of violence. Exactly, Katie said, feeling a surge of grim certainty. Hayes's murder broke Holt's artistic pattern. It was rushed. Operational. Someone eliminating a liability, not creating a lasting piece. cleaning up a loose end their volatile asset created. We're not hunting a disciple who loved him. We're hunting the person who was in charge all along. Nina was already in motion. We need to be sure Holt and Varga are strangers. If she's not the architect, she's a distraction, a red herring planted by the real one. Let's settle it. She waved over Deputy Chen, who was leaning against a filing cabinet at the end of the hall, scrolling through his phone. He snapped to attention and walked over, his boots squeaking on the polished concrete. We're transferring Holt to the county lockup in Greenville in an hour, Nina said. He's in the processing room now, getting his paperwork finalized. I need you to take Ms. Varga to the restroom down the hall. Take her right past the processing room window. The one that looks into the corridor. Chen nodded, his young face serious. What am I looking for, Agent Shaw? A signal. A code. Nothing, Katie answered. Just walk her. Natural pace. Don't prompt her, don't slow down. We'll be watching. They moved quickly. Katie and Nina positioned themselves in a shallow service, alcove 20 feet down the hall from the processing room door. It housed a janitor's sink and mop bucket, offering a narrow sightline. From here, they could see both the hallway and, at an angle, the large interior window of the processing room that looked out onto the corridor. The glass was reinforced with wire, slightly distorting the view. The wait was a study in tense silence. Katie could hear the drip of a leaky faucet in the sink behind her, the steady plink of water hitting metal. She focused on her breathing, on the cold seep of the cinderblock wall through her shirt. Nina stood perfectly still beside her, a statue of focused anticipation. A few minutes later, Chen appeared from the direction of the cells, escorting a handcuffed Maria Varga. The cuffs were in front of her, a small concession. Varga walked with a bored, resigned slouch, her eyes scanning the ceiling tiles as if calculating their cost. As they neared the processing room window, Katie's pulse quickened, a dull thud in her ears. She leaned forward slightly, every sense acute. Inside the processing room, Garrett Holt sat at a formica-topped table, dressed in bright orange county scrubs that hung loosely on his thin frame. He wasn't staring blankly at the wall or rocking in distress. He was hunched over, his spine a tense curve, sketching furiously on a paper napkin with a stub of pencil. His hand moved in frantic, precise lines, his entire being consumed by the act of creation. The deputy assigned to watch him stood a few feet away, arms crossed, his expression one of profound boredom, occasionally checking his watch. The scene was a bizarre diorama. Intense, fragile artistry under the glare of sterile fluorescent light, guarded by institutional indifference. Chen guided Varga past the window. Her head turned, a casual, almost automatic glance at the man in orange behind the glass. Her steps didn't falter. Her expression didn't change into recognition, or fear, or secret communication. It twisted. Her upper lip curled in a flash of pure, unadulterated scorn. It was the look someone gives a mangy dog, or a broken appliance cluttering a sidewalk. She leaned her head toward Deputy Chen, just an inch, and muttered something. The microphones embedded in the hallway ceiling picked up her voice, crisp and clear in the monitoring room they'd checked earlier. Christ, Varga said, her tone dripping with contempt. Looks like a stiff breeze would break him in half. Pathetic. Chen, to his credit, gave no reaction. He simply guided her on, past the window and toward the restroom door. Holt, inside his bubble of manic focus, never looked up. His pencil continued its frantic scratching, a soft, persistent sound just at the edge of hearing. Katie felt the click in her mind, clean and decisive as a lock turning. She let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. Nina exhaled beside her, a long, slow stream of air. No connection, Nina stated flatly. The observation was clinical, final. She sees a weak, contemptible man. Our architect sees a tool. A flawed but useful instrument. A tool they used, and then had to repair or adjust when it malfunctioned, Katie said, the theory crystallizing into a hard, cold shape. The director doesn't feel contempt for Holt. They feel ownership. Investment. They've curated him. His art, his violence, it all served a larger purpose. Varga wants to control people for profit. This person wanted to control a narrative, to stage a grand, brutal exposure of a corrupt system. Hayes was a cleanup. A cold, clinical correction. The director's own signature contribution, made necessary after their primary asset was captured. They walked quickly back toward the main bullpen, the humid, stale air of the station feeling suddenly charged, as if before a storm. The worn linoleum squeaked under their shoes. So we're not looking for a lover or a crime partner, Nina summarized, thinking aloud as they moved. We're looking for a director. A producer. Someone with the specific chemical and anatomical knowledge to refine Holt's methods, and the strategic, patient mind to pick targets that maximize the scandal and the exposure. They'd be in his orbit but hidden. A patron. A correspondent. A critic he respected. Someone he might have seen as a mentor, a fellow visionary, who instead was guiding him toward a specific, violent end. Someone who felt the work was tragically unfinished when he was caught, Katie added, the pieces locking together into a terrible, coherent shape. And who decided to finish it properly. To eliminate the informant Holt so carelessly created. To prove, even with the brush seized, that they were always the one in control. That the vision was theirs. They pushed through the heavy door into the noisy, cramped bullpen. The shift change was happening, adding to the chaos. Deputies coming on duty, others heading out, the clatter of keyboards, the static hiss of the police scanner. Sheriff Mitchell looked up from his cluttered desk, his eyes tracking them immediately, reading their faces. Katie stopped in the center of the room, the theory too urgent to wait. Varga is a dead end, she announced, her voice cutting through the room's low chatter. A few deputies turned to look. But she just helped us see the real shape of this. Mitchell stood up slowly, his chair rolling back. What shape is that, Agent Ford? Katie met his gaze. We're not hunting a partner or a disciple. We're hunting the person who was in charge all along. The architect. The director. The one who let Garrett Holt take the credit for the art and the fall for the murder. And they're still out there working. Chapter 32. The Jericho Falls County Sheriff's Department bullpen was a ghost town after 10 p.m. The overhead fluorescents buzzed, a persistent, insectal whine that made the silence feel brittle. They cast a sickly, green-tinged light over empty desks where abandoned coffee cups sat like forgotten monuments. The only other sound was the faint, rhythmic thump of a janitor's cart somewhere down a distant hallway. Katie Ford stood before a corkboard that had become a map of obsession, her shadow thrown long and stark across the linoleum. Photographs of 3 victims, Alastair Thorne, Eleanor Moss, Louis Armas, were pinned in a grim row, connected by crisscrossing strands of red string that looked like old veins. A 4th, grainy, blown-up shot of Stephen Hayes in a motel parking lot was anchored off to the side. In the center, Garrett Holt's gaunt, intense mugshot stared out, his eyes burning with a fever that the cheap camera couldn't soften, the pushpin shoved right between his brows. Nina Shaw leaned against a chipped gray filing cabinet, arms crossed tightly over her chest, watching her. Her posture was all contained energy, a spring coiled. Sheriff Dale Mitchell lingered in the doorway of his office, one shoulder propped against the frame, a silent spectator with his thumbs hooked in his belt. The air in the room was stale, carrying the day's accumulated smells of sweat, cheap aftershave, and the metallic tang of the holding cells down the hall. "It's not him," Katie said, her voice cutting the quiet like glass. She reached out and tapped Holt's photo, the sound a dry tap-tap against the cork. "Not the origin. He's the instrument. The hand. But the will preceded him. By years, maybe." "The partner theory," Nina said. It wasn't a question. Her tone was flat, a placeholder. "More than a partner's. The director. An architect." Katie's gaze moved across the board, from the first victim to the last, tracing the red lines. She took a step closer, her finger hovering near Thorne's crime scene photo, the body in the shipping crate, posed with terrible grace. "Look at the progression. Thorne Moss Armis. Each kill shows a refinement in technique, a cleaner execution of the concept. The preservation is the art, the pose is the signature. It's a curriculum, a portfolio being built." She moved her hand to the blurry image of Hayes. "Then we have this. It's a rupture. It's rushed, personal, emotional. A throat cut in a public place. It breaks the aesthetic pattern completely. But it doesn't break the conceptual one." Mitchell shifted his weight, the leather of his duty belt creaking. "How so?" he asked, his voice a low rumble. "Because the concept was never just Holt-S," Katie said, turning to face them fully. The harsh light carved shadows under her cheekbones and made the green of her eyes look almost translucent, sharp as broken bottle glass. Her reasoning crystallized here, at the board, the connections snapping into place with an almost physical click. His personality, from everything we've seen, is all grievance. All wounded pride and artistic rejection. But the framework of these crimes, it's sophisticated. Coldly philosophical. It's a statement about art, ownership, and permanence that's bigger than his petty resentments. That kind of framework doesn't just appear from nowhere, fully formed. The chemicals, the surgical precision, the historical references, it's beyond his training as a conservator. He was taught. Guided, she pointed back at Hayes. Hayes was killed for a practical reason, to prevent exposure of a supply chain. It was maintenance, not art. The real curator isn't a craftsman. They're an organizer, a recruiter, a strategist. Holt was her perfect instrument. He executed the vision, but he didn't originate it. This wasn't a surprise discovery. It was the culmination, the moment she committed out loud to the theory that had been coiling in her gut, piece by piece, since she'd seen the side-by-side bodies in LeBlanc's cold room. Katie's finger landed back on Holt's photo, her nail pale against the grainy print. "We took the craftsman. We caged the brush. The real curator is still free, holding the palette." Hayes was their message. A bloody declaration that the vision outlives the artist. "A war we'd avoid," Nina said, pushing off the cabinet with a sigh that seemed to carry the weight of the long day. She took 2 steps into the room, her boots silent on the floor. "By doing our jobs methodically. We tear Holt's life apart. Phone records, financials, known associates, gallery visitor logs, library checkouts. The digital footprint is always deeper than they think. It leaves silt. We follow the silt. And if there is no footprint, Katie's voice dropped low and intense. She could feel her pulse in her throat. If they were careful. Met in person only, used burners bought with cash, communicated through coded art world gossip or notes left in library books. We could chase shadows for months. Meanwhile, they're out there. Right now. Grieving the loss of their instrument. Furious at the vandalism of their exhibition. Maybe they're already looking for a new one to shape. Someone with the right technical skill and the right kind of brokenness. She let the implication hang, a cold shape in the stuffy air. Or maybe fixated on the agents who caged their masterpiece. Nina finished, her tone flat, devoid of inflection. She shook her head, a short, sharp movement. You want to draw them out. Make us targets. Turn the investigation into a performance. Make me a target, Katie corrected, taking a step toward Nina. A controlled presentation. We don't do a full press circus with Vance and a podium. That's too broad, too official. We plant a single story with a specific, toxic vector. Marlon Vick. Mitchell let out a low, weary whistle. He rubbed a hand over his stubbled jaw. The Delta true crime blogger. That bottom feeder. He's less a journalist and more a digital infection. Exactly, Katie said, turning her focus to the sheriff, her mind racing ahead. He's lurid, he's fast, he has no ethical guardrails, and his audience, a mix of conspiracy theorists, true crime addicts, and local gossips, eats up villain worship and secret plots. We feed him a narrative, off the record, from a concerned source. The story is, FBI agent Katie Ford's relentless, solo pursuit breaks the Delta artist killer case, but her controversial theory suggests the mysterious architect remains free. My name. My picture. The explicit suggestion that I'm the one who unraveled the genius, who identified the missing hand behind it all, who seized the puppet master Holt refused to name. She spread her hands. It doesn't go to the mainstream press. It goes straight into their ecosystem, their underworld. If the curator is the originator, I think they are, obsessed with legacy, with being the unseen author, they won't be able to resist. I become the ultimate critic in their story. The one who needs to be corrected. Silenced. Or curated. No, the word was final, carved from stone. Nina took a full step forward, closing the distance between them. Her dark eyes were hard. You are not bait, Katie. This isn't an academic theory to test with your carotid artery on the line. It's insanity. It's the fastest path to a predator who leaves no trail, Katie shot back, her own voice rising a fraction. She could feel a flush of heat on her neck. It's a shortcut off a cliff. I've seen this play before. Years ago, in Baton Rouge, we had an informant deep inside a syndicate run by the Ridgway brothers. Nina's words came out clipped, each one a stone dropped into the quiet. A good kid. Scared but trying to do right. A young agent, smart, ambitious, thought he understood pressure points, got clever. He thought he could force a power struggle, speed things up, by anonymously leaking the informant's value to a rival faction. He called it applied pressure, I called it a death sentence. She paused, her jaw working. The informant was found in a Louisiana bayou 3 days later, his mouth and eyes sewn shut with fishing line, weighted down with his own secrets. The agent quit the bureau 6 months after that. I hear he still wakes up screaming some nights. Nina's gaze was unwavering, pinning Katie in place. You do not provoke the darkness to come find you. You hunt it on your terms in the light, with backup and procedure and every advantage you can stack. And if it slips away into the dark forever? Katie's hands clenched at her sides, her nails biting into her palms. The frustration was a live wire in her chest. This case goes officially cold. Holt claims solitary madness, and the person who orchestrated 3 murders, who turned people into artifacts, walks free to find a new Holt, to start again with a cleaner slate. Is that hunting on your terms? Is that justice for Thorne, Moss, and Armiz? It's the job, Nina's control slipped, her voice rising to match Katie's. It's patience. It's grinding, tedious, unglamorous work. It is not playing Russian roulette with a fanatic who preserves people for art. You are not disposable. I'm not trying to be disposable. I'm trying to be effective, Katie fired back. The grinding work isn't working fast enough. They're ahead of us. They killed Hayes right under our noses while we were, methodically, chasing Holt, old gallery receipts. The silence that followed was thick, charged with exhaustion and clashing wills. The hum of the lights seemed to grow louder, vibrating in Katie's teeth. She could see the muscle feathering in Nina's jaw, the tight line of her mouth. Sheriff Mitchell had gone perfectly still in the doorway, his eyes moving between them like he was watching a tennis match that had caught fire. Katie looked from Nina's rigid, protective disapproval to Mitchell's cautious, weathered neutrality. She felt the plan, so clear and logical in her mind, hardening into something illicit, something solitary. The warmth of the argument drained away, leaving a cold resolve. She forced her shoulders to relax, dropping them from where they'd hunched near her ears. She unclenched her hands, flexing her fingers slowly. When she spoke again, her voice was deliberately even, drained of its earlier heat. Fine. You're right. It's too volatile. An unnecessary risk. The tension in the room didn't dissipate. It changed texture, becoming something wary and brittle, like thin ice over black water. Nina studied her for a long, silent moment, her eyes searching Katie's face for any sign of deception, for the telltale tension around the mouth or a flicker in the gaze. After a beat that stretched too long, she gave a single, slow nod, though the frown of concern didn't leave her face. We start fresh at 8 a.m., she said, her own tone returning to professional neutrality. Full audit of Holt's known contacts, starting from his first gallery rejection 5 years ago. Cross-reference with every person who visited his apartment building, every name in his old address book. The silt, Katie. We follow the silt. She turned and grabbed her worn leather jacket from the back of a nearby chair, the movement abrupt. Get some sleep. A real sleep. Not just staring at the ceiling in a motel room. She didn't look back as she left, the heavy bullpen door sighing shut behind her with a soft thump that echoed in the empty room. Katie didn't move. She stared at the board, at Holt's accusing eyes. Someone used you. Shaped you. Who was it? Who gave you permission? The scrape of a chair leg on linoleum made her turn. Sheriff Mitchell had emerged fully from his office doorway. He wasn't looking at her. He was looking down at the worn, speckled floor, as if reading a history in the scuff marks and ground in dirt. He looked older under the fluorescent glare, the lines around his eyes etched deep. Marlon Vick, he said, his voice so quiet it was almost lost in the buzz. He's a parasite. Oh, a tick. He'd sell his mama's ghost for a click and a handful of ad revenue. You feed him that story, even whispered, it'll be all over the Delta by sunrise. Headline, photo, your whole theory spun into conspiracy gold. Every paranoid nut, every armchair detective, every true crime junkie from here to Memphis will see your face. And so will anyone else with a reason to look. Katie said nothing. She just watched him, her own face a careful mask. He finally looked up, his expression weary beyond measure. Nina's story about the Ridgway informant. She left out the part where the agent who leaked the info, the one who got clever, was her own partner. The one she had before you. They were close. Or she thought they were. Mitchell's eyes held hers. It broke something in her. It wasn't just the death. It was the betrayal of the duty, the trust. She's not just protecting the Bureau's rulebook right now, Katie. She's protecting you. From yourself, maybe. I know, Katie said, the words barely audible. And she did. The knowledge was a heavy, complicated knot in her stomach. Mitchell held her gaze for a beat longer, his own eyes pale and tired, then sighed, a sound of surrender to a reality he wished was different. He walked slowly to his cluttered desk, the surface a landscape of paperwork and empty foam cups. He opened the top drawer, rummaged past staplers and rubber bands, and pulled out a dog-eared, slightly bent business card. He didn't hand it to her. He walked to the corner of the desk nearest where she stood and placed it down, as if discarding a piece of trash. The cheap, glossy print read, Marlon Vick, Delta True Crime, we dig where they hide the truth. A cell number was printed beneath in a bold, aggressive font. I'm not giving you this, he said, his voice a low gravel rumble. He kept his eyes on the card. If you found it, it was in the stack of junk mail and flyers by the front desk. Anyone could have picked it up. And if you call that number tonight, I never had this conversation. I was in my office with the door shut, catching up on paperwork. He finally looked at her, and his expression was grim. And you'd better be the best damn shot in the FBI, Agent Ford. Because if you do this, you'll be sleeping with one eye open for the rest of your life, however long that turns out to be. He turned, the heels of his boots loud in the silence, and walked back into his office. He didn't slam the door. He closed it with a soft, definitive click that felt louder than any shout. Katie stood alone in the buzzing, hollow silence. The empty desks seemed to watch her. She looked at the card, a simple rectangle of white and black that represented potential catastrophe. Then she looked back at the board, at the victims frozen in their final, posed moments, at the unanswered questions screaming from Holt's silent, furious portrait. The red strings seemed to pulse under the light. Her hand didn't tremble as she reached out and picked up the card. It felt flimsy, insignificant between her fingers. The real weight of the decision was elsewhere, a cold, smooth stone settling in the pit of her gut. She turned it over. Nothing on the back. Just the name, the slogan, the number. A direct line to the fever swamp of the Delta's id. She slipped it into the front pocket of her jeans, where it lay against her thigh like a secret. Outside, the Mississippi night was absolute, a velvet blackness pressed against the windows. It was broken only by the distant, lonely cry of a freight train cutting through the Delta, a sound that was both mournful and enduring. Katie grabbed her own jacket, a lightweight windbreaker, and shrugged it on. She didn't turn off the lights. Let the bullpen blaze with empty, sterile light. She pushed through the doors into the warm, dense humidity of the night. It clung to her skin instantly, like a second, damp shirt. The parking lot was poorly lit, pools of jaundiced light from sodium vapor lamps creating islands of visibility in a sea of shadow. Her rental car, a bland sedan, sat alone. In the distance, down the main drag, the neon sign of the White Knight Motel flickered erratically, a faulty, sputtering heartbeat in the dark. As she didn't think of sleep. As she slid into the driver's seat, the vinyl still holding the day's heat, her thumb found the card's edge through the denim of her pocket and worried at the corner until it went soft. She ran the shape of the call through her head a dozen times. The hook, the details to include, the ones to omit, the specific trigger words designed to worm their way into a particular, obsessive mind. And a dozen times she stopped short of actually reaching for her phone. Nina's voice was still too loud in her memory. "You are not bait." Mitchell's warning sat beside it, heavier still. "You'd better be the best damn shot in the FBI." She started the car. The engine turned over with a compliant purr. She sat there a long moment, the card a palpable presence in her pocket, the weight of Mitchell's warning and Nina's fear a counterweight in her chest, and in the end she did not dial. Not tonight. She put the car in drive and turned toward the flickering sign of the White Knight Motel instead, telling herself it was patience, knowing it was closer to cowardice, the decision only postponed, not abandoned. The Mississippi night swallowed the taillights whole. Chapter 33. The bullpen of the Jericho Falls County Sheriff's Department was a hive of low-grade panic, the kind that smelled of burnt coffee, stale sweat, and the faint, sweet-sour tang of old takeout. The air conditioning fought a losing battle against the Mississippi afternoon, the unit groaning in the ceiling vents, and pushing around the thick, humid air rather than cooling it. Katie Ford stood by the map-covered wall, her shoulder blades pressed against the cool cinder block, watching the clock. The second hand on the institutional white face jerked forward with agonizing slowness. Nina had gone to Beaumont's diner 20 minutes ago for what she called a strategic resupply of pie and caffeine, a ritual to break the monotony of staring at the same corkboard for 8 hours straight. She'd be gone at least another 20, maybe 30 if the lunch rush was lingering. That was the window. Katie had seen the news van pull up outside 10 minutes earlier. A white Channel 12, Delta News Now van, its satellite dish raised like a mechanical flower-seeking sun. It had parked at a haphazard angle in the gravel lot, kicking up a small cloud of dust that hung in the still air. They were here for a scheduled, bland update from Sheriff Mitchell about the Bayou murders, a piece of filler before the evening weather. Mitchell was in his office with the blinds drawn, likely rehearsing his lines, choosing his words to say nothing with folksy charm. She didn't need a stage. She needed a spark, something to cut through the bureaucratic fog and the killer's calculated silence. Smoothing her dark hair back into its tight ponytail, Katie pushed off from the wall. She walked past the deputies' desks, a landscape of scattered paperwork, half-empty foam coffee cups, and the green glow of aging computer monitors. Her boots were silent on the scuffed linoleum, a path worn to a dull gray by decades of weary footsteps. She pushed through the double doors into the wall of humid afternoon. The heat hit her like a damp towel slapped across the face. Cicadas sawed in the pine trees across the road, a relentless, vibrating buzz that felt like pressure in her teeth. The reporter, a young man with overly gelled hair that looked shellacked under the sun and a too bright blue tie, was checking his microphone, tapping it and listening to the feedback in his earpiece. The camerawoman, a woman in her 40s with a practical ponytail and tired eyes, leaned against the van's shaded side, smoking a cigarette with the focused appreciation of someone stealing a moment of peace. "You here for the sheriff?" Katie asked, her voice flat and clear, cutting through the lazy atmospheric buzz. The reporter turned, a practiced, neutral smile already sliding into place. "Yes, ma'am." Scheduled for 3, he glanced at his watch, a chunky silver thing. "He's expecting us." "I'm Special Agent Katie Ford, FBI. I'm lead investigator on the case he's briefing you about." The change was instantaneous. The reporter's pleasant mask dissolved, his eyes sharpening with a pure professional hunger. His posture straightened, his grip tightening on the mic. The camerawoman took a final, deep drag and stubbed the cigarette out against the van's tire, tucking the butt into her pocket. She hefted the camera onto her shoulder in one smooth motion, her finger hovering near the power switch. "Agent Ford," the reporter said, taking a half-step closer. "We'd love a comment. Anything you can share ahead of the sheriff's statement. The public is anxious for updates." "I can give you something better than a comment," Katie said, her tone flat, deliberate, leaving no room for question. "You can have the break. The real ones. Right now." She didn't wait for permission or a response. She turned on her heel, the gravel crunching under her boots, and walked back toward the glass doors. She pushed one open and let it swing shut behind her, not looking back. She knew they'd follow. The click of the camerawoman's equipment, the rapid shuffle of dress shoes on gravel, and the hissed whisper of "Are we rolling?" Get it now," confirmed it. They trailed her into the chaotic heart of the bullpen like pilot fish drawn into a sudden current. The room's ambient noise, the murmur of low conversations, the crackle and squawk of police scanners, the clatter of a keyboard, stuttered and died. Deputies looked up from their reports, their faces a mix of curiosity and confusion. A detective on the phone slowly lowered the receiver, his conversation forgotten. All eyes tracked the strange procession, the federal agent leading the local news crew through their workspace. "Here's fine," Katie said, stopping near the central dispatch desk, a fortress of scarred laminate buried under case files, empty soda cans, and a wilting potted plant. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting a sickly, shadowless glow that bleached color from everything. It was real. It was ugly, with its water-stained ceiling tiles and the ancient, coffee-splattered carpet. It was perfect. The camerawoman shouldered her rig, the lens focusing with a soft whir. The red recording light blinked on, a tiny, unwavering eye. No countdown. No preparation. This was live capture. The reporter held his mic out, his earlier polish replaced by a raw, urgent intensity. "Agent Ford, can you confirm a major development in the Bayou murders investigation? Is there an arrest?" Katie looked directly at the reporter, but in her mind she looked through him. She imagined Sarah Vance, the originator, watching on a small, sleek TV in some dark, curated room, her cold fury curdling into something desperate and personal at the invasion of her narrative. "We can confirm," Katie said, her voice carrying in the tomb-like quiet of the room, each word measured and clear, "that as of this morning, the individual responsible for the murders of Alastair Thorne, Eleanor Moss, and Louis Armas is in federal custody. We have secured a full confession. The investigation into the so-called Curator killings is closed." She let that hang for a beat, long enough for the words to be absorbed, for the reporter's eyes to widen slightly, for the deputy at the nearest desk to let out a soft, unconscious breath. The clock on the wall ticked loudly. Then she leaned slightly into the microphone, her gaze sharpening, aiming her next words not at the reporter, but at the lens, at the unseen audience of one. Forensic analysis of the 3 primary installations confirms they were the work of a single, arrested individual. A solitary artist. She paused, letting the word artist linger, a deliberate choice. The 4th victim, Stephen Hayes, represents a significant deviation, a rushed, regressive copy. It lacks the original artist's finesse in preservation, the surgical precision in posing, the cohesive vision. It's derivative work. The kind an imitator produces when the true vision has been extinguished, and they're left with only crude instructions. Another beat. She could feel the collective stillness in the room, a held breath. She leaned in closer, her voice dropping to a more intimate, deliberate register, a tone meant for sharing a secret or delivering an insult. We believe the person responsible for this fourth act is a devoted follower. An acolyte, someone desperate to prove their loyalty, to continue the work but lacking the master's skill, his touch. They saw the artistry and tried to replicate it, but all they managed was a hollow echo. A clumsy tribute. The words hung in the air, toxic and deliberate. Devoted follower. Acolyte. Hollow echo. She knew the real curator would hear those labels as the profound insults they were meant to be. To be called a follower, a mere student, a clumsy copier when she was the architect, the director, it would be an unbearable provocation. The rage would be immediate, personal, a violation of her self-concept. It would demand a public, corrective response. Privately, Katie believed the opposite. This was no follower. This was a puppeteer, a strategist who saw Holt as a brilliant, flawed tool. But calling her a follower was the quickest, most personal way to make her snap, to lure her out from behind her curtain of planning and into the light. A deputy fumbled a stack of folders, sending them sliding to the floor with a slap that made everyone jump. From the corner of her eye, Katie saw the door to Sheriff Mitchell's office fly open. Mitchell stood there, his face a mask of stunned confusion that quickly hardened into anger. His jaw was tight, his hands clenched at his sides. The reporter jumped in, his voice rising with excitement, almost tripping over his words. "It closed. You're saying the Bayou killer has been caught. And you're calling the last murder a copycat by a follower. Is there a second killer still at large?" "The primary artistic threat has been neutralized," Katie stated, using the cold, bureaucratic phrasing as a stark contrast to the emotional bombshell. "The evidence is conclusive. The original series is complete. Anyone with remaining information, including about the inferior copy, is urged to come forward. They can reach the federal task force at our temporary command post, the White Knight Motel on State Route 61, just south of the Jericho Falls town limit." "That is all." She gave a curt, definitive nod, the universal signal for "I'm done." But as the reporter opened his mouth, scrambling for a follow-up question, the bullpen's side door, the one that led to the parking lot and Beaumont's diner, burst open. Nina Shaw stood frozen in the doorway, backlit by the harsh afternoon sun, a white paper bag from Beaumont's clutched in one hand. Her shrewd, dark eyes took in the scene, the camera's blinking red eye, the reporter's eager posture, the ring of silent, watching deputies, Katie standing at the epicenter like a prosecutor giving a closing argument, in a single, comprehensive nanosecond. The understanding that flashed across her face wasn't anger at first. It was a profound, weary horror, a deep-seated dread that drained the color from her cheeks and made her grip tighten on the paper bag until the grease from the pie inside began to darken the bottom. The camerawoman, sensing a seismic shift, a better story, pivoted smoothly on her heel, the lens capturing Nina's arrested entrance, the dawning comprehension on her face. "We're done here," Nina said, her voice not loud, but it sliced through the charged silence of the room like a blade. She didn't yell. She didn't need to. She walked forward with a controlled, deliberate pace, her boots echoing on the linoleum, and placed herself physically between Katie and the camera's lens, blocking the shot. She fixed the reporter with a look that could freeze water. "Turn it off. Now." The authority in her tone was absolute, brooking no argument. It was the voice of someone used to being obeyed in life-and-death situations. The red light winked out. The camera woman lowered the rig from her shoulder, her expression unreadable. The moment the camera died, the atmosphere in the bullpen shattered into a cacophony of released tension. A deputy coughed. Someone's chair squeaked. Sheriff Mitchell started forward, his face flushed. Agent Shaw, what in the hell is? Nina turned on Katie, ignoring Mitchell completely. Her eyes were black with fury. Evidence lockup. Now it wasn't a request. It was an order, delivered in a low, vibrating tone that promised consequences. Katie followed the heat of a dozen stares, confused, accusing, pitying burning into her back. Nina shoved open the heavy, windowless metal door to the evidence room with enough force to slam it against the inside wall. She didn't wait for Katie, just strode into the cool, dim space. Katie stepped in after her, and Nina let the door swing shut with a definitive, echoing clang that sealed them in. The room was small, lined floor to ceiling with heavy metal shelves burdened by cardboard boxes, tagged plastic evidence bags, and a few larger items covered in dusty tarps. The air was several degrees cooler, smelling of dust, old paper, and the faint, metallic scent of the climate control system. A single bulb in a wire cage cast a pool of harsh light over the central processing desk, a cold steel table scarred with scratches and stained with unknown residues. For a second, there was only the hum of the climate control and the distant, muffled sounds of the bullpen. Then Nina rounded on her. She threw the paper bag onto the steel desk. It landed with a soft, greasy thud. Have you lost your entire goddamn mind? The words were a low, furious rasp, strained through clenched teeth. The live feed. In the middle of the bullpen. You painted a target on your back in high definition, Katie. You gave them your name, your face, and your goddamn address. It was the fastest way, Katie countered, her own defensiveness rising to meet Nina's fury, a hot flush climbing her neck. You weren't going to approve it. You shut down every variant of this idea in the car, over coffee at the diner. So I found a variant you couldn't shut down. Because it's a stupid idea, Nina slammed the flat of her hand against a metal shelf. The impact was a deafening crash in the confined space, making the boxes rattle and a fine sift of dust drift down from the ceiling. It's a rookie, grandstanding, suicidal idea. I thought you were smarter than this. I thought you understood the cost of putting your face out there. Is this about your partner? Katie shot back, the memory of Nina's cryptic pain, the shadow that crossed her face whenever overconfidence was mentioned, surfacing through her own anger. Your lost one. Abalfi. Did you try something like this and it went wrong, so now no one else can ever try? Is that it? The name, Alfie, hung in the cold air between them like a ghost made tangible. Nina's face went utterly still, all the mobile, furious energy compressing into something harder, denser, more painful. The anger didn't leave her eyes, it was just joined by a grief so old it had sharp edges. Alfie, she said, the word quiet, almost a sigh, wasn't my partner. She looked away, her gaze fixing on a dusty evidence box labeled with a year from the previous decade. He was my little brother. A beat cop in Baton Rouge. A good kid. Wanted to make detective. She brought her eyes back to Katie, and the pain in them was a physical force. And he didn't try something. His captain gave an interview to the local paper, bragging about how close the vice squad was to nailing a crew running illegal guns up the river. He mentioned Alfie by name. Called him a rising star, said he'd been instrumental. Nina's voice was flat, reciting facts, but her knuckles were white where she gripped the edge of the steel table. They found him 2 days later in his cruiser, parked behind a shuttered convenience store. They'd used his own service weapon. The press called it a targeted execution. I call it a lesson. You don't feed monsters if you're standing in the pen. You don't give them a name and a face. Ever. The story landed in the quiet, crowded room with the weight of a coffin settling into earth. Katie felt the righteous certainty, the cleverness of her gambit, drain from her, leaving a cold, sick hollow in her gut. She saw it now, not as a strategic play, but as a reckless broadcast of vulnerability. She had been thinking like a profiler, not like a potential victim. Not like a sister. I didn't know, she said, the words hollow, inadequate. You didn't ask. Nina's composure broke again, not into yelling but into a fierce, pained intensity. She pushed away from the table and began snatching evidence boxes from a wheeled cart, shoving them onto shelves with violent, punctuating thuds. You assumed. You decided your cleverness outweighed my experience. That your gut was smarter than my scars. Vance warned me about your lone wolf shit when he paired us. I defended you. I said you were just driven, that you had a missing piece you were trying to solve. But this, she threw another box, the sound echoing. This is a death wish wrapped in a press release. It's vanity. The accomplice is a hybristophile, Katie argued, clinging to the logic, the profile, because the emotional ground had fallen away beneath her. She's in love with the violence, with the transgression, with Garrett Holt's art. If she thinks his masterpiece is complete, that he's confessed, that his legend is sealed, and then here's his final work called Derivative, a copy. That his fourth victim was rushed and ugly. That she's just a devoted follower, Katie let the calculated insult hang between them in the dusty air. She'll need to correct the record. To prove his vision, her vision, is still alive, and that she's the one holding the brush, not following instructions. She'll come to the source of the insult. To me. It draws her out into the open. It draws her to you, Nina corrected, stopping her frantic shelving. She leaned against the shelves, looking suddenly exhausted, the anger spent and leaving behind a deep weariness. And she's already killed once for him, or for his legacy, or for whatever the hell she believes in. You think she's coming for a chat? To debate art theory? She shook her head, a bitter, humorless laugh escaping her. You gave her your name and your motel room number on live television. You might as well have sent her a map with a big red X and an invitation that says, next exhibit here. I can handle it. Famous last words, Nina muttered, pushing a hand through her short, dark hair. She paced the short length of the room, 3 steps one way, 3 steps back, a caged animal. Then she stopped directly in front of Katie, so close Katie could see the fine lines of stress at the corners of her eyes, the tight set of her mouth. Her anger had burned down to a grim, smoldering resignation. Fine. The play is made. Can't reel it back in. The tape exists. It'll be on the news at 6, if not sooner. She took a deep breath, her shoulders rising and falling. Then, with a movement that was all business, she reached under her blazer to the small of her back. When her hand came out, it held a compact black pistol, a Sig Sauer P365. It looked almost toy-like in her capable hand, but it was all deadly function. She didn't hand it to Katie. She tossed it onto the cold steel surface of the processing desk between them. It skidded across the metal with a sharp, grating scrape, coming to a stop perfectly aligned between them. Katie stared at it. I'm not certified for a secondary. My service weapon is in the lockbox at the motel. I don't give a single damn about certification right now, Nina said, her voice flat, final. That's my backup. It's clean. Untraceable to you. It's loaded with a full mag plus one in the chamber. The safety is right there. She pointed a blunt finger at the lever. Figure it out. If you're going to play bait, you don't go into the water without a hook. And you don't stand there with your hands empty when the shark shows up. She turned toward the door, then paused, her back to Katie, her hand on the cold metal handle. Go back to the motel. Stay there. Don't order pizza. Don't answer the door for anyone but me. Don't even open it for Mitchell unless I'm with him. I have to go smooth things over with a sheriff who's probably ready to have us both arrested for trespassing, and pray to God that Channel 12 has some shred of journalistic ethics and doesn't run your little performance as their screaming lead story. Nina, Katie said, the word stopping her. Nina didn't turn around. What? I'm sorry. I'm about Alfie. Truly. Nina's shoulders tightened almost imperceptibly, a flinch she couldn't suppress. Sorry doesn't keep you alive. That does, she nodded toward the gun on the desk without looking at it. Remember the lesson. It cost me my brother. Don't let it cost me my partner. Then she pushed the door open and was gone, the heavy metal swinging shut and leaving Katie alone in the silent, crowded room. The silence was immense. Katie looked at the pistol. It was an artifact of pure function, a tool for one purpose. She picked it up. The polymer grip was cool, the weight both foreign and unsettlingly familiar in her hand. She checked the chamber with a practiced, automatic motion. A round was seated. She engaged the safety, the click loud in the quiet. Then she lifted the back of her shirt and slipped the gun into the waistband of her jeans at the small of her back, the metal cold against her skin. Her shirt tail fell back, covering it completely. It was a subtle, constant pressure, a reminder. She left the evidence room. The bullpen had returned to its normal, grumbling rhythm, but it was a forced normalcy. Eyes followed her as she walked, curious, wary, some openly pitying. Sheriff Mitchell was back in his office with the door closed, but she could feel his glare through the blinds. She didn't look at anyone, just walked straight through the maze of desks, pushed through the double doors, and stepped out into the oppressive Delta afternoon once more. The drive back to the White Knight Motel was a tense, hyper-aware blur of green pine stands, endless fallow fields tinged brown, and the occasional weathered shack. The pistol pressed against her spine with every minor adjustment in her seat, a cold, insistent punctuation to her thoughts. Every car that passed, every pickup that lingered in her rearview mirror for a few hundred yards too long, felt newly significant. A rusted sedan pulling out from a dirt road made her heart stutter until it turned off. A logging truck thundering past shook her car and felt like a portent. She pulled into the gravel lot of the White Knight Motel, the tires crunching loudly. She parked directly in front of her room, the one at the very end of the L-shaped, single-story row, farthest from the flickering neon sign and the office. The sign buzzed and crackled, the W in white sputtering on and off in an erratic, arrhythmic pulse that threw the parking lot into alternating states of sickly blue illumination and deep shadow. She sat in the car for a full minute, engine off, watching her room's door, the windows, the long, empty stretch of cracked pavement leading to the highway. Nothing moved but the moths dancing around the faulty neon. Finally, she got out, the gravel loud under her feet. She unlocked the door, stepped inside into the dim, musty interior, and immediately locked it again, engaging the deadbolt and sliding the flimsy security chain into place. The room was exactly as she'd left it that morning. The bed a tangle of thin sheets and a worn floral spread, Her case files and notepads spread across the small, laminate table, the lingering scent of mildew, cheap cleaner, and her own shampoo hanging in the still air. She walked to the window and adjusted the gap in the heavy, brown curtains she'd kept permanently drawn. She opened them just a centimeter, enough to create a narrow sightline to the parking lot, the approach to her door, and a slice of the ditch and tree line beyond. Then she sat on the edge of the bed, her back to the wall, facing the door. As she listened, the mini fridge in the corner cycled on with a rattle and a hum. A pipe groaned somewhere in the walls. The distant whine of a semi-truck, accelerating on Highway 61, faded into the distance. Closer, the cicadas had started up again, their sound seeping through the thin walls. Her hand drifted back, her fingers finding the textured grip of the Sig Sauer tucked against the small of her back. She didn't draw it, just touched it, confirming its presence, its reality. Outside, the flickering neon cast erratic, jumping shadows across the cracked pavement, making the gravel seem to shift and crawl. The long Mississippi night was no longer just dark. It was waiting. And for the first time, Katie Ford understood with visceral clarity that she wasn't just the hunter. She had deliberately, publicly made herself the hunted. She had traded the initiative for a reaction, and now she had to wait for it to come to her door. Every creak of the motel's old bones settling, every rustle in the kudzu-choked ditch beyond the parking lot, every soft pop from the dying neon sign was a potential footfall, a held breath, a step in the dark. Sleep, she knew, would not come easy. It would be a tense, watchful negotiation with the dark, measured in the slow, painful crawl of hours on the glowing digital clock, and the steady, silent weight of the unfamiliar gun against her skin. The room, which had been a temporary base, now felt like a trap she had baited herself. The air was thick with anticipation, and every minute that passed without a knock on the door felt like both a reprieve and a tightening of the spring. Chapter 34. The room was a box of held breaths. Katie Ford sat on the edge of the stiff motel bed, the cheap floral spread scratchy under her palms. The air conditioner under the window rattled on a low setting, pushing out a stream of damp, cold air that did little to cut the pervasive humidity. It smelled of mildew and industrial cleaner, with an underlying note of old cigarette smoke embedded in the curtains. A borrowed Sig Sauer P320 lay cold and heavy in her lap. The Glock was with Nina. This one felt different, a fraction lighter, the grip texture unfamiliar, the balance a millimeter off. She de-checked it twice already, the ritual of inspection a thin substitute for calm. A memory surfaced, unbidden and sharp. Eli at 9, holding a rusted pocket knife he'd found by the railroad tracks behind their old house in Metairie. The afternoon sun had been heavy, buzzing with cicadas. His small face was a mask of fierce, misplaced pride, his fingers dirty around the cracked bone handle. She'd taken it from him, not with anger but with a calm she didn't feel, her own 12-year-old hands prying his fingers open gently. You keep the sharp side away from you, Eli. Always, she demonstrated, showing him how to fold the blade safely, her thumb pressing the catch. He'd nodded, solemn, his eyes wide and fixed on her face, trusting her to navigate a world he found confusing and sharp-edged. The last time she saw him, in the doorway of his Baton Rouge apartment, the smell of burnt coffee and incense hanging in the air, he'd hugged her quickly, his body already angled away toward some new, urgent passion. I'll call you Sunday, Katie Bug. Promise? The promise was the hook that had kept her searching, that kept her hand reaching for the phone every Sunday evening for years, long after the trail froze over and the number disconnected. She ran her thumb along the slide of the Sig, the motion practiced, tactile. It didn't calm her. Nothing did. Her pulse was a steady, insistent drum in her temples. She listened to the sounds of the motel settling. A toilet flushing 2 rooms down, the hum of a vending machine in the alcove by the office, the distant groan of a semi-truck accelerating on Route 61. Each noise was a potential footstep, a door handle turning. Her phone, face down on the nightstand, buzzed against the laminated wood. Not a call. A single, incoming email. The vibration was a short, sharp tremor. Her breath hitched, catching in her throat. The press conference had been hours ago. The silence since had been a vacuum, a waiting so intense it had become a sound of its own. This was the first ripple. She picked up the phone, the screen bright in the dark room. The sender address was a jumble of letters and numbers. X7J9P22K@Tormil.net. The subject line was blank. As she opened it, no salutation, no text. Only an image attachment, a small square icon. She tapped it, her thumb hovering as it downloaded, the progress bar filling with agonizing slowness in the weak cell signal. It was a photograph, taken at night, the quality grainy but clear. A weathered, hand-painted sign, its colors bleached by sun and rain to pastel ghosts of red and blue. Jericho FALLS Flea Market and Auction, it read in blocky, uneven letters. Beverly SAT. 8 a.m. Beneath the words, painted in a clumsy, hopeful script, was an arrow pointing left and the phrase, "Treasure Hunters Welcome." The sign was nailed to a rough-hewn post at the entrance to a vast, empty field littered with the ghostly shapes of covered stalls, tarps sagging like slumped shoulders. In the background, barely visible through a screen of pines, was the hulking silhouette of the abandoned Ferris wheel from the fairgrounds, a black spiderweb against the slightly lighter sky. It was a place she knew, had driven past. The 4th victim, Stephen Hayes, had been found just on the other side of those trees, in the pavilion. The message was clear. Come see where it ended. Come see where it begins. A second image followed, loading slowly, pixel by pixel. A close-up of the same signpost, the flash washing out the grain of the wood. This time, a single word had been freshly carved into the soft, grayed timber of the post, the cut marks raw and pale against the aged surface. Now. The letters were deep, the work of a sharp blade and a determined, unhurried hand. The bottom of the W had a small, deliberate curl. It was a child's lure. Obvious. A painted backdrop for a performance. Every professional instinct screamed trap. It was a box canyon, a stage set with one obvious entrance, 1,000 shadows for an audience of one. The killer, the curator, the originator, wasn't just inviting her, she was directing her. Framing the shot. Choosing the lighting. This was the first exhibit in a private showing. Katie stood, her joints stiff from hours of stillness, and paced the 10 steps from the bed to the bathroom door and back. The thin carpet was gritty under her socks. She'd already repositioned the room's lone armchair to face the entrance, angled the cheap, particle board dresser to create a slight bottleneck in front of the bathroom door. She de-checked the window latch, the flimsy deadbolt. Prepared for a siege that was coming from the wrong direction. The threat wasn't a breach, it was an invitation. She stopped pacing by the window, peeling back the edge of the curtain with 2 fingers. The parking lot was a pool of jaundiced light from a single sodium vapor lamp. Her rental car, a gray sedan, sat at the far end. Nothing moved. The decision was already made, had been made the moment she stepped in front of those cameras and hijacked the narrative. You don't bait a hook without expecting to be pulled into the deep. She wouldn't call Nina. Nina would try to stop her, her voice tight with controlled anger. Or worse, she'd insist on coming, mobilizing the sheriff's deputies, turning a clandestine provocation into a full tactical breach. Flashing lights, radio chatter, the crunch of boots on gravel. That would spook the target back into the weeds, into a deeper silence. This was a creature that worked in intimacy, in the silent, charged space between two people. It wanted a private viewing. A curator leading a single, important guest through a gallery after hours. Katie's preparation was methodical, quiet, a ritual of focus. She stripped off her jeans and sweatshirt, the fabric cool. She changed into dark, charcoal gray jeans and a black, long-sleeved t-shirt, the cotton thin and close-fitting. She swapped her heavy boots for a pair of worn, black sneakers with soft, silent soles, tying the laces with double knots. She checked the SIGS magazine for the third time, counting the 15 rounds by touch in the dim light, then chambered around with a soft, metallic snick that was loud in the quiet room. She secured the holster at the small of her back, adjusting the angle until the grip settled just below her right kidney, accessible but concealed by the drape of her shirt. From her go-bag at the foot of the bed, she retrieved a small, high-lumen flashlight, testing its beam against the wall, a bright, focused circle, and a folding knife with a textured grip. She clipped the flashlight to her belt. She considered the body armor folded in the bottom of the bag, the bulky Kevlar vest. It was for a firefight, for a known threat in a contained space. Not for this. This was about speed, mobility, and the illusion of vulnerability. She needed to look like a woman alone, chasing a desperate clue in the middle of the night, not an agent staging an assault. The armor would be a declaration of war. She left it in the bag. She sat at the cheap desk, the wood veneer peeling at the corners, and picked up a pen from a motel-branded notepad. The pen was cheap, the ink blue and faint. She wrote quickly, her handwriting angular and clear. Nina, Jericho Falls Flea Market site. Email lure with coordinates. Gone to confirm assess. Back by 400. Do not call cavalry. You'll spook it. Okay? She read it over. It wasn't asking permission. It was a trail of breadcrumbs, an IOU for a partnership she was currently sidestepping. It was also a lie of omission. She wasn't going just to confirm. She was going to answer. She stood, folded the note once, and slid it silently under the door connecting her room to Nina's. She listened, ear almost to the wood. No sound from the other side. No shift of bed springs. Nina was a still sleeper. As she checked her phone. 1:13 a.m. The killer's hours. The perfect time for a private tour, when the world was asleep and the darkness belonged to the things that moved through it. At the main door, she paused, her hand on the cool metal of the handle. She turned the deadbolt slowly, the click muffled by her palm. The fear was there, a cold, coiled wire in her stomach, tightening her diaphragm. But beneath it was a colder certainty, solid as stone. This was the move. The only move left on the board. Eli had vanished into silence, leaving no signature, no grotesque artwork, just an empty space where a person should be. This thing, this curator, left a trail of loud, horrific signatures. She would follow the noise, because the silence was what truly ate you alive, gnawing at the edges of every thought. She thought of the carved word in the wood, the raw, pale flesh of it. Now. She slipped out into the hallway, pulling the door closed behind her until the latch caught with a soft, final thud. She locked it with the keycard, the green light blinking. The corridor was empty, lit by the sickly green glow of the exit sign at the far end. The carpet was a pattern of swirling browns and oranges, stained in places. She moved past Nina's door without a sound, her sneakers whispering on the pile, down the rear stairs at the end of the hall. The metal steps were gritty, echoing faintly with each careful footfall. She pushed the bar on the fire door at the bottom, bracing for an alarm, but it opened silently into the humid Mississippi night. The air outside was a physical weight, warm and damp, smelling of wet asphalt, distant pine, and the faint, sweet decay of the Delta. It was a shock after the overcooled room. Crickets chorused in the drainage ditch behind the motel. A mosquito whined near her ear. She stood for a moment in the shadow of the building, letting her eyes adjust. The parking lot was washed in that orange-tinted light, making the shadows look black and oily. Her rental car was parked at the far end of the lot, away from the lamp. She walked to it, her posture loose but alert, scanning the rows of parked cars, a few trucks, a family sedan coated in dust. Nothing moved. She opened the driver's door, the interior light thankfully off, and slid inside. The vinyl seat was still warm. She sat for a moment in the dark, the only sound the faint ticking of the engine as it cooled. She looked at the motel, at the dark window of her room, then at the window of Nina's room beside it. The rift between them was a live wire, humming with unspoken accusations and tactical disagreements, and this midnight errand would either sever it completely or fuse it back together under impossible, scarring heat. She inserted the key, turned it. The engine coughed to life, the sound obscenely loud. She killed the interior dome light with a quick tap, shifted into drive, and pulled slowly out of the parking space. She didn't turn on the headlights. She rolled forward, using the ambient glow from the motel sign to navigate the lot, her tires crunching softly on the gravel shoulder. She didn't hit the lights until she was 100 yards down Route 61, the motel, a shrinking cluster of yellow windows in her rearview. Then she flicked them on, becoming just another set of lonely taillights in the vast Delta dark, a tiny moving point in a landscape that swallowed light and sound. The drive took 20 minutes. The two-lane highway was deserted, a black ribbon under a sky dense with stars the city never saw. The fields on either side were dark pools, occasionally broken by the distant, solitary glow of a farmhouse porch light. She passed a closed-down gas station, its sign dark, windows boarded. The flea market was 10 miles south of town, a tract of cleared land that bled into the thicker woods surrounding the old fairgrounds. She almost missed the turn, a gravel service road that branched off sharply, marked only by a rusted mailbox lying on its side. She turned off the highway, her tires spitting gravel. The noise was a cannon shot in the stillness. She drove slowly, the headlights cutting a swaying tunnel through the overhanging trees, illuminating the deep ruts in the road. She drove past the flea market entrance, catching a glimpse of the painted sign in her headlights, a flash of faded color, the arrow, and continued another quarter-mile down the road. She found a pull-off, a slight widening behind a stand of scrub pines and kudzu-choked undergrowth. She parked, nosing the car in until the bumper touched greenery, killing the engine and the lights. Silence rushed in, profound and heavy. She got out, the door closing with a muffled, careful click. The night air was thicker here, away from the road, smelling of damp earth, pine straw, and the faint, fungal scent of rotting wood. The cricket chorus was deafening, a rhythmic sawing that seemed to vibrate in her teeth. Somewhere an owl called, a low, mournful sound. In the distance, through a gap in the trees, the Ferris wheel was a skeletal cutout against the Milky Way's faint smear. She stood by the car, listening, feeling the weight of the cig against her spine. She took a slow breath, then began her approach on foot, staying just inside the tree line where the shadows were deepest. The ground was soft, carpeted with years of fallen needles and leaves. Her footsteps were silent. She moved slowly, pausing every few yards to scan ahead and to the sides, her eyes straining to separate shadow from substance. The field opened up ahead, a vast, moon-washed clearing. The flea market was a ghost town of covered stalls, rows of them stretching into the darkness. Tarps, some blue, some gray, some torn, were draped over metal frames or simple wooden tables, creating a labyrinth of narrow aisles and hidden alcoves. Moonlight glinted off pieces of forgotten junk, the handlebar of a bicycle, the glass pane of a picture frame, the rounded hump of a ceramic pot. It was a sea of moonlit shapes, a temporary town that lived only on Saturdays, now empty and waiting. The painted sign was just visible at the entrance, a pale rectangle. The field was a perfect place. Isolated. Acoustically dead, the earth-absorbing sound. Full of blind corners and hidden spaces. A gallery for an audience of one. She stopped at the edge of the clearing, one hand resting on the rough bark of a pine, the other on the grip of the cig at her back. Her heart was a steady, heavy knock against her ribs. As she was here, the bait had been taken. The trap was set around her. She could feel its geometry in the stillness. She knew what came next. The invitation wasn't just to a location, but to a conversation, a transaction. The first move into the open was hers. She had to step into the frame, become part of the composition. Katie Ford took a slow, deep breath, the night air cool and dense in her lungs, and walked out from the cover of the trees into the open, moon-washed field. Her footsteps were quiet on the hard-packed earth, a soft scuff with each step. She was a moving shadow in a landscape of still ones. She kept her pace even, deliberate, her head on a swivel, her eyes moving from stall to stall, scanning the dark gaps between them. Every sense was stretched tight. She heard the rustle of some small animal in the undergrowth back at the tree line. She felt the slight, cool breeze that stirred the hair at her temples. She smelled the dust and the faint, metallic scent of old rain on canvas. She reached the signpost. Up close, in the moonlight, she could see the fresh carving in stark detail. The word now was deep and clean, the edges of the letters sharp. No splinters. A very sharp blade, probably a fixed blade knife, not a folding one. The curl at the bottom of the W was deliberate, a flourish. She reached out and touched the raw wood with her fingertips. It was dry, slightly rough. It hadn't been done tonight, the sap had already hardened. Hours ago, at least. Of a sound. Not from the woods behind her. From within the field of stalls, off to her left. A soft, distinct mechanical click. Metallic. Or precise. The sound of a well-made latch releasing. Or the shutter of a high-end camera. Katie froze, her body coiling into readiness, muscles taut. She didn't draw the gun. Not yet. Drawing was an escalation, an admission of the expected violence. It would break the fragile, unspoken rules of this encounter. She was here for a dialogue, even if it was written in threat and carved in wood. She turned her head slowly toward the source of the sound, her eyes probing the deep blue-black shadow between two covered stalls about 20 yards away. Nothing moved. "I'm here," she said, her voice calm, lower than her usual speaking tone. It carried in the vast, absorbent quiet, sounding both firm and strangely small. "You wanted an audience. You've got one." The silence that followed was absolute, deeper than before. The crickets had stopped as if on cue. The owl was silent. The night itself seemed to be holding its breath, waiting for the curtain to rise on the next act. The breeze died. The only sound was the blood rushing in her own ears. In the deep shadow between the two stalls, something pale shifted. A faint, rectangular glow, then movement. A shape low to the ground. Not a person. An object being placed, not dropped. She moved toward it, each step measured, her weight balanced on the balls of her feet. The pale shape resolved as she drew closer. It was a small, rectangular box, placed neatly on a bare patch of earth between the stalls, as if on a pedestal. It was white, like the styrofoam cup left outside her motel room door. An offering. Oh, a gift. She stopped 3 feet from it. She knelt on one knee, keeping her back straight, her head up, her eyes still scanning the periphery. She did not touch the box. It was a standard archival storage box, about the size of a large shoebox, the kind used for photographs or fragile documents. Taped to its lid was a single, plain white card, unlined. On it, in elegant, meticulous handwritten script using black ink, was a single line. For the connoisseur of lost things. The handwriting was controlled, the letters perfectly spaced, the flourish on the capital C understated but present. It was the hand of someone who took pride in presentation. Katie stared at it. The hook was set deep now. This was the first exchange. The box was a promise and a chain. To open it was to accept the terms, to step fully into the story being written around her. To refuse was to walk away, to let the silence win. Her hand hovered over the lid. The field around her was a cathedral of stillness. She knew, with absolute certainty, that she was being watched. Not from one direction, but perhaps from several. Every gesture, every micro-expression was being noted, curated, filed away. This was the first test of observation. She thought of Eli's last, quick hug, the smell of his cheap sandalwood soap, the way his shoulder blade felt under her hand. A promise that became an open wound, a search that became her architecture. Her fingers found the edge of the cardboard lid. It was snug. She did not look up, did not search the shadows for the watcher. This moment, the anticipation, the private revelation, was the entire point. She lifted the lid, setting it aside on the ground. Inside, resting on a bed of pristine, white acid-free tissue paper, was a single object. A rusted railroad spike, heavy and crude, its square head caked with orange-brown corrosion, its pointed end still sharp. It was a tool of connection, of binding things to a path. It lay there like a relic. And beneath it, partly concealed by the spike, was a photograph. Katie moved the spike aside with 2 fingers. It was cold and rough. The photograph was an old, square Polaroid, the white border yellowed with age, the image faded to muted blues and browns. It showed a boy about 12, grinning wildly, his smile missing one front tooth, his hair a sun-bleached mess. He was holding up a huge, wriggling catfish, its slick body almost as long as his arm, its whiskers flaring. The boy's face was alight with pure, unfiltered triumph. The boy was Eli. The background was the muddy bank of the Mississippi, a particular bend with a fallen cypress tree they'd used as a seat, a place they'd gone once with their father on a rare, good weekend, a lifetime ago, before the world broke. She remembered the day. The heat. The smell of the river. Her father's laugh. She had taken the picture. A sound escaped her, a sharp, involuntary intake of breath that was half gasp, half choked sob. It was a physical punch to a bruise she thought had numbed, a direct hit to the solar plexus. Her vision blurred at the edges. Her fingers trembled as she reached for the photo, stopping just short of touching it, as if it were a holy object or a venomous thing. It was proof, not just of Eli's existence, but of his theft. This was from her own lost album, from the box of things that vanished when their father's house was seized. This person had it, had held it, had chosen it. From the darkness, 30 yards away, near the base of the Ferris wheel's support structure, a voice spoke. It was filtered, distorted by a digital modulator, a flat, robotic buzz that stripped away gender and nuance, but the tone beneath the distortion was one of cold, offended authority, a teacher reprimanding a careless student. You declared my work closed. You attributed my signature to a rushed imitator. You publicly denied my authorship. The voice paused, letting the weight of the reprimand hang in the thick air. The silence stretched, 5 seconds 10. You will learn to see the artist, Agent Ford. You will learn to appreciate the curation. A soft, electronic chime came from the box. Katie looked down. Beneath the tissue paper, now visible where the spike had been, was a slim, modern cell phone. The screen lit up. A text message was displayed on the screen. Welcome to the collection. The next exhibit requires a key. Drive to the coordinates. Come alone. The audience awaits. Below the text was a set of GPS coordinates. The modulated voice spoke once more, final and dismissive. The preview is over. The main gallery is now open. Don't keep your public waiting. Then only the crickets, starting up again one by one, and the sound of Katie's own breathing, ragged in the silent, mocking field. Chapter 35. The silence in the converted warehouse was absolute, a physical presence that absorbed the echo of her footsteps. Sarah Vance stood at the center of the vast, subterranean space, a queen surveying her kingdom. The air was cool and dry, carrying the faint, clean scent of ozone from the filtration system and the underlying mineral smell of old concrete. It was filtered through a massive climate control system that hummed a low, constant note, the only sound in her cathedral. This was not a motel. This was the final gallery. It had taken years to conceive and weeks to physically prepare. The conception had been a slow accretion, a vision forming in the negative spaces of her academic studies and her cold assessment of the art world's failures. The physical preparation had been a meticulous procurement. She had acquired the plinths one by one from a museum surplus auction in St. Louis, their marble bases chipped but structurally sound. The stainless steel display cases had come from a bankrupt natural history museum in Mobile, their glass panels carefully transported in padded crates. The lighting rigs were professional theatrical units, bought under a corporate alias from a liquidated opera house. Each piece had been selected not for convenience, but for symbolic resonance. They were the discarded bones of failed cultural institutions, repurposed for a higher truth. The location, a private art storage facility owned by a shell corporation she'd established long before Garrett Holt ever picked up a scalpel, was perfect. A converted textile warehouse on the edge of the Atchafalaya Basin, its above-ground appearance was derelict, overgrown with kudzu that swallowed the chain-link fence. But below street level, access through a freight elevator hidden behind a false wall in a rusted-out equipment shed, was a pristine, sterile expanse. A blank canvas she had designed. The elevator descent took 23 seconds. She had timed it. 23 seconds of transition from the decaying world above to the perfected one below. And she was the architect, executing the final phase of her own long-term design. She walked the perimeter, her boots silent on the sealed concrete. Her hand trailed along the cool, smooth wall, feeling the seam where she'd had the contractors install additional soundproofing panels. High above, industrial skylights, blacked out with several layers of paint and thick, light-absorbing velvet, were now fitted with her lighting rigs. She had spent days positioning them, using a laser level to ensure each beam's angle was precise to the degree. Each fixture was a surgical spotlight, its beam a precise, cold white. They weren't for illumination, they were for revelation. They would carve Katie Ford out of the darkness, isolate her, make her the sole subject on the stage she had built. Sarah paused beneath one, feeling the faint residual warmth from her last test on its metal housing. The space was divided not by walls, but by intention. The central area, a clear circle 30 feet in diameter, was the main gallery. This was where Katie would stand. Sarah stepped into the circle now, turning slowly. From here, the sightlines were controlled and perfect. Around it, Sarah had arranged a series of plinths and display cases, scavenged from auction houses and museum liquidations. They were not empty. Upon them stood the posed figures, the core of her collection. They were high-quality artists' mannequins, of course, placeholders for the future, but arranged with exacting care in the postures she had documented in her reference photographs. One was frozen in the elegant contrapposto of a leaner moss, a hand lifted as if to ward off a blow. Another was the slumped, penitent curve of Lauren Simmons. A third held the complex, reclining pose of Mavis Henley, one arm draped over the side of its plinth. In the low light, their wooden joints and blank, featureless faces were more chilling than any attempt at realism. They were diagrams of suffering. Pure form. To one side, a long stainless steel table held the preservation equipment, vacuum chambers with glass lids, fluid pumps with coiled tubes, and filtration units, all polished and waiting. Shelves along another wall were neatly stocked with chemical supplies in amber glass bottles, each labeled in her precise, block-letter handwriting. Rolls of archival silk, the color of old ivory, lay next to spools of fine, transparent monofilament line, the kind used by master jewelers. She moved to her preparation station, a smaller, wheeled surgical cart. Laid out with the care of a neurosurgeon were her immediate tools. Hypodermic needles, their barrels filled with a viscous, amber fluid, a paralytic cocktail she had refined over months of careful research and cautious self-testing. It was a blend of pharmaceutical-grade compounds, more elegant and merciful than the crude, formaldehyde mixtures her craftsmen had used. It induced complete neuromuscular paralysis while leaving cortical function, awareness blazingly intact. The subject became a prisoner in their own still flesh. She picked up a syringe, feeling its balanced weight. The fluid within was clear, not amber. The color was a tint added to the glass for light protection. A thing of terrible beauty. Next to the syringes lay a set of digital calipers, their stainless steel jaws closed. A digital camera on a carbon fiber tripod, its lens aimed at the center of the room, ready to document the process in high-resolution detail. This was not about murder. Not merely. It was about correction and completion. Garrett had been a useful instrument, a talented but limited craftsman. He could execute a technique with fascinating precision, but he could never conceive the overarching vision. He had tried to make art from flesh, but his work was reactive, born of petty grievance and the sting of rejection. Sarah's vision was pure philosophical. A statement on curation itself, the power to select, to arrange, to grant permanence. His arrest was always a possibility she had accounted for, a variable in the design. A tool that breaks is simply replaced. Now, she would complete the work he could only approximate. She would take the agent who had caged her instrument and transform her. Katie Ford would become the curator's final, definitive piece. Proof that the vision was never his to begin with, that he was merely the chisel in the sculptor's hand. She set the syringe down in its foam-lined slot and lifted a small, polished wooden box from the table. It was a vintage specimen case, lined in black velvet. Inside, nestled in its custom-cut hollow, was a single item, a locket. It was cheap, tarnished silver, the kind sold in gas stations, the chain thin and likely to turn a neck green. She had taken it from the pocket of Stephen Hayes's jeans after the necessary operational act in the fairground pavilion. Inside was a tiny, blurred photo of a woman who was not his wife. A secret. A flaw. It was perfect. The banality of his betrayal, the mundane corruption that made her art necessary, it would be encapsulated in this trinket. This would be the centerpiece. The locket would be placed around the neck of the final installation. A signature. A whisper of the human failing that necessitated the curator's intervening hand. Sarah carried the box to the central space and placed it on a low, black pedestal made of lacquered wood. She opened the lid, positioning the locket so it lay on the velvet, catching the light. She stepped back 5 paces, then 10, judging the sightlines. From the entrance, the freight elevator doors, the pedestal would be the first thing Katie saw, spotlighted, a small, shiny mystery drawing her in. The invitation was not a snare. It was a summons to a private viewing of her own design. A critic invited to review her own exhibit. She moved to the control panel she'd installed near the elevator. A bank of dimmer switches and a single, red-illuminated master button, protected by a clear plastic cover. She flipped the cover up with a thumb. Her breath was even, controlled. She ran through the sequence. A soft, definitive click, and the first bank of lights ignited with a faint pop, bathing the central circle in a stark, clinical glow that made the concrete floor seem to bleach. Another click, and pin lights activated one by one with a sequential thump-thump-thump, making the display cases and their silent occupants gleam like jewels in a vault. The mannequins cast long, distorted shadows against the far wall. The third switch controlled the audio. A faint, almost subliminal drone emanated from hidden speakers, a recording of white noise mixed with the distant, rhythmic drip of water she'd captured in a limestone cavern. It created a palpable unease, a sense of depth and dampness, of being buried alive in a beautiful, dry tomb of her own making. She stood still, listening, watching. The sequence was perfect. The atmosphere was precisely calibrated, not to terrify immediately, but to disorient, to awe, to make the intruder feel they had stumbled into a sacred, secret space. She killed the lights with a single master switch, plunging the space back into a darkness so complete it felt solid, a velvet weight against the eyes. In the black, her plan was crystalline. The email had been sent from a proxy server an hour ago, the language crafted to prick Katie's specific obsessions. You closed the wrong exhibition. The real gallery is still open. Come see what he left for you. Jericho Falls Flea Market. Midnight. It was bait the agent could not refuse. She would go to the flea market, to the site of Louis Armaz's sloppy display. She would find nothing but echoes and the smell of rust. And there, tucked under the windshield wiper of her rental car, would be a second note, printed on heavy, cream-colored cardstock. A keycard. An address for a logistics company in nearby Lake Providence. The time. The private viewing. For one guest only. Come alone, or the collection will be destroyed. The threat was strategic. Katie would believe she was protecting evidence, saving potential future victims. Katie would come. Her pride, her guilt, her relentless, grinding need to see the pattern completed would drive her. She would tell herself she was walking into a trap to spring it. She would not understand that some galleries are designed to be willingly entered, that the real curation begins when you believe you are still the critic, the observer. She would cross the threshold, and in doing so would surrender her role. Sarah returned to the preparation table in the dark, her steps sure from memory. She picked up the syringe again, holding it up to where a single, hair-thin sliver of light from the imperfect seal around the elevator shaft pierced the dark. The amber-tinted glass glowed. It was a beautiful object, functional and lethal. It would not kill. It would still. It would grant the subject a front-row seat to their own transformation. Garrett had understood that principle, at least, the need for the subject to witness their becoming, to understand the elevation being performed upon them. Sarah would utilize that useful fragment of his craft. Katie would be conscious for every moment, aware as she was arranged, posed, preserved. She would hear the explanation, feel the cold touch of the calipers measuring her limbs, see the silk being arranged. She would be the audience to her own curation, the first witness to her own masterpiece. The final touch was the backdrop. Sarah walked to a shrouded object leaning against the wall near the preparation area, a large, framed canvas. She took a corner of the black cloth and pulled it away slowly. It was not a painting. It was a massive, high-resolution print, 3 feet by 4 feet, taken from enhanced security footage the night of the Memphis warehouse raid. It showed Garrett Holt standing before his wire and mannequin diorama, his expression one of serene triumph, just moments before the FBI stormed in. She had cleaned up the image, removed the grain, adjusted the contrast to give it a chiaroscuro drama worthy of a Caravaggio. She had it printed on canvas, and given it a subtle, museum-quality varnish that gave the image depth. It was a portrait of the craftsman at the peak of his utility. A document of a well-used tool, now retired. A tribute and a dismissal. She carried the heavy frame to the wall opposite the elevator doors, the spot she had pre-marked with a tiny pencil dot. She lifted it, hanging it on a single, sturdy hook. It was perfectly level. She stepped back. In the darkness, she could just make out its pale rectangle. It would be the last thing Katie saw before the lights went out and the real exhibition began. Let him watch. Let his captured image be the silent witness, as his successor completed the vision his hands could only fumble toward, now fully realized by the mind that had guided them. Sarah stood in the center of the dark room once more, her eyes closed. She could see it unfolding with the clarity of a memory already formed. The elevator descending, its machinery a low groan in the silence. The doors sliding open with a hydraulic sigh. Katie Ford, gun drawn in a two-handed grip, stepping into the narrow slice of light from the elevator cab, her silhouette tense and professional. Her confusion as her eyes adjusted and she saw the pristine space, the waiting figures, the single, spotlighted locket on the pedestal. Her cautious approach, one step, then two, drawn in by the need to understand, to catalog, to solve. Her shadow, long and dramatic, cast by the surgical spots, would become a part of the installation itself. And then, the moment of translation. Not a violent attack, but an environmental shift. The soft hiss of the pneumatic release from the ceiling vents, not of a weapon, but of the fine, perfumed mist, a concentrated aerosol of the refined paralytic, odorless and fast-acting. Katie would feel the first wave as a lightheadedness, a sudden metallic taste. Then the weakness would flood her limbs, the signals from her brain failing to reach her muscles. The gun would become a weight too great to hold, her fingers slackening. It would clatter to the concrete, a shocking, loud sound in the silent gallery. She would sink to her knees, there in the circle of light, before the portrait of the man she'd captured, her body refusing her will. She would be awake, aware, her eyes wide with dawning, horrific comprehension, as Sarah stepped from the shadows near the preparation table, not as a killer, but as the curator. She would hear the explanation, the artistic statement that had always existed in her mind alone, delivered in a calm, pedagogical tone as the monofilament was threaded through needles, as the archival silk was unrolled, as she was measured and prepared for her eternal role in the collection. The last piece. The agent who stopped the artist, transformed by the artist's master into the ultimate artwork. The press would call it a kidnapping, some murder. They would scour the Delta for a body. They would never understand. They would see a missing FBI agent, a tragedy. Sarah would see a masterpiece unveiled, a thesis proven. Her vision, living beyond the limitations of its first interpreter, perfected. Her collection, complete and coherent. A narrative arc from corrupted authenticator to the corrupter of the investigation itself. She opened her eyes. The warehouse was still dark, still silent but for the hum of the climate control. But in her mind, the gallery was alive. Every light was lit. Every display was filled not with mannequins, but with the perfected, preserved work she had conceived. And at its heart, the final installation was perfect, serene, and utterly, forever still. A woman frozen in the moment of understanding, posed not in fear, but in awe of the curation that had claimed her. The final phase was set. Not with bluster or violence, but with devastating patience and psychological precision. Not in a grimy motel room where things happened to people, but in a temple she had built from the ground up for a single, sacred purpose. All that remained was for the guest of honor to arrive, to play her part in the final act. Sarah picked up her tools one by one and began, once more, to check her preparations. She wiped a non-existent speck of dust from the calipers. She tested the tension on a spool of monofilament, feeling the almost invisible line slice slightly into her thumb pad. She verified the battery level on the digital camera. Each adjustment was a brushstroke on her own canvas. Each detail was a promise she had made to herself long ago, in a dorm room that felt like a cage. The world was messy, flawed, temporary. She would create order, perfection, permanence. The curator's gallery was open. The lights were tuned. The instruments were ready. And it was waiting with infinite patience for its final living piece. Chapter 36. The fog had settled in the hollow behind the White Knight Motel like a second skin, thick and wet, swallowing the pre-dawn light. It pressed against the windows, a gray-white void that turned the security lamps into fuzzy, jaundiced moons. It smelled of diesel from the highway, damp earth, and the sour, meaty tang of the dumpsters lined up against the cinderblock wall. Nina Shaw stepped out of the motel's rear exit, the metal door groaning shut behind her with a final, metallic clunk that sealed off the faint, tinny hum of a blues track, still playing from a radio in some distant room. She wasn't heading to her car. Not yet. She'd knocked on the connecting door to Katie's room 5 minutes ago. 3 sharp raps, knuckles against cheap hollowcore wood. No answer. She'd waited, ear close to the flaking paint, listening for the shuffle of movement, the creak of the bed. Nothing but the low thrum of the motel's ancient HVAC unit. A spike of cold irritation tightened her jaw. She's sleeping through it, damn it. Then a deeper, colder fear uncoiled in her gut. She used her master key, the one the night manager had reluctantly forked over. The lock turned with a cheap, tinny click. The room was empty. The bed was made, the thin floral spread pulled taut, the pillows fluffed. Absurdly neat. Katie's black nylon go-bag was gone from the chair by the window. The air was still, cold, and carried only the generic scent of industrial cleaner. The only sign she'd ever been there was a single sheet of paper, printed from a computer, left centered on the cheap laminate desk as if placed for display. Nina held it now, under the jaundiced glow of the sodium vapor light, the paper dampening at the edges from the fog. It was a flyer, rushed and text-heavy, the font a bland Arial. Jericho FALLS Flea Market and Auction, it read in bold caps. Final liquidation. One night only. Entrance for wholesale buyers via loading dock, BLDGC. An address was listed, one she recognized instantly from the case file, the numbers and street name sparking a cold flare of recognition in her mind. The fairgrounds. The exact site of the fourth victim, Stephen Hayes. Katie hadn't just left. She'd been invited. Lured. And she'd gone alone, bypassing every protocol, every agreement they'd made after the press conference debacle. The fool. The brave, reckless, stubborn fool. Nina's fingers tightened on the paper, crumpling the edge. Paranoia was a tool, but this was a fact. The rhythm of the case had shifted into a dangerous, solitary beat. Nina's right hand went to her hip, a habitual check for the keys to the unmarked sedan, her fingers patting the empty denim. They weren't there. A cold spike shot through her, immediate and childish in its panic. She patted her jacket pockets, the panic tightening her throat, her breathing quickening until her left hand closed over the cold, jagged metal of the key fob deep in the left pocket. She breathed out, a sharp, controlled exhale, the vapor pluming in the chill air. Get it together, Shaw. Find her. She moved to her sedan, the gravel of the lot crunching loudly under her boots in the muffled world. The fog muted everything, turning her car into a vague, dark shape 10 feet away. Age didn't help, the constant ache in her knees from too many concrete floors and bad motel beds. Nor did the ghost of past mistakes, the low-grade fever of a stress that never broke, a constant hum just beneath her sternum. She told Katie to stay put, to let the bait lie dormant. The idea had been tactically sound. So why did every nerve in her body feel like a plucked string, vibrating with a warning she'd failed to heed? She slid into the driver's seat, the vinyl creaking. The flyer was a stark white against the dark upholstery of the passenger seat. She stabbed the key into the ignition, the engine turning over with a reluctant growl. The headlights cut 2 weak cones into the fog, illuminating nothing but swirling gray. She entered the address into the GPS mounted on the dash, her fingers clumsy with urgency. The route calculated, a thin red line leading out of town. Then she grabbed her phone, thumbed it to speaker, and called it into the local field office as she pulled onto the deserted highway, the tires hissing on the wet asphalt. Her voice was clipped, stripped of all nuance. This is Supervisory Special Agent Shaw. I need immediate backup to a location, possible 1033, officer in distress. Jericho Falls Fairgrounds, Building C. Agent Katie Ford is on scene, unaccompanied, likely walking into a hostile situation. I am en route, ETA 15 minutes. I need a tactical team, EMS on standby, and a full perimeter. Acknowledge. The dispatcher's voice was calm, professional, and felt infinitely distant. Copy that, Agent Shaw. We are mobilizing units from Greenville. ETA to your location, approximately 25 minutes. Advise you to stage and await. Negative, Nina cut in, her voice sharp. I am not staging. My partner is inside. Get them here fast. She ended the call before the dispatcher could argue. The clock was a physical weight in her chest, each tick a hammer blow. Katie had a head start. How much of one? An hour. Two. The flyer was a printed invitation to a slaughter. The Jericho Falls Fairgrounds in the fog was a graveyard of cheap entertainment. The skeletal frames of dormant rides, a tilt-a-whirl, a scrambler, a small Ferris wheel, speared the low, woolly sky like the ribs of dead beasts. Nina killed her headlights a quarter-mile out, navigating by the dull green glow of her dashboard and the occasional security lamp that appeared as a diffuse halo in the gloom. According to the file, the flea market operated out of a long, low exhibition hall built in the 60s, a utilitarian brick and corrugated metal box labeled Building C. She circled the perimeter on a cracked service road, weeds scraping the undercarriage of the sedan, avoiding the main entrance with its promise of a brightly lit, public-facing facade and a ticket booth. That wasn't where the flyer had directed. Loading dock BLDGC. She found it on the backside, facing a scrubby thicket of pines and a chain-link fence sagging under a shroud of kudzu. The loading dock was a stained concrete apron with two large, corrugated steel roll-up doors, both shut and undoubtedly locked with heavy internal bars. A single, reinforced steel personnel door, painted a grimy industrial green, was set into the brick wall beside them. A weak bulb in a rusted metal cage above it cast a small, hard circle of light onto the concrete, doing little to push back the fog. This was it. The access point for wholesale buyers, the point of ingress for a trap. Nina parked the sedan behind a thicket of pines, far enough away that its shape would be swallowed by the fog. She got out, the damp cold immediately seeping through her jacket. She approached from the shadow of an overflowing dumpster, her Glock 19 held low in a two-handed grip, her finger indexed along the slide. The gravel gave way to silent, damp grass. The personnel door had a modern keycard reader mounted beside it, its red, LED eye glowing like a drop of blood. She tried the handle, putting slow, steady pressure on it. Solidly locked. No give, not even a rattle. She leaned in, her cheek near the cold steel, and peered through a narrow, wire-reinforced window set into the door at eye level. A short corridor lit by the sickly green of emergency lighting strips, ending at another door, this one heavy-looking, industrial gray, with a horizontal push bar. The inner sanctum. A classic airlock setup. Control the funnel. She couldn't go through. She had to go around, over or under. The building's layout was a mystery, a blank spot on her mental map. She moved along the back wall, past the loading dock, her shoulder brushing the cold, wet brick. It gave way to corrugated metal siding, riveted and streaked with rust. About 50 feet down, near a corroded downspout, she found a potential weakness. An old aluminum ventilation grate, about 2 feet square, set low to the ground where the foundation met the siding. It was meant to vent the crawl space. The screws at each corner were rusted to a flaky orange. She holstered her gun, pulled her small maglite from her belt, and used the hardened steel butt cap to knock them loose, twisting and hammering. The sound, tap 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 crack, was too loud in the foggy silence, each strike echoing in her ears. After a full minute of painful, slow work, her knuckles scraped raw, the last screw head sheared off and the grate came free, revealing a black square of emptiness. It revealed a dark crawl space, a narrow gap between the concrete foundation and the building's subfloor, just high enough to wriggle into on her belly. The smell that wafted out was potent, damp, friable earth, thick black mold, and the sharp, ammonia-like scent of rodent droppings. Nina holstered her gun securely, clicked on her flashlight, the beam cutting a stark white tunnel into the cloying dark. She got on her hands and knees, then lowered herself onto her belly, the cold, wet ground immediately soaking through her clothes. She pushed the flashlight ahead of her and crawled in. The crawl space was a tight, claustrophobic maze of plumbing, wrapped in disintegrating insulation, and thick electrical conduits tied to the joists with brittle wire. The beam of her light caught swirling motes of dust that filled her nose and mouth with a dry, ancient taste. She had to turn her head sideways to fit past a cluster of pipes, her cheek pressing into the cold mud. The silence was absolute, broken only by the scrape of her jacket against the ground, the rustle of her movement, and the frantic drum of her own heartbeat in her ears. She crawled for what felt like an eternity, muscles in her shoulders and thighs burning, following the direction she hoped was toward the main hall, using the alignment of the foundation vents as a crude guide. Finally, her light glinted off a vertical support beam slick with condensation, and beyond it, the edge of a concrete footing that widened into a utility chase. And there, set into the subfloor above, was an access hatch. It was a simple plywood panel, about 3 feet by 2, nailed shut from the other side. She could see the dimpled heads of the nails, dark with age. She put her shoulder to it, braced her feet against the concrete footing and pushed. The wood groaned, a deep, fibrous protest, and the nails shrieked in their holes, but the panel held firm. She shifted, wincing as a rock dug into her spine, braced her back against a cold, sweating water pipe and drew her knees up. She kicked, the sole of her boot slamming into the center of the plywood. Once, a sharp crack. Twice, a splintering sound. On the third kick, with a final, explosive crunch, the plywood splintered and gave way, falling inward with a crash that echoed terribly in the cavernous space beyond. She scrambled through the jagged opening, into a dark, cramped storeroom. Her flashlight beam swept over metal shelves lined with yellowing cleaning supplies, buckets, and broken furniture. The air was still and stale, smelling of old wood and chemical lemon. She was in, but she was still separated, buried in the building's guts. The storeroom door was a hollow-core interior model. She turned the knob slowly, eased it open a crack. It opened onto a wide, dimly lit service corridor, painted a grimy institutional green. The floor was bare concrete. She could hear a low, ambient hum, the sound of industrial space heaters, perhaps, or ventilation fans. And something else, faint but growing clearer as she stepped out. A voice, amplified and echoing slightly, coming from somewhere ahead and to the right. A woman's voice. Calm, lecturing, theatrical, the words indistinct but the cadence unmistakable. A presenter explaining an exhibit. Nina moved silently down the corridor, her boots making soft, careful scuffs on the concrete. The corridor ended at a heavy steel fire door with a small, wire-reinforced glass window. She approached at an angle, staying to the side, then slowly leaned to peer through the murky glass. The space beyond was vast, the main exhibition hall. It had been utterly transformed. Instead of the expected grid of vendor booths, a series of large, freestanding partitions, painted a flat, neutral gray, created a winding, deliberate path like a gallery in a contemporary museum. On the partitions, illuminated by carefully placed track lighting that left pools of shadow between them, were artifacts. African masks, pre-Columbian textiles, small stone statues, fragments of pottery. Holt's collection, salvaged from the Memphis raid or painstakingly reassembled. And in the center of the hall, standing on a low, black-painted platform, was Katie Ford. She was still too still, a statue in a field jacket and jeans. not bound with rope but posed. Her head was tilted slightly, as if listening to a distant sound. Her hands hung loose at her sides, palms open. Even from this distance, through the distorting glass, Nina could see the glazed, unfocused look in her eyes, the slackness in her jaw. Drugged. Paralytic. The same chemical signature as the others, but administered to a living subject. A figure moved into view, circling Katie with a slow, proprietary step. A woman with dyed black hair, cut in a severe, geometric bob, wearing dark, utilitarian clothing. Sarah Vance. She completed her circle and stopped in front of Katie, her head cocked. She reached out, not with a weapon, but with a curator's precision, and used her fingers to adjust a stray strand of Katie's hair, tucking it behind her ear with an intimacy that was more violent than a slap. Nina shoved against the fire door's push bar. It didn't budge. Not even a millimeter. She looked down. A thick, brushed steel crossbar lock, the kind used to secure a door from the other side during events, was engaged across the middle of the door on the gallery side. A deliberate security measure, isolating the service corridor from the main hall. She was looking into the gallery through a barrier, a spectator in a theater of the grotesque. She pounded on the glass with the heel of her hand, the thuds dull and muffled. The FBI. Stop. Vance, step away from her. The sound was swallowed by the space, distant and insignificant. Sarah Vance paused, looked toward the door. She didn't seem alarmed. No jump, no startled turn. Her gaze found Nina in the window, and a faint, curious smile touched her lips, as if observing an interesting insect that had landed on the display case. She gave a slow, almost regal shake of her head. Not yet, then turned her attention back to Katie, her hands moving now to straighten the collar of Katie's jacket. Nina backed away from the window, her heart hammering against her ribs, a frantic bird in a cage. She had to find another way in. Now. The service corridor branched just behind her. She took the left fork, running now, her boots slapping the concrete, the sound too loud. It led past a mop sink, a stack of folded tables, and ended at a janitor's closet filled with buckets and mops. A dead end. She retraced her steps, breath coming hard, and took the other branch. This corridor was narrower, lined with pipes. It ended at another heavy door, this one marked electrical HVAC in faded stenciling. She tried the handle. Locked with a solid deadbolt. She was trapped in the service bowels of the building, a rat in a maze, separated from the main hall by layers of security doors and deliberate, thoughtful design. She could see the stage, but she couldn't reach it. The amplified voice continued its calm, monstrous lecture, the words now filtering through as she strained to listen. Not destruction, but translation from the ephemeral to the permanent. Nina pulled her phone from her pocket, thumbed the screen. No signal. Not a single bar. The building was a Faraday cage, a sealed environment, and she was in the wrong compartment. She turned and ran back the way she came, past the fire door window. Another glance showed Sarah now holding a small vial, gesturing with it as she spoke to Katie's motionless form, and back toward the storeroom, toward the shattered access hatch, toward the outside. Her only option was to go around. To find the main entrance on the other side of this vast building and break it down. It would take time. To run the perimeter in the fog, to find the doors, to force entry without tools. Time she didn't have. The ecstatic stillness on Sarah Vance's face, the terrifying, patient focus with which she regarded Katie, promised that the final act was not imminent, it was already in motion. The clock in Nina's chest wasn't just ticking, it was screaming. Chapter 37. The air was dead. Not still, not quiet, but dead. The kind of air that had never known sunlight or wind, only the sterile sigh of climate control that left a faint, metallic taste at the back of the throat, like licking a battery. Katie stood in a vast, underground space, the concrete floor polished to a dull, gray sheen that reflected the cold light in smears. The walls were a seamless, matte white that seemed to absorb the light from the recessed panels in the high ceiling, giving the impression of infinite, empty space. It was a gallery, but one never meant for the public. The silence was a physical pressure against her eardrums, broken only by the low, almost subaudible hum of machinery and the frantic drumbeat of her own pulse. Her breath plumed faintly in the chill, the only moving thing. She had followed the coordinates from the email to a gated private estate on the edge of the delta, all manicured hedges and empty, leaf-choked fountains. The house itself was a dark silhouette against the night sky, every window black. The real entrance had been a service elevator hidden behind a false wall in a garden shed, its door disguised as pegboards stocked with clean, unused tools. The metal panel had clicked open at the barest pressure on a specific corner. The elevator had descended with a hydraulic whisper that vibrated up through the soles of her boots, a long, smooth drop that made her stomach lift. The doors had opened directly into this curated tomb, the transition from the humid, cricket-loud Mississippi night to this antiseptic chill, so abrupt it felt like stepping into a different world, a vacuum-sealed dimension. Her footsteps echoed, a solitary, invasive sound in the perfect quiet, each step a betrayal of the silence. She moved forward, her Glock held in a low-ready position, her finger indexed along the frame, the polymer grip cool and familiar in her palm. The first chamber was a study in terrifying symmetry. On plinths of brushed steel stood 4 figures, each encased in a clear, acrylic cylinder that gleamed under the pinpoint lights. Lauren Simmons, the conservator, was posed with delicate tools in her hands, a scalpel, a fine brush, her expression one of frozen, waxen concentration. Alastair Thorne, the authenticator, stood with a magnifying glass raised, peering at an invisible canvas with empty eyes. Eleanor Moss, the researcher, was caught mid-stride, a leather folio tucked under her arm. Louis Armas, the courier, held an empty wooden crate against his chest. They were not the bodies, those were in evidence lockers, but perfect waxen replicas. Their skin had a lifelike, poor-textured pallor, their clothing meticulously recreated down to the weave of Thorne's tweed jacket and the scuff on Armas's boot. Small brass plaques at the base of each plinth bore not names, but titles. The Gatekeeper, the Critic, the Archivist, the Mule. Katie's stomach turned, a cold, greasy lurch that tightened her diaphragm. She swallowed against a sudden, acidic rise of bile, her throat working. This was Holt's legacy, preserved and perfected by his director. A museum of murder, presented with the solemnity of a Louvre wing. She forced herself to step closer to Lauren Simmons's cylinder, her boots whispering on the concrete. Under the lights, she could see the individual strands of hair laid along the wax scalp, the subtle blush of color hand-painted along the cheekbones, the tiny, perfect wrinkles at the corners of the eyes. The horror was in the craftsmanship, the loving, obsessive detail. It screamed of hours spent, of a gaze that studied not a person, but a component, a mannequin to be dressed and positioned. Her own reflection, distorted and pale, stared back at her from the curved acrylic. She passed through a wide, open archway into a larger chamber. Here, the installations were more abstract, more documentary, a catalog of the crime's creation. One entire wall was a mosaic of framed photographs. Crime scene shots from the Delta Fields, the Fairground Pavilion, the Vernissage Warehouse, each printed on heavy, matte art paper and mounted with uniform precision. Another wall held floor-to-ceiling shelves of artifacts sealed in individual glass boxes, a rusted scalpel from the bioconservation lab, a length of copper wire from the diorama, a single latex glove, a mud-stained boot. It was a collector's obsessive catalog, a natural history museum of atrocity. The air here was slightly colder, carrying a faint, clean scent of glass cleaner and static. In the center of the room was a long, glass-topped table on a steel frame. Beneath the glass were maps of Louisiana and Mississippi, annotated in a precise, feminine hand. Red lines connected locations: New Orleans, Greenville, Jericho Falls, Memphis. Notes filled the margins in neat block print, subjects pattern predictable. Use the fairground's history of transient commerce. The Ferris wheel is perfect, public yet isolated, a modern carousel. There were sketches of poses, anatomical studies of the effects of paralytic agents on muscle groups, chemical formulas scribbled in the corners. It was Sarah Vance's workshop, the clinical blueprint of her vision. Katie leaned over the table, her breath fogging the glass. One note circled read, "Ford is the key." She closed the narrative. She must open it again. The words were a cold finger tracing her spine. A soft, definitive click echoed from the far end of the chamber, the sound of a latch engaging, clean and deliberate in the silence. Katie spun, her body coiling into the movement, muscles tensing, raising her gun to eye level in a smooth, practiced motion. The front sight settled on empty space, then tracked as a figure stepped from behind a freestanding partition that displayed a series of watercolor studies, beautiful, hauntingly intimate renditions of Garrett Holt's face from various angles. In profile looking down, eyes closed in thought, a three-quarter view with a faint, unreadable smile. Sarah Vance wore dark, practical clothing, black trousers, a gray knit sweater, her hair now its natural mousy brown, pulled into a severe, tight bun at the nape of her neck that stretched the skin at her temples. She held no weapon. Her hands were clasped loosely in front of her, clean and pale, the nails trimmed short and unpolished. She looked like a curator awaiting a private buyer for a dawn viewing, composed and expectant, her posture straight but not rigid. "Agent Ford," she said. Her voice was calm, cultured, without the shrieking fury of the motel lot. It was worse. It was the voice of a docent, measured and informative. "You're earlier than I anticipated." The finishing touches on the lighting rig for the final piece aren't quite complete. She said it as if Katie had arrived for a dinner party before the canapes were ready. "Where's Nina?" Katie's voice cut through the dead air, sharper than she intended, the edge of her fear honing the words. "Your partner," Sarah's head tilted a fraction, a bird-like gesture of assessment. Her eyes, a pale, cool gray, didn't blink. "She's persistent." She found the secondary loading entrance. "The one I used for acquisitions." She's currently dealing with a rather stubborn electromagnetic security door. The override sequence is complex. It will take her a few more minutes. A faint, knowing smile touched Sarah's lips there and gone. "Time enough for us to talk. To achieve some understanding. You've seen the preview. Now let me explain the exhibition." "I understand plenty," Katie said, shifting her stance to square up, her weight balanced on the balls of her feet. The gun was an extension of her will, unwavering. "This ends now. Hands where I can see them. On your head. Now." Sarah ignored the command as if it were a trivial noise, a fly buzzing at a window. She gestured with an open palm to the room around them, a slow, encompassing sweep. "Do you see it? Truly see it? What I built from his raw material. He was a brilliant craftsman, my hands in the world. A natural talent for preservation I merely refined. But this, her own hand closed into a loose fist, not a threat, but a gesture of consolidation. This is the collection. The curated whole. Each subject was chosen for their specific role, in a system that commodifies authenticity and devalues true permanence. Each pose was a commentary on that role. The preservation, that was the signature. To arrest decay. To make the transient eternal. Her eyes held a proprietary satisfaction as they scanned her shelves, lingering on a specific box containing a stained cloth. Garrett's technical talent was exquisite, but he required direction. A philosophical framework. I provided the vision. After his detention, I simply resumed my work. The final statement had to be made. It would have been intellectually dishonest not to complete the series. Stephen Hayes, Katie said, keeping the gun's front sight centered on Sarah's sternum. The horror wasn't in the confession, but in its tone, not the raving of a fanatic, but the calm, managerial assessment of a project lead reviewing a quarterly report. Your piece. It was sloppy. Rushed. Dr. LeBlanc knew the moment he saw the body. It lacked his finesse. The posing was crude. The chemical mix was wrong. You had to do it yourself, and you didn't have his touch. Sarah's composure didn't crack. She gave a slight, dismissive tilt of her head, as if correcting a minor student error. Hayes was an asset who became a liability. A middleman who tried to monetize discrete elements of the collection behind my back. He was a thief in a den of thieves. His presentation was expedient, I admit. A necessary recalibration of the inventory. She took a single, deliberate step forward. The distance between them shortened by a foot, the space feeling suddenly compressed. Katie's finger tightened on the trigger guard. But it served its primary purpose, Sarah continued, her voice dropping to a more confidential register. It drew you out. It broke the narrative you had cemented. You closed the case. You went on television and declared his work complete. You tried to frame my masterpiece as a closed book, a solved equation, another step. Her shoes, practical flats, made no sound on the concrete. That was the final provocation. So, you see, you've already written yourself into the narrative. Now, you must become part of the exhibition. The final accession. The critic who becomes the subject. Katie's finger tightened on the trigger, the pressure a conscious, measured choice, the first stage of the pull a gritty resistance. The inverted hierarchy of it all settled over her like a cold, wet sheet, making her skin prickle. Holt wasn't the artist. He was the first, most talented piece in this woman's collection. A found object she had polished and directed. You're the curator, Katie said, the title feeling inadequate, a child's name for a monster. Sarah's smile was thin, almost professorial. She unclasped her hands and brought them behind her back, beginning a slow, deliberate pacing along the edge of the glass table, as if giving a gallery tour. A simplistic title, but functional for your procedural purposes. Let me be precise. I conceived this. Every target, every pose, every chemical formula and procurement vector. I found Garrett Holt 3 years ago, sleeping in his car outside a gallery in Savannah that had rejected his portfolio. I gave him a vision, a technique, and a purpose. He believes he is an artist. He is a brush, she paused, letting the metaphor hang. A very fine, responsive brush. She paused by the watercolor studies of Holt, regarding them with a detached, analytical affection, her head cocked. You caught my brush. I am the hand that guided it, the mind that conceived the painting. The difference is everything. A distant, rhythmic thud echoed through the complex, vibrating faintly through the floor. Metal on metal. A bang. A bang. A bang. Nina. Sarah's eyes flicked toward the sound, a minor irritation crossing her features like a cloud shadow, a slight tightening at the corner of her mouth. She returned her gaze to Katie, recentering her focus with an effort that was visible. Your partner is tenacious. A blunt instrument. Effective in its way, but lacking nuance. It's a pity. This was meant to be a private viewing before the final acquisition. She gestured with her chin to a cleared space at the room's far end, where a single, empty steel plinth stood waiting under a lone, unlit spotlight. The space around it was clear, a stage. A destination. It's over, Sarah. Katie took a step of her own, maintaining the distance, her voice low and firm. The door is coming down. Your collection is about to be entered into evidence. It's done. It is just beginning to be understood, Sarah corrected, her voice gaining a faint, pedagogical edge, the tone of a lecturer losing patience with a dull pupil. She brought her hand down on the beveled edge of the glass table. A sharp, deliberate clack. From slots in the polished floor at the room's four corners, hidden panels slid open with a soft hydraulic sigh. With a low, rising hum, four figures rose on cylindrical lifts, lifelike mannequins made of pale fiberglass, posed in familiar, classical stances. The dying gull slumped in agony. The discobolus coiled to throw. The sleeping Ariadne, reclining in vulnerable rest. The boxer at rest, weary and battered. They were empty shells, but their presence was instantly, violently disorienting, breaking up the clean sightlines, creating a forest of silent, watching forms that transformed the open gallery into a maze, a tactical nightmare. Sarah moved laterally, her path instantly shielded by the rising figure of the discobolus. Garrett worked with what he could find, abandoned places, crude materials, constant fear of discovery. Her voice came, moving with her, echoing slightly off the new obstacles. I built him a proper studio. Climate-controlled. Secure. Designed for the work. This is what vision with resources can achieve. This is permanence. A hiss came from above, a sound like 1,000 whispers. Katie looked up as a fine, glittering mist began to spray from narrow vents in the ceiling tiles. It fell in a gentle, deadly rain, carrying a sweet, cloying scent that burned the nostrils, diethyl ether, cut with something else, something chemical and astringent. A rapid-onset incapacitant. She held her breath, the muscles in her neck cording, and ducked low to try to get beneath the densest cloud, the mist settling on her hair and jacket like cold dew. She moved, her boots slipping slightly on the now damp concrete, forcing her to shorten her strides. She couldn't get a clean shot. Sarah was using the mannequins as cover, weaving between them with a practiced, choreographed ease, her gray sweater a blur in the gaps. Katie lunged around the kneeling form of the Gaul, just as Sarah emerged from behind the discobolus. She wasn't holding a gun. She held a long, needle-like tool of polished steel, a pontil, the kind used in glassblowing to hold hot glass, its tip wickedly sharpened to a microscopic point, catching the light. Sarah thrust in a short, efficient jab aimed at Katie's throat. Katie parried with her left forearm, the tip scoring a deep, burning line through the leather of her jacket sleeve and into the skin beneath. She gasped at the sudden, white-hot pain, a line of fire etching itself into her arm, and grabbed Sarah's wrist with her gun hand, forcing the pontil away. But the woman was stronger than she looked, her grip iron, fueled by a cold, focused energy that had nothing to do with panic. Sarah drove a knee up into Katie's thigh, a sharp, numbing blow that broke her grip and sent a jolt of weakness down her leg, and immediately slashed horizontally with the pontal. Katie jerked her head back, feeling the whisper of air as the sharpened steel passed millimeters from her Adam's apple, the breeze of it cool on her skin. As she fired, the shot was deafening in the enclosed, hard-surface space, a physical concussion that made her ears ring and filled the air with the acrid smell of cordite. The round punched a clean hole through the fiberglass chest of the sleeping Ariadne mannequin, exploding out the back in a puff of white dust. Fiberglass particles filled the air, glittering in the mist. Sarah flinched at the sound, a full-body jerk but didn't retreat. Instead, she darted sideways to the white wall and slapped her palm flat against a blank panel. The main lights died instantly. For one heartbeat, too, there was utter, absolute blackness, a blindness so complete Katie felt a spike of primal fear lodge in her throat. Then, emergency strips along the baseboards glowed to life, casting a faint, eerie red light that seemed to bleed up from the floor itself, illuminating the lower halves of the mannequins and throwing their upper bodies into grotesque shadow. The mannequins were thrown into long, twisted shadows that stretched and danced against the walls like accusing fingers. The mist continued to fall, now a glittering, crimson curtain in the gloom. Katie's eyes strained, trying to adjust, pupils dilating painfully. She could hear Sarah's breathing, calm and controlled, somewhere to her left near the archival wall. Katie moved silently, placing each foot with care to avoid scuffing, using the dim red glow reflecting off the acrylic cases and glass tabletops to navigate the maze of plinths. Her own breathing was shallow, trying to minimize the intake of the sweet, dizzying vapor. "You can't appreciate it," Sarah's voice floated from the darkness, disembodied, calm, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere. "Yours law. You see in categories, guilty, innocent, solved, unsolved. I see provenance. I see legacy. I see the story that objects tell when they are arranged with intent. Your categories are temporary. My arrangements are permanent." A shape lunged from behind a plinth to Katie's right. She fired instinctively, the muzzle flash a blinding orange star in the red dark, searing her night vision. The round sparked off steel, a glancing hit on a mannequin's arm, ricocheting with a whine. Of a feint. From her other side, the real attack came. The pontal stabbed into the meat of her right shoulder from behind, not a deep thrust, but a precise, burning puncture that felt like a hot nail being driven into the muscle. Katie cried out, the sound torn from her, and spun, swinging her gun hand back in a wild, backhand arc. The barrel connected with something solid, Sarah's jaw. She heard a wet grunt of pain, the clatter of the pontal hitting the floor and skittering away. Sarah staggered back, disappearing into the deeper shadows near the wall of crime scene photos, one hand going to her face. Katie pressed her left hand to her right shoulder, feeling the warm, immediate seep of blood through her sweater, the fabric already sticking to the skin. The sweet, chemical mist was making her head swim. She'd inhaled too much in the fight. Her thoughts felt thick, syrupy, connections slowing. She blinked hard, trying to clear the fog, seeing dark spots dance at the edges of her vision. The thudding from the loading door was louder now, more insistent. A shudder ran through the floor, a deep vibration she felt in her teeth. A bang! A bang! Sarah's focus broke. Katie saw her silhouette turn, a shift in the red gloom, a prioritization. She rushed not at Katie, but toward the sound, toward the archway leading back to the workshop and the loading area beyond, abandoning the pontal, her earlier composure fractured by the imminent breach. Katie pushed off from the cold steel of a plinth, her vision swimming with dark spots, and followed, stumbling slightly as her numb thigh protested, a hot ache spreading from the knee impact. The next room was a workshop, a stark contrast to the gallery's sterile presentation. Stainless steel tables held complex chemistry equipment, retort stands, beakers, tubing, labeled bottles of clear and amber fluids. Rolls of thick, clear preservation film lay next to surgical tools laid out on green cloth with terrifying, ritualistic neatness. Scalpels, bone saws, trocars, hemostats. The air here smelled sharply of formaldehyde and acetone, undercut by the coppery scent of Katie's own blood. At the far end of the room was a heavy industrial door, its painted metal surface denting inward with each colossal blow from outside. Light bled through the seams around the frame, thin slices of white in the red emergency glow. Sarah, moving fast, snatched a tool from a nearby table, a heavy, rubber-headed mallet used for mechanical tasks. She raised it, not toward the buckling door, but toward a large, glass vessel on a high shelf beside it. Inside, suspended in a clear, viscous fluid, was a perfect, hauntingly detailed wax model of Garrett Holt's head, eyes closed as if in serene repose, every strand of his hair, every line on his forehead captured in obscene perfection. It was a loving portrait and a specimen jar. "If the collection is compromised, it will be sanitized," she stated, her voice clipped and final, and swung the mallet in a hard, level arc toward the glass. "Don't," Katie shouted, her voice ragged with pain and fury, the word tearing from her raw throat. The door burst open with a final, shattering crash of shearing metal and splintering frame. Nina Shaw stood framed in the doorway, backlit by the cool blue night, her service weapon held in a two-handed grip sweeping the room. She took in the scene in a microsecond. Katie, bleeding, pale, leaning against a table. Sarah, mallet raised over the grotesque artifact, the nightmare workshop between them. Nina's face was set in hard lines, a fresh, angry bruise blooming on her temple. Sarah hesitated, her swing arrested midair, her proprietary certainty warring with the immediate threat of loss. That frozen second, that split-second calculation of aesthetic value versus personal survival, was all Katie needed. She didn't have a clear shot past the cluttered tables. Her gun felt like a lead weight in her hand, her injured arm weak and burning. Instead, her eyes fell on a stainless steel cart laden with glass beakers and chemical bottles. With a grunt of effort that pulled agonizingly at her shoulder, she shoved it with her good arm and all her remaining strength, sending it careening across the polished concrete floor directly into Sarah's path. Sarah, her focus locked on the vessel, saw the rattling, glittering cart too late. It slammed into her legs just below the knees. She cried out, a sharp, truncated sound of surprise and pain, and stumbled forward off balance. The heavy mallet fell from her grip, clattering and bouncing across the floor. The glass vessel wobbled violently on its shelf, fluid sloshing against the glass, but remained upright, the wax head inside nodding slowly as if in agreement. Katie was on her. She ignored the fire in her shoulder and drove a kick into Sarah's side as she tried to rise, the toe of her boot connecting with ribs, knocking her sprawling onto her back. The vessel teetered again but held. Sarah scrambled on the floor, not for the mallet or another weapon, but toward the shelf, her fingers straining for the jar containing Holt's likeness, her face a mask of desperate need, her eyes wide and fixed on the prize. "A freeze. The FBI. Hands on your head now." Nina's voice was a whip-crack of authority, her gun aimed squarely at Sarah's center mass as she advanced into the room, stepping over twisted metal from the door. Sarah froze, one hand still outstretched toward the jar, her body rigid. She looked from Nina's hardened, bruised face to Katie's, her own expression shifting from desperation to a profound, icy contempt. The fight drained out of her posture, replaced by a stiff, straight-backed resignation. She slowly, deliberately, placed both hands on the back of her head, interlacing her fingers. "You vandalized the archive," she said, her voice flat, composed, and utterly hollow. "You understand nothing of what you've destroyed. You see tools. I see a testament. A completed thought." Katie, panting, the room tilting slightly, moved forward. Each step sent a jolt up her leg. She wrenched Sarah's arms down behind her back. The woman offered no resistance, her muscles tense but pliant like bundled cables. Katie used a length of clear plastic tubing from the worktable to bind her wrists tightly, pulling the knots hard with her teeth and her good hand. The chemical smell from the spilled cart was overwhelming, stinging her eyes and coating her tongue. Nina kept her gun trained as she moved forward, her eyes doing a constant, professional scan of the workshop, the open doorway to the red-lit gallery beyond. "You okay?" Nina asked, her gaze lingering on the dark, spreading stain on Katie's shoulder, the tear in her jacket, the pallor of her face under the chemical sheen. "I'll live," Katie managed, her voice hoarse a croak. As she was waiting. "This whole place, it's her collection." Holt was just the first exhibit. The prototype. Nina looked down at Sarah, who now sat perfectly straight-backed on the floor, her bound hands behind her, her gaze fixed on the jar on the shelf. Her expression was one of defiant, architectural clarity, as if she were merely inconvenienced, her work interrupted by vandals. "Sarah Vance," Nina stated, holstering her weapon and pulling her cuffs from her belt with a metallic snick. "You are under arrest for the murder of Stephen Hayes and for conspiracy to commit murder. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law." Sarah didn't seem to hear the recitation. She was looking past them, through the archway into her gallery, as if mentally cataloging the damage, her lips moving slightly as if counting items. "It was complete," she stated to the air, interrupting Nina's Miranda warning, her voice calm and definitive. It was a coherent, aesthetic and philosophical statement. "You've arrested a concept. You'll see. It doesn't end with me. The idea is already in the world. It has provenance now." Katie rose, her body protesting in a symphony of aches, the punctured shoulder throbbing in time with her heartbeat, the bruised thigh a solid ache, the chemical fog in her lungs making each breath a conscious effort. She walked unsteadily to the shattered doorway, where cool, damp, natural night air was finally flooding in, diluting the sterile death smell of the gallery. She leaned against the twisted frame, the metal cold against her back, breathing deeply, the air tasting of pine and wet earth and freedom. She looked back at the red-lit chambers, the silent, posed forms, the meticulous catalog of obsession. The masterpiece wasn't on a canvas or in marble. It was a will to absolute ownership given physical form, a narcissism so profound it needed to house itself in concrete and climate control. And the master hadn't been the tortured craftsman in the county cell, but the quiet, brilliant director who had stood in the shadows, curating lives into an exhibit of her own superiority, her own lasting significance. Nina joined her, securing her cuffs over the plastic tubing, her own face smudged with grime and sweat, the bruise on her temple a dark, swollen knot. Sheriff Mitchell's voice called from outside, anxious and sharp, cutting through the night. "Isha. Ford. You in there. Sound off. Then here." "We're in here," Nina shouted back, her voice echoing in the vast space, raw with exhaustion. The sheriff and two of his deputies entered cautiously, their heavy boots crunching on debris from the door, their powerful flashlights cutting swathes through the red gloom. The beams played over the hidden gallery, the wax figures in their cylinders, the wall of photos, the shelves of artifacts. They stopped, their faces etched with identical expressions of stunned, almost reverent horror, their mouths slightly agape. One deputy made a low sound in his throat, a swallowed gasp. "Good God Almighty," Mitchell breathed, the flashlight in his hand dipping slightly as he took it in, the beam illuminating the plaque under Lauren Simmons's cylinder. "What in the hell is this? What is this place?" "The architect," Katie said, her voice flat with exhaustion. She gestured with her chin toward the workshop, where a deputy was now helping the rigid Sarah Vance to her feet. Sarah Vance. She just confessed to the murder of Stephen Hayes and to orchestrating all of this. Holt was her instrument. Her first and most useful acquisition. She watched as the deputy took firm custody of the silent, unyielding woman. As the deputy took her arm, Sarah Vance stood without assistance, shrugging off the helping hand with a slight, disdainful twitch of her shoulder. She looked at the deputy, holding her arm as if he were a poorly placed piece of furniture, an obstacle to the sightlines. "Be careful with the shelving unit," she said, nodding with cool authority toward the vessel containing Holt's waxen head. Her voice was perfectly level, instructional. "The fluid is a specific glycol-based formulation. The pH is critical for preservation. It cannot be replaced with standard evidence locker supplies. Note the temperature settings on the climate control panel before you disconnect the power. The thermal shock will craze the wax." The deputy looked at Mitchell, bewildered. Mitchell just shook his head, his face grim. Katie turned her back on the collection, on the clinical horror. The adrenaline was receding in a slow, sickening wave, leaving a deep, bone-weary ache in its wake, a hollow tremor in her hands that she clenched into fists to still. She looked at Nina, who was probing the bruise on her temple with careful fingers, wincing as she touched the center. "You sure you're all right?" Katie asked, her own shoulder beginning to throb in earnest now, a deep, insistent pulse of pain. Nina managed a thin, tired smile that didn't reach her eyes. "I've had worse dates. And you? That shoulder needs a medic." Like 10 minutes ago, her eyes tracked the blood soaking through Katie's sweater. Katie looked down at the puncture, the dark, sticky stain, her chemical-stained clothes clinging to her. The case, the chase, the months of curated horror, it was over. The architect and her instrument were caught, the archive seized, the narrative broken. A profound, quiet certainty settled in her chest, colder and clearer than any adrenaline rush. This was the work. This was the cost. The confrontation in the dark, the smell of your own blood mixed with preservative, the hollow eyes of a killer who saw you as a narrative component, a final exhibit to be mounted. And as she stood in the broken doorway, breathing in the mixed scents of pine and night soil from outside, the coppery tang of her own blood, and the astringent bite of chemicals from within, she knew, without a single doubt, that despite the cost, she would choose it again. To stand between the world and the Sarah Vances. To be the blunt instrument that shattered the glass cases, that stopped the collection from growing. The collection was complete. And she had helped seal the archive. Not as a curator, but as a lock. A final, definitive closure. Chapter 38. The black sedan cut a silent path through the flat, endless expanse of the Mississippi Delta. Kudzu swallowed abandoned barns, the vines like thick green veins over bleached wood skeletons. Irrigation arms stood sentinel over fallow fields, casting long, skeletal shadows in the late afternoon light. In the passenger seat, Katie Ford watched the landscape bleed past, a monochrome of brown earth and gray sky. The case was closed, the paperwork signed, but the humid weight of it all still clung to her skin, a film she couldn't scrub off. Nina Shaw drove, one hand resting lightly on the bottom curve of the wheel. The silence between them wasn't empty. It was the dense, comfortable quiet of shared exhaustion, a space where words had been used up. They left the chaos of the Jericho Falls County Sheriff's Department behind an hour ago. The shouts and the ringing, phones fading into the steady rumble of the engine, and the rhythmic thump of tires over seams in the asphalt. The car smelled of old coffee, the faint, clean scent of Nina's perfume, and the lingering, damp earth odor of the Delta that had seeped into their clothes. Vance confirmed it, Nina said finally, her voice a low rasp in the quiet cabin. She cleared her throat softly. They found the posing tools, the chemical compounds, a whole photographic catalog of every staged victim. Detailed plans for future installations. All of it in Sarah Vance's residence. Her confession is a cold, detailed account of her authorship. She didn't just encourage him, she conceived the entire project. She selected Garrett Holt, curated him like an instrument, picked the targets, designed the staging. The murder of Hayes was her solo performance, a proof of concept. Nina's knuckles were white where she gripped the wheel, then relaxed. She also admitted to a fifth. A traveling salesman named Miller, at the White Knight Motel. She took his room to watch us. Katie let out a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. It fogged the window beside her for a second before vanishing. Holt gave her the tools. A craftsman's offering to his director. A devotional offering, Nina corrected, her eyes never leaving the straight ribbon of asphalt ahead. A rusted pickup truck piled with hay bales passed them going the other way, a blur of faded red. She killed Miller because she wanted a front row seat. That's her sickness, not your failure. If you hadn't done the presser, she'd have found another way to get close. They always do. The obsessed always find a window. The logic was sound, sterile. It didn't quite reach the cold spot of guilt lodged under her ribs, a knot of ice that had formed the moment she'd seen Stephen Hayes on the Ferris wheel. She looked out at a forgotten roadside stand, its roof caved in like a rotten tooth. They fit together. Holt's wounded craftsmanship, her absolute vision. It made something worse than the sum of its parts. It always does, Nina murmured. The car began a gentle climb onto a long, low bridge spanning a slow, muddy river the color of weak tea. A vision like that isn't a plan. It's a chemical reaction. Explosive and toxic. You can't predict the fallout, only contain it after it burns. A green sign for Jackson appeared in the distance, white letters announcing the decreasing miles. Civilization, or its approximation, awaited. The landscape began a subtle shift, the vast fields giving way to smaller plots, the occasional cluster of houses, a billboard for a chain restaurant. You taking tomorrow off? Katie asked, shifting in her seat to face Nina slightly. The leather creaked. Planning on it. You should too. Vance will want us bright and surly Monday morning for the official postmortem. Plenty of time for bureaucratic back-patting and subtle blame assignment then. What are you going to do? Katie pressed. It felt important, suddenly, to know what normal looked like for Nina Shaw. Nina was quiet for a long moment. She adjusted the vent with her free hand, directing a stream of cool air toward her face. The car hummed over the bridge, the sound of tires on the grating changing to a solid thump as they hit the pavement on the other side. It's my birthday. Of 58. The information felt incongruous, a splash of mundane color on a gray canvas. Nina Shaw seemed ageless, a force that had always existed, a sharp silhouette against bad news. The idea of a calendar marking her progress, of a specific day set aside for celebration, was strangely humanizing. It made Katie aware of the fine lines at the corners of Nina's eyes, the way her dark hair was shot through, with strands of pure silver she never bothered to dye. "Happy birthday," Katie said, the words feeling inadequate. "You doing anything?" "The luxury of nothing." "It's underrated." Nina glanced over, her sharp eyes softening at the edges, the perpetual assessing gaze turning, for a second, simply tired. "That's part of the job, too. Learning how to be still when the noise stops. I don't want you to have to learn it the hard way, 20 years from now, in some empty apartment with a bottle for company." She looked back at the road, her profile stern. "I've seen that future. It's a lonely one. It's a quiet that eats you from the inside out." The admission was stark, offered without pity or theatrical gravity. It was a map of a minefield, handed from one traveler to another. Katie felt a surge of gratitude, fierce and unexpected, a warmth that momentarily loosened the icy knot in her chest. She nodded, unable to find a word that didn't sound trite. "I get it," she said finally, her voice quiet. "The press conference, it was a gamble. You were right to be angry." "I was right to be worried," Nina corrected, her tone firm but not unkind. 20 years ago, I'd have done the same damn thing. Maybe I did a time or two." "You've got a fire, Katie. It's what makes you good at this. Just don't let it burn down the house you're trying to save." She paused, her jaw working. "The fire needs a hearth. Something solid to contain it. Otherwise, it's just a wildfire. It destroys everything, including the one who started it." They lapsed back into silence as the first true outskirts of Jackson appeared, a sprawling strip mall, a cluster of fast food signs glowing in the gathering dusk, a megachurch with a parking lot the size of a field. The sprawl of the modern South reclaiming the ancient land. The airport awaited, a nexus of fluorescent light and echoing announcements, and beyond it, the familiar pressurized cage of DC. Katie watched a family loading groceries into a minivan, a scene of such ordinary life it felt like watching a play from a great distance. The Checkpoint Tavern in Arlington smelled of wood polish, bourbon, and faintly of rain on hot pavement. It was a Tuesday night quiet. The usual after-work crowd had thinned, leaving a few regulars hunched at the bar and a couple in a booth speaking in low murmurs. A baseball game played silently on a TV above the shelves of liquor, the colors flickering. Katie sat at the bar, a glass of seltzer with a bruised lime wedge floating in it before her. She ran her thumb along a groove in the polished oak, feeling the smooth, cool wood. Marnie was running late, stuck in traffic on the Key Bridge. Katie didn't mind the solitude. The quiet hum of the place was a balm after the deafening silence of the Delta and the chaotic noise of the sheriff's department. The bartender, a man named Leo with a tattooed forearm, gave her a nod and refilled her water glass without being asked. She found herself thinking not about the procedural details, the evidence logs, the chain of custody reports, but about the landscape itself. The oppressive, breathing silence of the swamp at dawn. The way grief seemed baked into the brick of the old towns, as tangible as the humidity. She thought about Sarah Vance's cold, meticulous vision, not as a series of evidentiary facts, but as a dark parable. The curator had thought she was creating something beautiful, something permanent in a world of decay. She decalled the murders a final collection, a curation of sin and consequence. She had loved the work, the idea, the aesthetic, so much she'd turned living, breathing people into art objects, frozen in their final moments of terror. Where do you even begin to untangle that knot? It wasn't a question of motive, but of metaphysics. Katie took a long drink of her seltzer, the bubbles sharp on her tongue. The door opened, letting in a gust of damp, cool air and the distant sound of a siren. Marnie arrived in a flurry of apologies, shaking droplets from her dark hair, her glasses slightly fogged. She shrugged out of her damp coat and slid onto the stool beside Katie with a sigh. "It's okay, hit me." How was the land of humidity and heartache? And don't spare me. I've been doing corporate tax fraud all week. I need something with texture. Katie managed a small smile. She gave her the abbreviated, unclassified version. The weight of the air that felt like a physical hand on your chest. The mud that held everything, history, secrets, bodies. The eerie, curated beauty of the kill site gallery that still haunted the edges of her vision. She spoke of the victims not as names on a board but as echoes. The proud archivist, the weary critic, the stubborn gatekeeper. She didn't mention Eli, but his absence was there, a silent passenger in the conversation. Marnie listened, her expressive face shifting from open curiosity to horror, to a deep, empathetic sadness that settled in her eyes. She didn't offer solutions or platitudes. She didn't try to fix it. She just bore witness, nodding occasionally, her fingers tracing the condensation on her pint glass. It was a novel feeling for Katie, to share the weight without having to justify or defend it. After an hour, the conversation meandered to Marnie's work, to a new restaurant she wanted to try, to the mundane anchor points of a life lived in one place. They parted with a hug at the door, a promise to have a proper dinner soon. The normalcy of it, the easy friendship, was like a clean, cool cloth on a fevered brow. Katie stood on the sidewalk for a moment after Marnie left, breathing in the city air, exhaust, rain, distant food, letting it wash the last of the swamp smell from her lungs. Her apartment was a still life of her absence. The air was stale and still, carrying the faint, closed-in scent of dust and old paper. A single bowl and spoon sat in the sink from the morning. She'd thrown her go-bag together and left for Mississippi, a lifetime ago. She dropped the bag by the door with a heavy thud that was loud in the profound quiet. For a long minute, she just stood in the small entryway, listening to the silence. It was different from the Delta's silence. This was the silence of paused life, waiting for her to press play. She moved through the rooms, turning on lights. She opened a window in the living room, the old wooden frame sticking for a second before yielding with a groan. Cool, damp DC. Evening air drifted in, carrying the sound of a distant bus braking. She put the kettle on the stove, the click of the gas igniter startlingly loud. The blue flame hissed to life. She leaned against the counter, watching the kettle, waiting for the first whisper of steam. Her body ached with a deep, cellular fatigue, but her mind was still turning, scrolling through images. Sarah Vance's composed face in the interrogation room, the waxen figures on their plinths, Nina's profile against the car window. The knock came just as the water began a low, building rumble. Not the sharp, urgent rap of a courier with a package, but a firm, familiar cadence. 2 measured taps, a pause, a third. She knew who it was before she checked the peephole. Nina Shaw stood in the hallway of the aging building, still in her traveling clothes, dark trousers, a simple black sweater. She looked out of place against the faded floral wallpaper, a stark cutout of purpose. A deep weariness was etched around her eyes, in the slight droop of her shoulders, in the way she held her arms crossed tightly over her chest as if holding something in. Katie opened the door. "Everything okay? I thought you were taking the luxury of nothing." She stepped back to let Nina in. "I was," Nina said, stepping inside. She didn't sit, just stood in the middle of the small living room, her posture rigid, as if relaxing would allow something to escape. She glanced around, taking in the modest space. The bookshelves, the single framed photograph of a much younger Katie with a man who must have been her father, the functional furniture. Then I got home, sat in the silence, and I realized the noise hadn't stopped. Not really. It's been there for 15 years, a low-frequency hum. She finally looked at Katie, her gaze direct and heavy. And you earned the right to hear it. To know what's making the sound. Katie leaned against the kitchen counter, the whistle of the kettle building to a thin, piercing shriek behind her. She turned off the gas. The sudden silence that followed was profound, a vacuum that seemed to pull at them both. In the bar in Jericho Falls, I told you about a partner, Nina began, her voice low and deliberate, each word chosen and placed with care. The one who was dirty. I gave you the headline. I owe you the full story. She took a slow breath, her chest rising and falling visibly. His name was Marcus Fell. The name landed in the quiet room with a quiet, concrete weight. It was just a name, but the way Nina said it, the slight tension in her jaw, the hardening of her eyes, gave it shape and shadow. Katie waited, saying nothing, giving her the space. We were partners for 6 years. He was brilliant. Charismatic. The kind of agent who could walk into a room and own it without saying a word. He had a mind for patterns, for seeing the connections everyone else missed. I learned more from him in 2 years than I had in the previous 10. Nina's gaze was fixed on a point somewhere past Katie's shoulder, seeing a different time, a different office, a different version of herself. He was also corrupt. Not in a crude, envelope of cash way. It was elegant. Sophisticated. He was feeding case information, tipping off investigations, to a network of organized crime with deep ties to the antiquities trade. He wasn't just leaking, he was curating the flow. Protecting certain operations, steering us away from others. Making the whole system work for him. He called it gardening, pruning the investigations that threatened the wrong roots. How did you find out? Katie asked, her voice barely above a whisper. A pattern of near misses. Evidence that went cold for no good reason. Witnesses who clammed up or changed their stories after we discussed them in confidence. A suspect who seemed to know exactly what we were going to ask. Nina's lips pressed into a thin line. It was a feeling at first. A wrongness in the rhythm of things. A note that was off-key. I started keeping my own notes off-book. A separate ledger in my head, then on paper I kept in a safe deposit box. It took me over a year to be sure. To have enough of a pattern that wasn't just paranoia. And when I reported him. Took it straight to internal affairs. I walked in with my box of notes and my certainty. Nina finally looked at Katie, her expression bleak, stripped bare. The investigation was botched. Someone I never found out who tipped Fell. Evidence I'd cataloged disappeared from lockups. Witnesses I'd named suddenly recanted, claimed I'd misunderstood or pressured them. The case against him fell apart like rotten cloth. But they knew. The IA guys, they knew I was right. They could see it. They just couldn't prove it in a courtroom, not with the evidence gone. So they forced him out. A quiet resignation. A generous pension. No prosecution, no public disgrace. He just walked away. Clean. Into the private sector, where his particular skills were even more valuable. Katie felt a cold knot form in her stomach, a precursor to understanding. And Carl Evers, she asked, the name feeling strange in her mouth. Nina's jaw tightened, a muscle flickering. She uncrossed her arms, then recrossed them, a rare sign of agitation. That was the collateral damage. The innocent life crushed under the wheels of my failure. During the IA probe, they re-examined some of our closed cases, looking for other signs of tampering. One was a homicide, a pawnshop owner in Baltimore, killed during a botched robbery. Fell had been the primary. I was his secondary. The evidence was solid, or so we all thought. A partial print on the broken glass case. A witness who picked a guy out of a lineup. We got a conviction. A man named Carl Evers. She paused, the memory a physical weight on her shoulders. She looked down at her hands, then back up, her eyes glistening but dry. When Fell's methods came under the microscope, they took a harder look. The print was a partial match lifted from a public database with a questionable chain of custody. Fell had logged it himself. The witness was shaky, had been shown a single photo before the lineup, which is coaching. The evidence had been planted. The whole case was a house of cards. Fell had framed Evers to close a high-profile case quickly, to look good, to keep the heat off whatever else he was doing, to show he was producing results. Her voice dropped to a raw scrape. By the time the review concluded, Carl Evers had been in prison for 7 years. He died there. Assault by another inmate. A shiv in the yard. I ended an innocent man's life because I trusted my partner. Because I didn't see the rot right next to me. I was so busy looking at the criminals across the street, I missed the one sharing my desk. The confession filled the quiet apartment, thick and suffocating. This was the ghost Nina carried, far more substantial than any annual trinket from a victim's family. This was a tombstone. Fell was never held accountable for that, Nina continued, the words coming faster now, as if a dam had cracked. He resurfaced a few years later as a fixer. A security consultant in the gray market antiquities world. The very underworld he'd been protecting. He has a reputation for making problems disappear, for authenticating the unauthenticatable, for finding buyers for the unbuyable. He's a ghost in the machine. A facilitator. And he's good at it. He's insulated, connected, untouchable. Katie understood now, the pieces clicking into a terrible, coherent picture. The Curator investigation. The smuggling network behind the looted artifacts Holt and Vance used. Nina nodded once, a sharp, tired motion. The connections started to look familiar. The pathways, the methods of moving goods and money, the shell companies in Delaware and the Caymans. It had Fell's fingerprints all over it. Not literally. He's too smart for that. But the architecture of it, I recognized it. The elegant, ruthless efficiency. This case wasn't just about Holt and Vance and their bloody art project. It was a branch of something older. Something I thought I'd buried. It leads right back to my worst failure and the man who caused it. Why tell me now? Katie asked, the question hanging between them. Because you walked into that gallery alone, Nina said, her voice fierce. Because you saw the pattern of the puppeteer before I let myself admit what it might be. Because you stood in that motel room and decided to be the bait, knowing what it might cost. You earned the truth. Nina's voice dropped, gravelly with fatigue and something like regret. And because the case is closed, but the network is. It's still out there, operating in the shadows, moving art, moving money, ruining lives. And now, you know the name of the ghost behind it. So you can see him, too, if he ever steps into your light. Nina left a short time later, the door clicking shut softly behind her with a sound of finality. The apartment felt different, charged with the new, ugly shape of the past that now lived in it. The air seemed heavier, the shadows in the corners deeper. Katie didn't sleep. She made the tea and let it go cold in its cup, a tan ring forming at the top. She sat at her small kitchen table, the city's nocturnal glow painting the ceiling a faint orange. She thought of Sarah Vance's meticulous, chilling vision, of Garrett Holt's perverted craftsmanship offered up as devotion. She thought of Nina's burden, a weight carried for 15 years in silence, a secret shame that had just been entrusted to her. And she thought of her brother, Eli, his absence the constant, quiet hum beneath everything. The first mystery that had taught her the world was full of hidden rooms, of systems within systems, secrets protecting secrets. As the first gray light of dawn began to bleed into the night sky, turning the orange glow to a pale, watery blue, she went to her laptop on the table. The device was cool under her fingers. She logged into the secure federal server, the process automatic, her fingers typing the long password without conscious thought. She navigated through the directories, past the main case files for the Curator investigation, to the supplemental archives, the labyrinthine financial records that the forensic accountants had untangled. These were the money trails that had funded Holt's Chemicals, Vance's tools, the acquisition of the looted artifacts that formed their grotesque collection. Dry, endless columns of data. She scrolled, her eyes gritty from lack of sleep. Transaction lists between numbered offshore accounts. Shell company registries in states with lax disclosure laws. Consultant fee disbursements from holding companies with bland, forgettable names. It was a desert of information, and she was looking for a single grain of sand that didn't belong. Then she saw it. It was listed as a preservation consultant fee on 3 separate invoices from a defunct biomedical supply company in Baton Rouge, Delta Med Solutions. The same company that had sold, through a convoluted chain of intermediaries, the specific grades of glycerin and antifungal agents used in the victim's chemical preservation. The invoices were 18 months old. The fee was for logistical and chemical advisory services. The payee was a consulting firm called Ethelred Holdings. And listed as the principal consultant on the service agreement, his name typed in a clean, common font. Marcus Fell. A consultant fee paid 18 months ago. For advice on chemicals used to turn human beings into permanent artifacts. The Curator case was closed. Garrett Holt and Sarah Vance were in custody, their madness catalogued and contained. But behind it, funding the very chemicals that made the horror possible, providing the expertise, was a name from Nina's nightmare. It wasn't a direct link to murder. It was a thread, thin and sharp as a surgical needle, leading from the grotesque art back into the dark, respectable world of gray market consultancy. It was a confirmation, a tiny, explosive piece of truth that screamed this wasn't over. It was a door, just cracked open, revealing a sliver of a room she hadn't known existed. Katie stared at the name on the screen, the letters blurring slightly. Her heart thumped a slow, heavy rhythm against her ribs. She closed the laptop with a soft snap. The room was silent. The city outside began to stir, the distant growl of a garbage truck, the first chirp of a sparrow on her windowsill. She could let it go. The case was closed. The paperwork was signed. The narrative was neat, a brilliant, damaged student and her obsessive artisan. She could take the luxury of nothing. She could go back to bed, try to sleep, meet Marnie for that dinner. She could let Nina carry her ghost alone. She opened the laptop again. The screen glowed to life, the document still open. Her fingers found the keys, cold and precise. She navigated away from the financials to the internal records request portal, a bland government interface with boxes to fill. In the subject line, she typed, her keystrokes loud in the quiet, full UNREDACTED case file, Carl Evers. In the justification box, she wrote, review for potential procedural connections to ongoing antiquities, trafficking patterns, and associated consultant networks. It was bureaucratic, dry. It would pass muster. She didn't hit send. Not yet. She looked at the request on the screen, a simple digital form that was also a choice. A decision to pull on a thread that was not hers to pull. A step toward the hidden room, a search for a truth that belonged to her partner, a truth about a dead man she'd never met, but that now called to her too. It was a quiet rebellion against the closed file, the signed paperwork, the easy silence of moving on. It was the first step down a path Nina had warned her about. The case had hardened her resolve, had shown her the cost of looking away. The world was full of secrets waiting in the mud, in the data, in the forgotten lines of old reports. She would find her brother S. She would follow his thread into the dark. And she would start by following this one, because she had found it herself, and because someone had to. Katie Ford took a slow, deep breath, filling her lungs with the cool dawn air of her apartment, holding it for a 3 count. She exhaled, her finger hovering over the trackpad. As she clicked send. This concludes the audiobook recording of Curator by Sam Barron. Narrated by Virtual Voice Sky. We hope you enjoyed this audiobook. Visit bookempathy.com for free books daily. Thank you for listening to this free full-length audiobook recording. Please support the author by buying a copy of the book and by subscribing to the BookEmpathy channel here on YouTube.
I hope you enjoyed part 1 of that audiobook. Again, please consider subscribing to the channel Book Empathy on YouTube so that you can keep listening to my audiobooks free of charge. And do consider buying a copy of this book to support the author. Thank you.